Doing well.
Good. Sorry, I was one of my new receptionists came in, Brianna, so I was giving her a little bit of a tour. No one's there at the moment, I see, or are there people there and I just don't see them?
No, they're not here yet. I'm guessing Morgan
All right.
will be here soon. And
Okay. So reminder, I'm gonna have Ashley. You can sit right there, and then Brianna, you're gonna sit there. But if you want to put your purse down for now, that's fine. The reason I have you guys sitting there is because you guys have your schedules, and I'm gonna go over those with you guys probably at the end. Okay. So Jen should be there, but I know that she's trying to get out of work like at 1 her time or your time.
Yeah.
So if not, it'll be 1:30. But we'll see what happens. So I'm just gonna leave you on here, but can you mute yourself for now, and then when the girls get there, I can like talk to them and stuff. Is that cool? Did you already mute yourself?
Yeah, I'm muted.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna leave you here. Okay.
All right, thank you, Beth.
Cool. Whimsical. Yeah, there's a lot of names. Maybe we should make everyone wear name tags. That would probably be easier. She's like, I know, Beth. So receptionist room, that usually is where we're going to finish. I
can imagine you like taking pictures.
No, I literally. He's the owner of the office. We'll meet him eventually, but Taylor met him for the first time this week, and she's been working here for a while. So like he works like the whole.
What are you doing this summer? I was like just my job out there moving it out. Do you have any major plans this summer besides working here?
Yeah, I'm going to Pigeon Forge.
Sure.
Tennessee for 2 months.
I don't want to take a habit. Do I automatically go to work? Okay, that's fine. I can't tell you last time I ate a girl. Oh, I didn't know there was one around.
Sorry.
Yeah, just a quick thank you. I trust you. Just say thank you for all your hard work, Shelby, and Matt for all your support. Perfect. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I've never felt so pale. Because I came back and I was wearing shorts and my mom was like, "Your legs are blind." It's like it's so cold there, so just kind of worn like anything other than pants for like 8 months.
Yeah.
So
we like study on 5 and 6.
And like right when I was leaving, it was like the first day everyone was outside, and it was like but every other day it was like everyone was like all bundled up and like running to class.
Sorry, I'm just gonna. You're fine.
So when do you leave? Like end of June?
May 27th.
Oh wow! So really, are you gonna sell any cut on the side or not really? Just kind of
No, my mom was like, "Why don't you sign?"
I don't really do both if you want. It's up to you.
I just
like everyone
so much to get done before going out. So
I mean, it's good that you have this, so at least you get something.
Yeah.
Still be with them.
Yeah, and like I feel like I could possibly still sell on the side, you know.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
It's
the
like
nice thing
something
about
really
it.
wants to.
Like Ricky still sells occasionally. You know what I mean? It's like a nice little side thing. At school, like I sold like $1,500 in March. Like just like I like literally came back for 3 days for like a prep. I was like, hey, I'm here.
Yeah.
And I booked an appointment to leave. It's like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's the one thing I really like. It's like need some money, book an appointment.
Yeah. Wow.
I'll see you in a little bit though, okay?
So your mom dropped you off right now. Okay. You don't have a car right now, or you have? Okay. So just so you know, is your mom the only one that usually gives you a ride?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Why don't you have a seat real quick? Hi. Are you here for receptionist training or rep training? What's your name?
Ariana.
Oh, Ariana. Where's Kayla? I'm Beth. I'm going to be running your training. It's nice to meet you. You're Kayla's receptionist, correct? Or are you?
Well, I was training.
Yeah. Yeah. This one. Okay. All right. Cool.
Sorry. Getting here?
Sorry.
Oh yeah.
All right, guys. My contact is bothering me, so I'm gonna go fix it in the bathroom real quick. Normally, I have you guys fill out tax paperwork. However, in my office only, so for you guys, we're now doing it electronically, which is awesome. But I'm not gonna have them do it because they're gonna do it different. So basically, at the end of today, I'm gonna set you guys up for a Vector Live account. Vector Live is the program, like the computer program that we use. And when I do that, it's going to send you guys an email. Okay, you'll give me your email, give me some basic information, and it's going to do something called a DocuSign, which is actually perfect. I think it's convenient. Also for you, I want your parents to look over it.
Yeah,
Obviously, I would never, yeah, so for sure. So you'll get it all in your email, and you'll just check your email. You'll fill it out that way instead. And then basically every week, because we pay weekly, after the first check, which I'll explain, you'll get a physical check for to actually be paid. But you'll get an email with all the withholding summary is what it's called, which documents like how many hours and all that stuff electronically in your email. It's a heck of a lot more convenient, okay? So normally I would have you filling stuff out right now, and I realized in your packages you guys actually have that. So here's what I'm gonna have you do, okay? And I'm gonna walk through these. You do not need to fill this stuff out, is what I was gonna say. So actually, I can take the W-499, okay? That being said, you guys, I want you to read over this letter. You guys don't need to email me at the end because I already have your emails because you're working with me, okay? So that's usually goes for all the receptionists I work with outside of this office. But you can read it, and then what I would really like you guys to do is fill this out, okay? This is your employee availability sheet. You can update them as needed, but that's basically like when you're available. For you, I'm putting after 4 p.m., okay? Just to be safe. And then if there are any, like for you, I need to know the date that you're leaving, reminder of that. I don't think you discussed you didn't have any vacations. Ariana, right? Yeah. You can have a seat here. This is Ashley and this is Brianna. This is Ariana. She's gonna be training today for, you have to go to work at 5:15, right? Right. Okay, so she's gonna be training with us. She's gonna be working in the North Miami Beach office, but she's here training with us, okay? You can read over this stuff as well, and then I'll explain kind of the package, but if you know how to, are you 18? At least 18? Mm-hmm. Okay, so if you want, you can fill this out. Same thing with your W-4 and your I-9, okay? And then if you have any questions, I'll help you with it. So go ahead and read over that stuff. For you guys, I have this schedule. We'll cover the rest of it later, okay? All right. Oh, I had music. Sorry. Are you here for rep training? Okay, cool. I just wanted to check. Are you sure?
Take me on a date, I deserve a date. And don't forget the flowers every anniversary. Cause if you treat me right, I'll be the perfect wife. Buying groceries, buying what you need. You got that 9 to 5, but baby so high. So don't be thinking I'll be home and making up the pies. I never learned to love, but I can find a love. Sing along with me, sing along with me. You gotta know how to treat me like a lady. Even when I'm acting crazy, tell me everything's alright.
This is Beth's purse, right? She said luggage. Okay. The blue one, the blue one.
Hey, no.
After every fight, just apologize. And maybe then I'll let you try and rock my body right. Even if I was wrong, you know I'm never wrong. Why disagree? Why disagree? You gotta know how to treat me like a lady. Even when I'm acting crazy, tell me everything's alright. Dear future husband, here's a few things you need to know if you wanna be my one and only. Dear future husband, make time for me, don't leave me lonely. And no one ever see your family more than I'll be sleeping on the left side of the bed. Open doors for me and you might get some kisses. Don't ever dirty mine. Just be a classy guy. Buy me a ring. Buy me a ring. You gotta know how to treat me like a lady. Even when I'm acting crazy, tell me everything's alright. Dear future husband, here's a few things you need to husband, better love me right. Every day is payday. Swipe my card, then I do the late day. You talking to a late date? I want a Kanye, yeah, not a right day. So that's a no-no. I'ma make back and use a vocal. This convo be like J.A. I already know what you're trying to say. You say that you a girl and I see you trying to hold, but that ain't how it's gotta. Thanks, you pull the money 'cause it's all my mama taught me. So your ass better show me some respect. Boss, Michelle Obama, we're so heavy, get no good dots. Boss, Michelle Obama, we're so heavy, get no good dots. Boss, Michelle Obama, we're so heavy, get no good dots. Boss, Michelle Obama, we're so heavy, get no good dots. ONFIDENT, that's me, I'm confident. Don't want your compliments, use common sense. I'm a mama Michelle Obama. Shut your mouth. Boy, I think you know who run this house. I ain't thirsty for no back, 'cause I already know what you're trying to say. You say that you a girl and I see you trying to hold, but that ain't how it's gotta. You pull the money 'cause it's all my mama taught me. So your ass better show me some respect. Boss, Michelle Obama, we're so heavy, get no good dots. Michelle Obama, we're so heavy, get no good dots. Michelle Obama, we're so heavy, get no good dots. Michelle Obama, we're so heavy, get no good dots. Congratulations to my independent girls in there. So if you with this, come on, let me hear
Hello, ladies.
Okay, guys. Want me 2 coffees?
Yeah.
Want to kill me?
I'm gonna take some of this.
Hey, guys, I'm on TV in Pensacola right now.
What?
Hi, Pensacola.
What is this?
Can they not hear me?
No, it's, yeah.
Oh, you guys can hear me? Pensacola, Florida, but I can't actually. I don't know if they can hear me.
Yeah, there you
Oh, okay.
I'm talking.
Cola, can you guys hear me?
No, we're muted. We muted out, so.
Yeah, no, I know. I see feet, but I don't see people, so I wasn't sure. Are they looking in a different direction? Is that what's happening?
Here's Morgan.
Oh, hi. You're Morgan?
Yes, ma'am.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
We have other receptionists here too. Guys, want to say hi to the Pensacola office? I don't know if you can see all of them. Okay. So I work with numerous offices throughout the eastern region, from as north as like West Richmond all the way down to like Virgin Islands. And Pensacola is one of my offices. So it's nice to meet you. I looked at you. I was like, I'm pretty sure that she's here for the receptionist training. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to confuse you. Okay. Let's do this. If it gets hot in here, Kayla, you're in charge. You worked in this office. If it gets hot, you can go like turn down the AC if you want or something like that.
To like fan people.
Yes, let's do that too. Who wants a personal fanner? Right? That would be great. Okay. All right. So you guys can hear me okay in Pensacola, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. All right.
Should we mute now?
And then, yeah, but then, and then do me a favor. Jen's supposed to text me when she gets there. If you could just remind her to shoot me a text just in case, okay? But she should have all her stuff. She should be there probably within the next 30 minutes, okay? Oh, and who's this one on the right? I see Morgan. Who's the other one?
That's Desiree.
Hi, Desiree. It's nice to meet you. Okay. Well, yeah, you guys can mute yourself, and then if you want to, like, Cole, you're about to run like an interview or something or training, right? He just muted you. You just muted yourself.
Yes, I'm running training, so.
Okay. So if you would like, show them how to unmute themselves if you want to do that. And then also, if you want to give them my cell phone number, y'all can text me, like if you need something, just in case.
All right, cool.
That way, if in the middle of training, we'll take breaks and stuff, we will definitely be taking breaks, okay? So if we take breaks, I will check my phone, okay?
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Beth.
You're welcome.
Oh,
All right. So I know these two ladies. Obviously, I interviewed you. Ashley, you're from last summer. Ariana, Maria. Wow, there's a lot of like A's at the end of all your names. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do to start off training, okay? My name is Beth Shishmanian, right? I am the Divisional Recruiting Manager, or the DRM, okay? I am gonna be running your training today, but obviously I'm not actually daily managing all of you. You two are managed by Kayla and by John, right? Yeah. Okay, Luke, so just to introduce the three back there. These three, Kayla, Luke, and John, okay, are our branch managers running their own offices this summer in North Miami Beach, Boca Raton, Miami Lakes, okay? And the reason they're here today is because I've been doing this job for a while, and so although they absolutely can train you guys, we thought it would be better to do it as a group, okay? We also have the Pensacola office. I actually, in addition to Morgan and Desiree in Cole's office, I have a receptionist actually that will be working with us. Her name's Jen. She goes to PCC up there, so she's actually going to be joining and watching via Google Hangout as well, okay? Why not? If we have to train you guys, we might as well do it in a group setting, okay? Makes it probably a little bit more fun in my opinion, okay? So we have a decent amount of information to cover today. I know this is your first day of training, all right? And so I definitely don't want to throw a ton at you and you kind of like, you know, sometimes receptionists will say, you know, that was a lot of information, but I know that when I actually start taking and making calls, I will be able to apply what I learn. And I think that's probably the best idea because, you know, no matter what, you haven't even taken a phone call yet, right? And that's really ultimately the goal, is to train you guys to take and make phone calls and schedule people for interviews. In fact, I am going to ask that you guys take notes. So if you don't have, you guys can write on the papers that you have. We're going to go through them in a second. You can write on there. Actually, John, would you mind stepping out and grabbing some white paper from our printer? And I'll make sure everyone, you four have pens, right? So I want to make sure that you guys are taking notes for sure. So Ashley, you have you need, oh, you've got paper? Okay, cool. Oh, you've got your binder. Nice. Okay. Do you have a binder as well or no? I'll tell you what, just in case, I just took some of these. So why don't you guys each take one, pass it around. That way you guys don't lose the documents that you have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ashley, you know about that binder. Oh, you don't need one, but she does. Oh wait. No, you need one. I'm sorry. She's got her own. She's good. Okay. Ariana, paper, just in case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. You know, with a 5-hour training, all right, it's impossible that you guys are going to remember everything that we cover. In fact, that is not my expectation of you at all, just so you know, okay? My goal is to, yep. Did you get my address? Yeah, let me text it to you really quick. It's okay. She's doing me a favor. I apologize. What's my address? I don't even know. Okay. Let's all do ourselves a favor and make sure our phones are on silent and away. Okay. That might be a good idea. All right. Pensacola, I will check my phone on break though. So if you guys have questions, I can definitely answer them then. All right. So everyone's got their papers, they've got notepads, and they've got pens. Perfect. So yeah, you know, I want to welcome you guys obviously officially to our receptionist training. Again, I had the chance to interview you. Ashley, we know you from last summer, and you guys obviously were interviewed by Kayla and John, okay? And again, I just want to address these in the back because they are running their own offices this summer, but there's a lot of benefits to making sure that they really understand the training that we give to anybody who's taking and making calls with us. And so they're investing their time today to actually watch. Technically, they don't need to be here, although I make them be here. I tell them that if I'm going to train the receptionist, that they have to be here. And Luke doesn't have a receptionist here, but he's still obviously going to be learning so that he can replicate when he trains his receptionist. Okay. So I want to welcome you. Obviously, I am going to do some review for most of you guys. Did anyone? I know I didn't do this with you because it was virtual, and I know you haven't seen this. Did either one of you guys review the recruiting funnel with them during their interviews? The recruiting funnel itself. Some of the numbers. Okay. Okay. So we're going to go through that in depth today. My goal, really, if I had to say what my objectives are today, My objective is really to give you guys a brief introduction to our business, right? What the position is, what the company does. I am absolutely going to be reviewing how valuable the position is to our company, okay? And really, my goal from that is to give you ladies great purpose in what you do. I know we talked about that a little bit, right? It helps when you have a job that you really know you're bringing value to and you have a great purpose with. And so without the receptionist position, actually these 4 wouldn't actually be here. You wouldn't be here either because you were recommended by Gasper, right? Were either of you guys recommended by someone, or how did you hear about us?
Craigslist.
Craigslist?
Is at school.
At school, okay. Either way, numerous applicants that come through us are also recommended by people, but either way, no matter what, without receptionists, no one really works with the company. And so we're going to take the time today to talk about what that means and really how valuable the position is, okay? I'm going to be walking through, kind of clarifying with you what the job is and walking through the basic fundamentals of the position as well, and why we do what we do and what's expected of you. And we're definitely going to do at the end, we're going to go through some administrative things like schedule, pay, expectations, standards. We have a little handbook. It's 6 pages. We'll review most of it just so that we're all on the same page, okay? Before we do that, though, I want to do a little introduction section. So I want to tell you guys about me, but before I do that, I want you guys to tell me about you, okay? So we're going to go around the room here, if you will. We're going to start off the branches and make them go first. They're used to this anyway, okay? So here's what I'm looking for. Your name, where you go to school, how old you are if you'd like, and what you're studying if you're in college. And then maybe just one thing we need to know about you, which is weird, right? All right, I'll give you an example though. So when people have me do this, or when I do this with receptionists, usually I tell them a couple things about me. So 3 things you need to know. Number 1, I love coffee. And they know this, okay? I love coffee. I'm obsessed with it. Bring it to me. You'll always make me happy, okay? I'm from Baltimore, Maryland originally. I've lived in Florida for about 6 years. And that being said, I love the Baltimore Ravens, even though last season they sucked terribly, okay? Anyone watch football? Anyone care about football? The Dolphins fan? Okay. So I love anything Baltimore Ravens. And just so you two know, actually, you obviously know Jeff. He's obsessed with the Baltimore Ravens. If you go into his office, you'll see random little Ravens things. If you want to get on his side, you should talk about the Ravens. That's how you do it. Jeff is our division manager, which I'll talk about in a second, okay? And then number 3, I don't actually have any children, but I do have an 8-year-old nephew who I spoil rotten. And I went for the Best Aunt Award this Christmas by getting him a mini iPad, and I definitely won. So he's really excited. Okay, so one thing I need to know about you, it could be something you're interested in, a hobby, something like that. If you have, some random fact, I have 10 brothers and sisters. I don't care, whatever you'd like to do. Okay, Kayla, how about you?
So my name is Kayla. Actually, I went to American University. I'm in the process of transferring, probably to FIU or UM. I'm not quite sure yet. I already forgot what else we were supposed to say.
You're gonna be running the North Miami Beach office. Yes. How about for you? By the way, how old are you? 20. One thing I want to make a point is, especially with our branch offices, is that they're running offices where they're actually able to run their own office as college students at 19 years old, which is an amazing experience for them. Okay, and so I always like to point that out as well, which we'll talk about later. What's one thing we need to know about you?
I'm really into weird facts about history. So if anyone has any weird facts, just share them. I get very excited.
So by the end of summer, Ariana will know lots and lots of random historical facts. She'll be like, thanks, Kayla. Okay. Luke, how about you?
I'm Luke Viseko. I run the Boca Raton office. I started 2 years ago here with Kayla, actually. And I also love coffee and food and drinks. Just anything that tastes yummy.
It's actually true. I lured him with Rocco's the other day. Yeah. I was like, come on, Kayla, come on, Luke, let's go get Rocco's. Sorry, John, you got left out of that. My bad.
That's okay.
Maybe. That's true. That's true.
Oh,
did you just say chocolate covered what?
Espresso.
Oh, I thought you said wings. I was like, excuse me? That's just, oh, yeah. I feel like that's dangerous. Okay. All right. John.
All right, my name is John Heitzman. All right, I grew up in the same year that they came into the business. I did, but in a different office, more down south. I'm going to be a sophomore at Boston University, so I'm 19. and I'm running the Miami Lakes office. And a fun fact you need to know about me, I'm, well, I just,
I'm
I
just
have
a fun
positive
girl.
energy. If you ever just come and randomly high five or say you just want to burst with screaming with energy, I'll probably do it with you. Like I'm very energetic.
I'll have to go to your office. Yeah.
Well, I like coffee too.
God, jump on the bandwagon, guys. Really, it's just
It's a straight up
it's
job.
a straight up addiction. Is what it is. Okay. All right. Cool. Ashley.
So, at Ashley, I worked as a sales rep last year. I go to UF. Yeah, computers. What else? Okay, fun facts. I'm Brazilian.
Oh my God, I'm so excited for this summer. Go ahead.
I have 4 turtles I absolutely love.
Nice.
What else? I'm really fun here. You gotta get used to it.
So you're fun and weird.
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate those who embrace their weirdness.
Yeah.
Do it. Right? One more. Anything else? Okay. Just you gotta choose one. You have to choose just one. Do you like coffee? Problem solved. All right. You can work here. Okay. Ariana, how about you?
I'm Ariana Sahagan. I go to Miami Dade College. I'm 19 and I'm studying business administration. And I have a twin sister.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
And no, we're fraternal, but everyone thinks we're fraternal.
Oh, interesting. Okay, that is definitely a definition of a fun fact.
Oh, and I lived in 4 different states. This is my 4th state.
Okay. Where have you lived before?
Arizona, Texas, California.
Ooh, where in Texas?
San Antonio, Spurs.
Okay. I don't basketball, right? I'm sorry. That's basketball, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I said football. Okay. I got it right? Okay. All right. I'm so pathetic. Okay. Brianna, how about you?
I'm Brianna.
Oh yeah, she went there too.
I love swimming. I'm like obsessed with photography and the sunset. I will wake up at 5 to watch the sunrise.
That's perfect, by the way. It's a good thing you live in Florida because there's so many gorgeous sunsets.
I just want to go to Naples to watch the sunset.
Oh, is that your dream?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotta get you a car, then you can do that all the time while when you turn 18 also. Won't you? Okay, cool. Maria, how about you?
My name is Maria. I'm 19 years old. I go to Miami Dade College. I also want to transfer to FIU.
Mm-hmm.
I'm studying criminal justice and psychology. And a fun fact about me, I used to be a dancer.
Did you?
I still do salsa and dance.
Oh, okay. I do not. I cannot do that. Okay. I'm too late for that. Just being honest. Okay, so you're studying criminal justice. What do you want to do with that?
I want to be a lawyer.
Okay.
And
And
also paralegal.
okay. Very cool. I've heard a lot of good things about FIU. It's funny. None of you guys go to FIU. Usually, well, you're transferring, you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Heard a lot of good things. Pensacola, I did not forget about you. You got to go too. I'm just going to watch you. So we got Morgan and Desiree. Who wants to go first? I'll let you choose.
My name is Morgan. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, but I just moved to Pensacola in September. I'm not currently in school right now, but I haven't decided if I'm going back yet. And I like Italian food.
Very cool. And are you excited? You guys live near the beach, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Are you happy going from Atlanta to Pensacola? I bet that's awesome.
Yeah, it's weird because Atlanta's like so high paced and like everything's here just really relaxed, but it's awesome. I love it.
Yeah, it's very quiet. Oh yeah, Atlanta is crazy. Okay, and then Desiree, how about you?
Okay, I'm Desiree Morago. I'm 19 years old. I go to UWF, University of West Florida. I'm currently a freshman. I'm studying biology and I'm majoring in biology and minoring in psychology.
Okay, and what do you want to do with that?
I want to take it pre-med and go to FSU.
Ooh.
And then become either a plastic surgeon or a NICU doctor.
Okay, cool. I've heard. I also have we have a lot of students that actually go to FSU, and I really like that school. I've heard a lot of positive things. So, all right, cool. Thank you, ladies. I appreciate that. Didn't want you to think that I forgot about you. You were definitely there. Okay. All right, so let's walk through what you guys have for documents, okay? I'm going to briefly go through them. Ladies and Pensacola, I'm assuming you just give me a thumbs up that you guys should have the same Cole printed them out for you, right? So like you should have a DRM welcome letter, for example. Okay, all right, cool. So you guys can do whatever you want. I'm giving you binders. I don't always do that, but it just depends. So I want to make sure you guys have one place for all of your documents. That's super important. You guys should have, so I don't have it in front of me. So you guys should have a DRM welcome letter from me. Okay, I was explaining to my girls a little different because you obviously work in my office, but for all of you guys, it's going to be very important as the DRM that I have your information. Okay, so you want to read the letter, and then you want to, at the bottom, it tells you what to email me. Okay, so that way I have your email and your information so that you can get added to like our Facebook page, for example. I'll send you an invite if you use Facebook, which apparently is just like not a thing anymore. Who does anyone not use Facebook? Oh, okay. Really? Oh, that makes me, none of you guys, wait, who raised their hand? Morgan, no? Not really? Oh, okay. I don't know. I always use Facebook. Now it's like Snapchat only and you have 10 seconds to impress me. That's what that's the impression that I get. Okay. So you should have that. All right, here's what these are not in order. So let's look at your documents. I don't know what you have, so I'm going to cheat and use Brianna's. Okay. So you guys should have the welcome letter for me, okay? And you definitely should make sure you email me your information, okay? Everyone but Ashley and Brianna should have a W-4 and an I-9. Oh, that's next. You guys should have something that looks like this. It's an employee availability sheet, okay? This is to be filled out and turned in with your tax documents to your manager. What it basically does, and we'll talk about it at the end if we have time, but your schedule when you're in school or when you're available, if you will, okay? And then down here is like any dates that maybe you arranged with your manager, told them, hey, I'm going out of town or something that's going on. We're pretty clear about that from when you guys start with us and when we interview you, because next 3 months for us especially are very busy. So ideally we're not hiring someone who's gone for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. However, you guys may have a special situation with your manager. Either way, that would go down here. Like Ashley's only going to be with us for about a month before she goes to Nashville. Tennessee. Nashville. Okay. Sorry, when I think Tennessee, I think automatically Nashville. So she's putting her date down there, okay? This is something that is turned in to your manager, and then if you, for some reason, have to ask off for a day or something like that, you get it back, fill it out, and then they have to approve it, okay? So we'll go over this later, all right? But this should be turned into your managers, okay? This is only for you guys, okay? You guys should have a W-4 and an I-9. That's your tax paperwork. On break or at some point, you guys can take it home, fill it out, and bring it back to them. We don't need it until your first paycheck, which we'll talk about later, okay? But that tax paperwork does need to be filled out and turned in. The policy that I've always said is bring a copy of your ID in when you went along with your tax paperwork. Just make a copy of your ID or license, okay? If you have any questions about that, you can talk to your individual managers, okay? We don't need that. We're doing electronic, okay? So it's different. All right. Next document you guys should have, and I want to make sure that you guys underline this. It says Eastern Region New Call. And I want you to underline new call. And we'll talk about this. We use scripts or approaches. Doesn't matter which word you choose, okay? We use scripts, if you will, to give information to each person we speak with, right? The reason we do that is to make sure that every applicant has the same information, right? This is actually on a computer program called Vector Live. Part of your training will be to watch videos. It's very easy. This is actually on Vector Live. But today, we're going to do some role playing. I'm going to pair you guys up. You're going to do a little role playing and practicing, right? You're going to have to just do it and get it over with, because honestly, the more role playing you do, the better you are going to sound when you actually take and make calls. Okay, so either way, the new call is something where someone calls us and we just give the information. It's on Vector Live, but for role-playing purposes, I printed it out. Okay, so the new call is when someone calls us. The next one is an IAP script. So you guys can underline IAP. Okay, IAP, just to define that, means Internet Application. Internet Application. Okay, and I want to make sure you know that there are different scripts for each type of caller. Okay, so we have a new call, internet application. What do you guys think that is? Someone who does what? Applies online. Did you apply online or were you a PR? Do you remember? PR of who? Oh, of you? I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
Truthfully, it was like 30 other people.
Okay. Oh, that's right. You went to Westminster Academy. Yeah. That's fair. So you know, like Steven and Alex and all that the whole time. Okay. Either way, internet application. Okay. What happens is when someone goes to our website, they submit some information online. Okay. And it comes through into our computer program called Vector Live. And it comes right up. And all we have to do is we'll see their info. We click reached and this script comes up. However, again, for role-playing exercises, we've printed it out for you. Okay. Also, sometimes Vector Live does go down if there's maintenance. So it's important that you have this script just in case. Okay. So this is for when people submit information online. It's called an internet application or an IAP. Does that make sense? Okay. Next, these kind of go hand in hand. This document where it says PR phone approach variations, don't worry about this. I'll explain this later, okay? So you're going to go to the next one. It should say Fort Lauderdale PR approach. Everyone have it? I should have put these in order. I know, ladies, it might be a little different for you. We're looking for the Fort Lauderdale PR approach. And actually, I'm thinking Morgan and Desiree, you guys might have a different approach. If you don't have it, don't worry about it because Cole might use something different, okay? All right, so for you guys, I'm assuming that all three of you in the back are using this approach. Perfect, okay. All right, it had a 37% show last summer, so I would hope that you guys are using it. Okay, so this is what we use when people are recommended to us. And we're gonna talk about that. No, I'm sorry, that's I gotta disconnect that from my computer. Okay, so when, I'm assuming, I know I touched probably on this in our interview. Ashley, you are a PR. Essentially, a lot of our recruits come through personal recommendations, right? They're recommended personally. They're called personal recruits. This is the script that we use when calling people that are recommended, okay? So personal recruit, PR stands for personal recruit, okay? And we're definitely going to talk about that as well. All right. Next document, FAQ. Does anyone know what that stands for? FAQs, facts. Yes, Luke.
Frequently asked questions.
Frequently asked questions. Have you guys ever seen that? Like on a website, they might say it might say facts. These are things that someone might ask, right? What is the job? How much am I getting paid? Things like that. Well, you're never going to have to make something up. We tell you exactly what you should say. Okay? You'll be able to take more calls, get more practice to where this will actually sound more natural. We never want you to make stuff up, so we tell you what needs to be said. This is the document, in my opinion, that should be out like all the time when you're taking calls. This is my favorite document. Okay? All right. Frequently asked questions. Next, PR specific objections. PR specific objections. PR again stands for not the branches. PR again stands for, I just told you guys what it was.
Personal recruit.
Thank you, Maria. Personal recruit. Okay? So sometimes when we call these people that have been recommended, they might give a potential objection. Oh, I have a job. I don't actually know who recommended me, perchance. We're going to review this. But either way, we use this when calling those people because just because they have another job doesn't, has anyone had more than one job before? You have? Perfect. Great. Have you ever had a job and maybe not liked your job a lot and wanted another one? Okay. Were you employed last year when you got a call, Ashley? Kind of. Okay. Huh? Okay. So you got the call and you were recommended and you were like, I needed another job or maybe something extra?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you were a PR, right? No, you were not a PR. Who was a PR over here? Were you a PR? You were a PR? Yes.
Stop by Jasmine.
Oh, hi. Oh, Jasmine, sorry. Oh, okay. Hi. I just talked to your friends. Sorry, guys. Jasmine's one of our sales reps. Whoa. From last summer, she's saying hi. You know all these people. I just talked to your friend Audrey, actually. Yeah, well, I texted her, and I'm busy today, so I told her I'd call her tomorrow. Make sure that she knows I'm calling from a 443. Well, I texted her from it, so hopefully she'll know. So make sure to she's gonna get a call from me tomorrow after 12.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's good seeing you. Sorry, I know you guys want to chat and talk. It's gonna have to be later. Sorry. Okay. Our busy season is the summer, by the way, but it's awesome. A lot of the times when it starts to get summer again, and a lot of our sales reps stop by that were here from last year, and they're so excited to see people. It's my favorite part of the year, absolutely, hands down. So, all right, so this is something that we use when calling our recommendations. They might give a potential objection. Here's what we're going to use. Okay. Next, we're going to review this actually soon. These are our basic standards. Looks like receptionist standards. Sorry, I want to make sure that Pensacola can see it, okay? I'm going to talk about these actually in a few minutes, but basically when we gauge your performance, we use certain numbers to gauge your performance, okay? We're going to cover it, and then we're not going to really worry about it for the next like 2 weeks because we're really going to be teaching you the job, okay? But we're going to review through this, okay? Next, why people show, okay? In fact, I'm just doing it all for you. Okay, right on the top of this document, focus on what you can control. So the document is titled Why People Show to Interviews. And I want you to write on the top, focus on what you can control. And underline can. Just save some time for later, okay? This is something that we review at some point either before or after break. We're going to talk about what really is in your control, ladies, when it comes to getting the best results that you can. For example, you're a student, you're a student, you're all students, right? Okay, everyone is students. All right. When you attend a class, right, college or high school, right, there are things that you can do that will ensure a higher grade in that class, right? What things, did we do this in the interview? I can't remember if we did this in the interview. Okay, well then you should know the answers. What should you do to get a good grade in school? I want to give a guess, like one thing that you could potentially do. Definitely study, right? What else? My favorite is for college students who are like, it's like serious freedom for the first semester and their alarm goes off and they don't want to go, but realistically, you should probably go to class to do well. She's like, that's not an option. For you guys, it might be an option, right? Okay, you should show up, right? Take notes, study, ask questions if you need help, right? Seek assistance. Well, what we're going to talk about is it's that same concept, but when you're taking and making phone calls, okay? Next, a basic to-do list. This is hanging up in our office for you two. This should be hanging up in your offices. It's on my website, okay? This is the basic to-do list that we follow during the week if we're not just calling PR strictly, but we'll talk about that, okay? The next document is based on a video that we have to set up to make sure that you guys are watching. So you watch videos to learn how to use our computer program. You also watch a video of me from last year covering something called the 5 basics. And it's essentially the 5 major components of any phone call and what makes you successful. You should follow the approach. You should handle questions the right way, right? So we're going to review this very briefly today, but then tomorrow or whenever, I haven't decided for each of you guys, and you guys, your managers will schedule this time for you. You're going to watch the video and have this document with you and follow along, okay? It's part of your training. Last but not least, our handbook. I find a lot of receptionists are very interested, especially when they're new, what's going to be expected of them, right? You know, what do I do if my car is broken down and I can't make it to work or something like that, right? We're going to hope that that's not the case, right? But what do I do? What if an emergency comes up and I need someone to cover my shift? What do I do? What is the expectation of me? Or how about this? I want to make sure you guys know what's expected of you. For example, cell phones aren't allowed during the hours that you work, okay? So we talk about all of this in this document. I will not go through everything. Okay, I go through the parts that I think are the most important. And then what I'm going to do at the end, this is going to be the last 30 to 45 minutes. And at the end, you guys are going to take this home. You're going to read through it completely, right? Fill out your tax paperwork, your employee availability sheet, and this, and then you turn that all in together. Okay, for you guys, you'll do the electronic stuff, okay? But this is like a handbook, if you will. And, you know, what I found is that a lot of receptionists, when they're hired, or employees, not receptionists, in their jobs, I don't know if anyone's ever had a job before, or maybe they just 100% didn't know what was expected of them, and so then they didn't feel like they could be as successful as they wanted to be. My goal is to make sure that all of you understand what we expect of you. So in fact, I'm going to define the receptionist position for you, and I definitely want you all to write this down. Okay, I'm going to define the receptionist position for you. So a receptionist with us, their job is to schedule qualified applicants for an interview. The receptionist's job is to schedule qualified applicants for the interview. Okay? And I really just want you to understand that ultimately that brings value to our business. Okay? And we're going to go through the recruiting funnel in a second, or in a couple minutes. Okay? But again, as we get started today, I didn't say this before. I definitely want to do this. I want to say welcome to the team. I want to say congratulations on receiving a position with us. You know, my job may not be working with you guys on a daily basis, but I will be an influence, whether it's on a conference call, whether I'm working in the office, obviously for you ladies. Whether I am, you know, my Pensacola receptionist, they don't even live in the same city as me or in South Florida, but I run a conference call. We have a Facebook page. There's a lot of support that's given to you because and my entire job is biased to the receptionist position. I also support these ladies, this lady and gentleman in the back, along with other managers throughout all of our Eastern region. And the reason I do that, my service isn't free. All three of them have to pay me money. Come in.
I'm so sorry.
Can you, yeah. Okay, can you text me, please? Thank you. Sorry, I apologize. Okay. My goal is to support the receptionists in our business, okay? And that's basically my job. Again, these three just paid me for the summer to work and to support their offices because, you know, they know the service is valuable to making sure that their receptionists are the best versions of themselves when taking and making calls, okay? So let me tell you a little bit about me, okay? So again, my name is Beth Shishmanian. Beth is fine. Okay, anyone wants to guess how to spell my last name? Not you three. Anyone? Never mind. I would never do that. Okay. All right. I am, so my official title is Divisional Recruiting Manager, or DRM. Okay. There are about 20 of us in the entire company. We're a nationwide company, Canada, North America, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands. I'm sorry, yeah, North America, because obviously Canada, or the States, whatever. And my job involves a lot of different things. That being said, I started back in 2002 as an 18-year-old right out of high school. Okay, I actually got a letter in the mail in June 2002. So a letter is one of the ways that we advertise for potential recruits. And I got a letter in the mail for the sales rep position, and it caught my interest. I actually had a job at the time. I was working for a guy in my church as a receptionist. The only other two jobs I had had before that, I was a telemarketer for about 2 years, from like 14 to 16, also for a company in my church, owned by a guy in my church. And then I worked at Petco. You guys said Petco, yeah, Petco. I worked at Petco, right? And then I helped this guy out as like a kind of what you're gonna do, like the 4 to 9, like a 4 to 8 later in the evening after school. And I had graduated. I was headed to Towson University, which is a college in Baltimore, Maryland, and I got the letter in the mail and it piqued my interest. And I was like, oh, I mean, I have a job, but like, why not check it out? See if there's a better option for me. So I went in for the interview. I interviewed with Mr. Gamboa, who's our division manager. Okay. So just so you guys know, we are in the Eastern region. The Eastern region, and we do. Sweet. Okay. So we are in the Eastern region. This is not actually, because we changed things a little bit, but essentially from Virginia down to Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. That's the Eastern region. A couple states are cut off because we restructured our region. Okay. So we have offices in Virginia, Carolinas, Georgia, Florida, obviously. So I was working in the Eastern region up in Baltimore. Okay, I worked for the DC Metro Division. Our division, just so you guys know, you have your individual offices, right? North Miami Beach, Boca, Miami Lakes, Fort Lauderdale. Okay, but each division, all right, is each office is a part of division. We are a part of, okay, the Florida Caribbean Division, and that's within the Eastern region, okay? So you guys will hear the term FC, stands for Florida Caribbean, all right? That is South Florida and Puerto Rico. Pensacola, you guys are part of the Georgia Division, just so you guys know, the Georgia Core Division, okay? So we are part of the Florida Caribbean Division. That is run by a guy named Mr. Jeff Gamboa. He is the division manager. He does own this office, but he works with all of our managers. He's very busy. You know him, obviously, you've met him. You will probably meet him at some point. His name will be on your checks. Let's just put it that way, but you'll meet him eventually, okay? He wants to stop by today, but he's got a lot going on, so we'll see if that actually happens. So what I was gonna say is back when I was 18, I went in for the interview. I actually interviewed with Jeff at that time. He was a brand new division manager, and the interview was really cool. I thought the product was awesome. I went home, I told my mom about it. My mom did this. She's like, oh. She goes, and she walks away, and I'm like, okay, what's going on? She went into our kitchen, came back out, and brought a couple pieces of Cutco. Cutco is a product that we market, right? And how many of you guys are familiar with Cutco? You are. Okay, well, obviously you know about Cutco, okay? Gasper hasn't told you anything about, well, you know his girlfriend more, so, okay. This is not the right thing. Okay. Cutco is a very high quality line of housewares and outdoor sporting accessories. Okay. Knives, pots, pans, all that stuff. I'm actually not going to talk too much about Cutco today. It's a really cool product, and I got really excited when I went in for the interview to potentially sell it. Okay. So she went back into the kitchen. She came back out with like some pieces of Cutco, and she's like, I did this. I was like, I had no idea. You know what I mean? She's like, yeah, I did this like 10 years ago or something, whatever. So she's like, oh, you should definitely check it out. And I was like, all right, cool. So I was set for training. I remember them calling me to remind me about training for the sales position. And I remember talking to the girl, I think her name was, okay, I remember when I called and spoke to Nicole to set the interview. I do remember that. The girl who called me back, I think it was a girl named Jessica. She was calling me to remind me about rep training. And I was like, oh, you know, I actually am also looking for like a receptionist position. I just said it. And she's like, oh, hang on one second. I was like, okay. And she put me on the phone with the DRM at the time, Jackie. And Jackie's like, listen, we're looking to fill some receptionist positions. Do you want to come in and interview? I was like, sure, like, let's do it, right? So I came in, they accepted me for the job, and I started July 1st, 2002 as a receptionist, which I remember because it's like such a significant like day, I don't know, whatever. It was like July 1st, and it was like the first week of July, and July 4th, it was like really busy in the office or something. So either way, I started back in July 2002, okay? I went through college working for Vector. I got my office administration degree at a community college up there, and I basically was studying to be like an executive assistant, which I have a much different role now. It's part of my job, but it's not all of my position. But you know, I worked the whole time with Vector through college, and I know I really liked it. I liked doing it. I liked the people, and I ended up 4 years into it as a receptionist. I went to Bonefish with Jeff. Jeff obviously is our division manager. Do you guys know what Bonefish is? I love Bonefish. Has anyone ever been to Bonefish before? Okay. None of you? No? You've heard of it? Oh, it's super good. They have this thing called Bang Bang Shrimp. If you go, you should get it because it's delicious. Okay. Anyway, I remember we went in, and like if you've ever been to Bonefish, they put like paper on the tables if you get like stuff that can go right on the table. And I remember this, and I wish that we had kept it because I basically sat down with him and I said, listen, I love this company and I love this job and I want to stick around, but I had graduated, I was done with college, and I said, you know, it's really time for me to decide what's next, right? And it was a perfect job. The receptionist position was perfect for me through college. I just kind of gained additional responsibilities over the time where I wasn't in a DRM role, but I was kind of doing a lot of that stuff, right? In a receptionist manager role, because there's opportunity for growth in our receptionist position as well. And so I said, you know, what's next? You know, I gotta ask you, like, what opportunity is next for me? And he said, well, there's this idea of a divisional recruiting assistant. At the time, it was called DRA. He said, and only one or two other people in the company had kind of done it. This was in 2006. And it was like, I had worked full-time and gone to school part-time, actually, because I just really liked working. I was good at it and I enjoyed it. So I said, he said, there's this idea of a DRA. It's not really a program yet, but, you know, I feel like you could be a good candidate for it. And so we, on the brown paper, we sat there and we wrote down what the job was. Okay, sorry. That's actually Jen, the receptionist. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about it. So I actually sat down and I wrote down, or we wrote down like what the job would be, what my salary was, or whatever I was gonna get paid and all that stuff. I really wish that I kept it because, so in 2006, I officially took over the DRA, which now is the DRM position, okay? And over the 10 years that I've been doing this position, so I was a receptionist. I took calls, made calls for over 4 years. And then I was able to move into this role where basically now I have 3 parts to my job, okay? I do hire and train here in the pilot office. This is our headquarters. I hire and train. So I interviewed obviously Brianna. I'm interviewing, and then of course I train. Sometimes I do it individually from my office. Sometimes we have managers from around South Florida who are in need of training to come and to obviously bring the receptionists and have them train as well. Okay. The other part is I'm an event coordinator for the Florida Caribbean division, and the third part is I'm Jeff's personal assistant. Okay. But going back to my first part, so my job recently changed. So I don't just work with offices. I don't just work with South Florida. I don't just work with like here in the pilot. I actually support all district managers. There's 15 offices. There are top offices in the region from Maryland to Florida or Maryland to Virgin Islands. I support the top 15 offices producing the most sales in the region. I support them all things receptionist related. Okay. So I was telling these ladies that although I hire and train, also a big part of my job is I work from home because I have conference calls, I Skype in, I do virtual support, things like that. Pensacola is one of those offices, okay? That being said, I am physically here, so obviously I have a little bit more interaction probably with the offices that are local to me if they get the opportunity. Although it's cool because Pensacola right now is joining via Google Hangout, and I'm able to still train them, which is really cool, even though I'm not physically there, okay? So ultimately, though, my goal is to support the receptionist program and make sure that you ladies or gentlemen, because we do have some male receptionists, are efficient on the phones and bringing people in for the interview, okay? All right, so here's what I'd like to do, all right? I'm going to actually, I apologize. Kayla, can I ask you a favor? Yeah. Okay, could you call Jen for me on my phone? She's the receptionist that's training with me. Could you step out and call her and just let her know that I'm in training? And she said she's on her way.
Sorry.
Hi, guys. Oh, there she is. Just kidding. She's right there.
I got lost.
Hey, it's okay. I'm sorry I couldn't answer your call. I'm in training right now.
No, you're good.
How are you?
A little
Okay.
hectic, but I'm good.
You're alive. All right. So Jen is going to be in our office, okay? But she's right now in Pensacola. So that's Desiree and that's Morgan. Just so you guys know, Jen's going to be working in my office, but she's training with you guys since she's local to you. Do either one of you, I know Jen goes to PCC. Neither of you guys go to PCC, right? Okay, right. Well, she goes to PCC, and I think one of Cole's other receptionists actually does as well, okay? All right, Jen, you didn't miss much. Just make sure you have your binder and follow along, and I'm sure either Morgan or Desiree can help you if needed, okay? All right, and you guys can mute yourselves. Thanks, ladies. Okay. All right. Just kidding, Kayla. Sorry. All right, so here's what we're going to do, okay? I want you guys to pull out the document that says standards. Standards. Okay? So, I do this in my interview, or I cover this in my interview as well. I want to make sure you guys can see the whiteboard, okay? You should be able to see it. You're going to also be drawing a little bit. That's why I want to make sure you guys have some paper to draw, if you will, okay? So the first thing I like to do, I do this, by the way, in my interviews as well, but the first thing that I like to do in receptionist training is really emphasize how you guys are going to play a role in our business, okay? Where your responsibility lies, and how it really does affect the rest of our recruiting process, okay? So we're a marketing company, we market Cutco, but we also recruit, okay? And we can't sell our product without obviously recruiting people. And so I am gonna cover numbers with you. I'm gonna let me set let me clarify. We're gonna cover some information. By no means are you gonna remember everything we cover, like I said before. I don't expect you to, okay? So don't stress about that. I want you to take notes because then you can study them, right, after you leave, just to review over them so that you kind of, and over time, as you get practice taking and making calls, a lot of this stuff, it's kind of like a puzzle, right? You take the pieces and you put it together and then it's a beautiful picture. It's kind of how it is, okay? We will get to take and make calls, of course, but I like to talk about the value of the position that you guys were hired for. We don't just hire anyone to be a receptionist. That's not the way that it works. Okay, and the reason is because they are the first impression of our company. Okay, I covered that in my interview. I'm sure you guys probably on some level heard that. Receptionists in Vector are the first impression of our company. They're the gateway into our business, right? So all of these guys wouldn't be here if they had not talked to someone on the phone first. All right, and so we're entering into a very busy season. Why is the summertime busy for us? Maybe versus non-summer.
There's tourists.
That's a good guess. That's a good guess. Not quite, but that's a very good guess. And I appreciate you putting the effort in and trying. Were you going to say something? People are looking for jobs. There are also tourists who can sell Cutco too. So actually, I didn't really even think about that. Florida is a tourist town. Okay. So mainly because we recruit people to sell Cutco, right? And so a lot of people, even though they look for jobs year round, a lot of students especially look for summer jobs, okay? Or look for permanent jobs. You're a good example, right? Ashley started last summer. She picked up a job over the summertime. And then after the summer, she went away to UF for school, right? Okay, sorry, there's a lot of Florida schools. All right, so we're about to hit a very busy season. Ladies, we do half of our business in the next 4 months. So if we're year round, right, and we're recruiting year round, and 50% of our business is done 4 months of the year, bless you. That's a lot, okay? Now, we recruit, in September, December, or whatever, but realistically, we're gonna recruit most of the people that are gonna look, over the summertime that are also going to sell and produce sales, okay? So I want you to understand that we're entering into a very busy season, hence the reason that I'm training, not just for my office, but also division, okay? So I want you to draw something. This is what we call the recruiting funnel, okay? The recruiting funnel. Can you guys see that in Pensacola? Can you see it? Okay. I can also send you a picture later, worst comes to worst. Jen, is that a no? Yes? All right, cool. All right, so this is the recruiting funnel, all right? The way that it works is we have a job available. People are gonna sell Cutco, right? So I'm actually gonna draw the bottom first. This is a happy Cutco sales rep. A big head. Okay, all right? So the way that it works is we have a position available. We have to advertise, okay? There are many different forms of advertising. How did you hear, Maria, how did you hear about the job again? Craigslist, okay, which also I'll categorize as web advertising, right? Craigslist and multiple other, different websites. So one of our forms of advertising is the World Wide Web, okay? I'm gonna switch out. Normally I say newspapers, I think that's a joke now. So I'm gonna put OCPs. OCPs are off-campus posters. OCPs is fine, they're like signs that we advertise different places, signs. Okay. Does anyone remember how I heard about the job? What did I say? A letter. Okay, we call them mailers, but it's the same thing as a letter. I want you to put a big old dollar sign next to that. I'll explain. Okay? So mailers. All right. The last is campus, advertising on campus. So and actually there's another, and I'm going to explain that in a second. We'll get to that in a second. Actually, we'll just do it now. The personal recommendations, or PRs, that's a form. It's a different type of outgoing source of advertising, but we do get people who are recommended to us, and we schedule them for interviews. Just so you know, this is over half of our business. Over half of our business is done through personal recommendations. That's huge, okay? One thing about campus, okay? So we've got the web, we've got signs, mailers, okay, I'll cover that and why they're so expensive. We only send mailers in the summer, by the way. And the reason is because they're very expensive. It's about 50 cents a letter, right? So if Mr. Gambo, I think he'll send out about 70,000 mailers is what he sent last summer. That's $35,000 just on letters alone. It's a lot of money, okay? Campus. So you do not have to be a student to work with us, okay? However, the majority of our sales representatives are students, and there's 3 reasons why that happens, okay? So we've got students who sold Cutco. Why does the rep position work very well for students? There's 3 major reasons. Tell me why. Why is the rep position good for students? Why does it work for students? All of them are on their computers, not listening to me. Talking to you.
Oh, you're talking
to all. I'm looking at you.
Okay.
I'm looking at them. John, why is the rep job good for students?
Flexible schedules.
Flexible schedules, absolutely. Sure.
Oh.
Do you know all of them?
Okay.
Show off you.
So flexible schedules.
There you go.
Scholarship opportunities.
He's pointing to the scholarships, by the way. Scholarships and internships. Yep. There's one more. It's a piece of paper that you use to apply for a job. Resume experience. Yeah. Okay. So there's 3 major reasons why the rep position really works well for our students. Okay. Flexible schedules. All of you guys are students. I'm sure you understand. Bless you. That you can't necessarily, like, sometimes my sister, for example, she'll be 24 in a couple weeks. When she went to college in Maryland, Her last semester as a senior in college, she could not work because her class schedule was like crazy. So it was very hard for her. Our representatives can make their own schedules. They can set their own appointments whenever they want. Even cooler, we have a virtual program where they can do it from their dorms. So they could do their appointments from their dorms, okay? And so flexible schedules is one. Scholarships and internships. These three lady and gentlemen in the back are running their own offices, right? That's gonna look pretty awesome. By the way, they're considered, I guess you consider them internship offices. Either way, do you guys qualify for scholarships as branches? I never know. Is it or is it just sales? Credit, college credit. Okay. We also have scholarship opportunities. Vector Marketing is the #1 college recruiting company in the United States. We recruit about 60,000 plus students every year to South Cutka, and we pay out $160,000 worth of scholarships. College is not free. It's expensive. Okay, and it's nice when you obviously apply for potential scholarships, right? It's the same idea. So based on sales performance, they can earn potential scholarships, internship credits, and then resume experience. At 20 years old, Kayla's gonna be able to say that she ran her own office. She has her own lease, she hires her own receptionist, everything like that. That's really awesome for our students, okay? So we advertise on campus for our sales position because we know the position works very well for students, okay? So although you don't have to be a student to work with us, most of the people that do are in fact in college or potentially in high school, by the way, usually seniors graduate, okay? Mailers, all right, again, these are letters that go out just in the summertime because it's our busy season. The reason we don't send them year round is because we're gonna get a bigger return on our investment in the next 2 to 3 months. Just curious for you three in the back branches. Do you know how much money you're spending on mailers? How much? 4 grand, so you'll send about 2,000 mailers. Wait, no, you send out 4,000 mailers. Sorry, you're right. You spend $2,000, you're sending out 4,000 mailers?
No, I'm spending 4,000.
Spending 8,000. Okay, I was real confused there. Okay, so she's spending $4,000 just to send out a letter, or letters, right? 8,000 mailers. Luke, how about you?
I think I'm about the same.
About the same, John, do you know? 3K? 3K, so you'll send out 6,000 mailers. Okay. I don't know about you guys, but $4,000, it's still a lot of money to me. I mean, it is. I mean, I wish, that's a lot of money. Keep in mind, here's what you understand. Advertising costs money. Now, we have to advertise here. Here, we don't pay. Why do you guys think that recommending, why would it be financially beneficial to our company to work through personal recommendations financially? You don't have to pay anything. That's correct. You were essentially free for me, right? So Gasper works for us, and we said, hey, do you know anyone? And he recommended you. Yes, it's free, right? But here's the point I do want to make. In addition to costs for advertising, we have to pay you guys per hour to make calls, right? All right. So the way that it works is all of this advertising creates what we call touches. Touches. Touches are anyone we speak with. Touches are anyone we speak with. Okay. Now, I do want to do something here. Okay. Ooh. So advertising costs money. All right. I want to make that very clear. You ladies cost money. All right. You've heard the phrase, you have to spend money to make money, right? Okay, absolutely. I'm going to use Mr. Gamboa as an example. Everyone's budget is different. It depends on the office. Some are larger, some are smaller, okay? I'm going to use our office here in Fort Lauderdale as an example, okay? Mr. Gamboa will spend anywhere between $70,000 and $100,000 alone this summer to get our phones to ring and to pay for our receptionist. That's a lot of money, okay? It's a lot of money just to get our phones to ring. What we realized is that on average, okay, now here's my question for you. If all the people who see our advertising, are they all going to call us? Right? No, they might go through Craigslist and they might see a Craigslist ad and say, oh, yep, I'm going to call. Or they might say, oh, no, I'm not going to call. Right? They may see us on campus. They may get a letter in the mail. This is what they might do. Might get the letter in the mail and say, oh, no, I'm not interested. Thanks. We still pay 50 cents for that letter. Okay? Whether they see a sign, whether we send a letter, campus, anything like that, still costs money. We pay you guys to make calls, right? We're going to pay you for that hour, right? The issue is that if you call for an hour straight and no one schedules, we still paid you for that hour, okay? So the reason I'm telling you this is because that actually means that every phone call increases in price as far as value. So we actually figured out that on average, one phone call is worth $5 to $20. $20. Went to Target yesterday and they gave me 2 10s and I was like, nope, I need a 20. Okay? $20, one phone call. And the reason it varies, or I'm sorry, the reason there's a range is because some advertising is cheaper than others. To place on Craigslist is $35, we're gonna get a large response. But to send a letter, we're not gonna send as many, right? So it increases in value, all right? By the way, this is just to get people to call us. That doesn't mean that we're gonna schedule them. That doesn't mean that we're gonna keep them for the job or accept them or they're gonna go through training or they're gonna sell Cutco. Nothing, it just gets it, okay? The reason I tell you this is because we're spending this much money and because imagine, in our office, you saw our office, right? You see all the phones. Every time that phone rings, it's like money popping up. It's like $5 popping up or it's like $20 popping up. If every time your cell phones rang, let's do text. Text is easier because it's more because people don't like really, it's hard sometimes to get someone actually on the phone, okay? If every time you got a text, and $20 popped up if you opened it, would you open the text? Hell yeah, you'd open the text. Of course you would, okay? What if like, I do it for like $5. I'd probably do it for like $1 and then I just tell everyone to text me all the time, okay? So the reason I'm telling you this is because our phone's ringing is like $20 popping up. So number one, we need people. You're here, right? You're here to train because we need people to answer our phones. Because without you, that's money wasted. That's like ripping up a $20 bill. I'm not going to do it because apparently it's illegal, is what I was told. And also because I want to buy his pizza for dinner and this is what that money's for. Okay? So $20. I'm not going to rip it up. I promise, guys. Okay. I used to do it. All right. Let me tell you guys a story. One time, years ago, right? Jeff decided to do this with a $100 bill. Oh, and he ripped it up. I didn't talk to him for like a week. I was like, I can't even. I can't. I was like, he was like, did I make my point? I was like, yes. He's like, good. He took the $100 bill and he like took the pieces of it. He's so smart, but also such a smart aleck, okay? He took the pieces and taped it to the phones so that every time we saw that phone, we thought to ourselves, okay, that's like his money popping up and ripping it. If I decide I'm on the phone and decide I'm not gonna put that person on hold, I'll just let it go to voicemail. People doesn't leave voicemail. Oh, call lost. That's like his money going down the drain. He is a jerk face for ripping up a $100 bill. I mean, I'm just saying, okay? He's not really, but I was not happy with him, okay? So I'm gonna use this to buy us pizza for dinner, okay? All of us, okay? But I just wanna be clear, okay? That every time our phones ring, it's like money popping up. Every time someone applies online and we decide, I'll call it later, I'll get to it eventually, right? If I go to the bathroom 5 times in an hour and I miss phone calls, that's money for us potentially going down the drain. And so we need people, number one, all right? Because you guys being there, that's why we're increasing staffing because we're about to get busier. And it's really important that you guys are there, right? Now we don't have coverage 24/7, but realistically, when you're there and the phones are ringing, those phone calls are valuable. Don't rip up your manager's money. Okay? Even though I know it's not your money, it's not my money, that's how valuable it is to them. And here's also, I'm going to connect the dots to you from here to here. Okay? So all of these advertisements, right, or recommendations, they create touches. The receptionist job is to do what again? What is the receptionist job or responsibility of the receptionist job? Thank you, Ashley. Schedule qualified applicants for an interview. I'm just going to write schedule here. That's not how you spell schedule. What? Okay. Your job, guys, is to schedule qualified applicants for an interview. Are you a personal assistant? No. Right? I need lunch. I'll send my receptionist. No, you won't. Because that's like, you might as well just take that money and to flush it down the drain that you paid for the phone call that they're going to miss, right? Okay. Are you a janitor? No. Your job is to schedule people for interviews, okay? Ultimately, right, we get these touches. Your job is to schedule them. Next, once they're scheduled, they will show to the interview. Okay, they will show to the interview. Cole, are you showing them the actual funnel? Yeah, okay, he has an actual thing. I just didn't give it to them. Thank you. Okay, so they will show to the interview. Now, once they show, it's in the manager's hands, okay? This whole area is the manager's responsibility. By the way, guys, your job is not to interview people over the phone. You do not have to, all you have to do is make sure they're at least 18, that's it, okay? Other than that, you schedule them for the interview. They come in for the interview, the managers will then put them through the interview, decide if they want to accept them and keep them for the job, keep them for the interview, excuse me. Put them through, if they go through the interview, they can accept them for training, and they go through training. In fact, right now in our office, we have people that are set for our sales training. They're gonna be training with Daniel Crossa, okay? You didn't meet Daniel, did you? I can introduce you to him, okay. So once they do that, they go through training. Once they go through training, they launch and they are officially a Happy Cutco sales rep. Now, this is what gives us profit, right? Our sales rep success, them doing well, the investment that our managers make, this, right, is where we get our profit. Our rep success is our office success. So if our reps are doing well and they're selling, they're actually paid on commission, by the way, guys. Okay, I don't think it's a big deal for you guys to know. Meaning, with the sales opportunity, you can make high income, right? And they know that by putting effort into their sales team, they can really enhance not only their reps' bank accounts, but their own, okay? But here's what I need you to know, all right? Part of this income, part of this profit, excuse me, will actually be put back up into the top. So it does affect you, even though technically your job lies here in the scheduled and show. Your job is to schedule them and to do your job to get them to show, okay? If more people that walk in the door, the more people ultimately are on our team and selling and doing well, the more success we'll see. And the manager, so Jeff, for example, with you ladies, okay, he'll say, we have a lot more recommendations. This person's given me 100 names. We got to call them. That means more people for you guys to call. That means more hours. That means consistent hours. That means potential pay raises for my receptionists that are doing well. So there is a connection. Sometimes we think, oh, it's just a phone call. It's not. It's not only money here, but it's money down here that can eventually pay off for the receptionist, okay? But we can't have this until we have this. We can't have anyone in the door unless we have people to hire and train, okay? And then, so number one, again, we need people. And number two, we need the right type of people. Okay? But again, I'm going to talk about first impression in a second. But does everyone kind of understand this? I'm going to talk about numbers next. But does everyone understand this and how you kind of work? This is essentially our recruiting process, and you are a very intricate part of it because without this, we won't have this. Okay? All right. So I want to talk about first impression. What makes? I know I asked this in my interviews, so I'm not sure if so either Jen or Brianna would know this, but what makes a good first impression over the phone? What would I want to go kind of around the room here, okay? What do you think is something that's important? Like, did we talk about this in the interview? I feel like we probably did. What's something that would be important on the phone when talking to an applicant that might be, that contributes to a good first impression? Tone of voice, absolutely. You know? Yep, absolutely. How you sound, right? So tone, speed, what else?
Pronunciation.
Yeah. Diction, enunciation, right? Pronunciation, how you actually pronounce what you're saying. Anything else to add?
Your attitude.
That's a good one. Yeah, right? Everyone reads the same words on the page. The question is, how do they, what attitude, what sense of confidence do they display and reflect when speaking to someone? Who's in charge of your own attitude? You, right? So that's actually a big deal. So story always, I'm a big coffee person, also a big Starbucks person. I swear I keep them in business. Okay? And I remember going to Starbucks over on Federal and Commercial near Westminster, actually. Okay. And I went through the drive-thru, and when the girl said, you know, can I help you? She sounded like she would rather be getting a root canal than doing her job. It's like here's the thing. My expectation is pretty high for Starbucks baristas because you get free access to coffee all day. You should have pretty solid energy. You know what I mean? At least that's my opinion. I mean, I don't understand what is bad about that. Okay. And I just thought to myself, man, this girl sounds like she's unhappy. And by the way, it wasn't what she was saying. It was what? Wasn't what she was saying.
It's how she said it.
It's how she said it. Yeah. And so when I pulled up, granted then, so I think you guys, and we'll cover this later again, but 55% of communication is body language. When we're over the phone with an applicant, we don't have that luxury. So one of the things I really want receptionists to understand is that their attitude, their speed or tone or voice inflection. Voice inflection, by the way, is the ups and downs of your voice. For those of you guys who are in college, you may have gone through a lecture at some point and the teacher is like super boring, right? It's like that's boring, and that's face to face. When you're over the phone with someone, you need to have that certain level of energy, right? Those are things that make a good first impression. And also, confidence is huge. Attitude, even if you're not, following the script that we give, those are things that we make sure everyone being helpful is important. Those are things that are going to give a good first impression. And what I want you to understand is that people sometimes, guys, they show just because they like talking to the receptionist. This job is fun. I mean, the job isn't hard. Take and make calls, get to talk to people all day. I can't imagine that people that's an awesome job. For those of you guys who like to talk, you give me the impression you like to talk, right? Yeah, it's fun. It's something, by the way, this is a really important skill set to have. I know we talked about this, and I also talked about it with a girl yesterday in one of my interviews. Having the ability to communicate with people out of the blue is incredibly important for probably any career that you're going to seek in the future, right? I believe that the art of speaking on the phone has gone out the window, and it's really unfortunate because that is a very important skill set. All of you leaders are going to be able to gain that skill set and improve and develop that skill set by doing this job. That's awesome, okay? But either way, when we take and make calls, I greet people for the interview. They'll deal with this. They'll have this happen as well. Did any of you guys last year when you were running interviews have people come in asking for the receptionist? Yeah. Hi, is Allison here? Right? Hi, is Lori here? They'll come in. These applicants will come in for the rep position, interviewing with like Daniel in our office, but they'll be like, yeah, no, is Lori here? Like they don't care about the manager. They just want to talk because they're like convinced that like Lori's there, going to be interviewing them. By the way, that's a good sign. Okay, if they're coming and looking for you, my thought is that they had a memorable conversation. They gave a good first impression. Okay, and that's what it's all about with you guys. Okay, so again, your job is to schedule people, to be productive, and to make and take calls, because that is not to do anything else. Because if you're doing other things, you're not scheduling people. You can clean the office all you want, but guess what? That office won't be open very often if no one walks in the door. Won't make a difference, okay? And then your job is to give the best impression possible, to be confident, to be assertive, so that they feel good about having that conversation with you and they show to the interview, okay? Let's talk about numbers. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to that, well, you guys should have the standards document. I'm realizing that I don't have it in front of me, okay? So here's the situation. All right, so, the point in saying that, by the way, is just really for you to understand that the job that you have has great purpose. Sometimes, with respect, by the way, to retail jobs and to restaurant jobs, they're important. Those are basic skills that you'll learn by working in retail or restaurants. I did it, right? But, with respect, you can fill, I know Jen and I were talking. She worked at, Aeropostale, no, not Aeropostale, Hollister, right? Okay, I got it right. Okay. So she worked at Hollister. You could probably hire 15 other students at 16 to 18 to do that, 18, 19 to do that. I'm not saying it's not important, but like here, there's great value. And I don't know about you, but like as a receptionist, I always felt really good about the fact that I was contributing and adding to the team. That was something that was really, and so I want you guys to get excited about what you're able to add to the team and what you're going to be able to do taking and making calls, okay? So we're going to go over numbers, and I'm going to cover these, and I don't want you to worry too much. I want you to understand that the goal of this conversation and covering this is for you to come out knowing that if you follow the program, your results should follow suit. So in school, we have grades, right? A, B, C, 60, 70, 80, whatever, right? Here we have standards. Okay. I shy away from using the word quota because I think the word quota has a negative connotation. I think it does. The word standards basically means here are the numbers or the goal of what we're looking to do, shoot for, how many we want to schedule, how many calls we want to make, how many people on average show, right? And then based on that, we will gauge your performance. Now, two things. I'm very confident in our program, meaning that if you follow our program, guys, these numbers should follow suit automatically, okay? Number two, if for some reason you are not performing up to par, the numbers allow us to gauge where you are so that we can troubleshoot and adjust appropriately. Does that make sense? There's supposed to be a positive motivation. If you sit there and worry so much about, did I make 21 calls an hour or did I make my 20 to 30? you're not focused on the person you're talking to. And it won't matter because they're just another number. I don't want to look at our applicants like numbers. I want to look at them like people. Okay, so I'm going to cover these numbers so you know what our expectations are of you. And know that for the first 2 weeks, I don't actually look at them because you just have to learn how to take a damn call. Okay, like I don't know how else to say it. You can learn how to take a call. You're not going to be amazing at the job right away. That doesn't happen very often. It takes time, takes practice. I really want to encourage you guys. When they were in training, they've been training since like September. Okay, the first half of our training in the fall is all about being a receptionist. Okay, because in order to train receptionists, they need to know how to actually take and make calls. So for you guys, the goal is for us to train you how to do that and work with you. Be very open to what they're going to suggest when it comes, because they've trained too, and they've taken and made calls. Kayla was one of my assistants this past year. She actually did mystery calls, which are like mystery shoppers. Okay, so but like calls. Okay, I have assistants and they do test calls, pretending like applicants, so that we can like see how you guys are doing, just to adjust if there's things that we need to fix. They're not there to get you in trouble. They're just simply there so we can evaluate and adjust if necessary. Okay, so she actually did that. So she learned about a lot of what not to do. So you're in good hands. Okay, you are too. But just saying. So either way, I want to talk about the different standards. So one quick thing, you guys see, they're broken up into incoming and outgoing. I want to explain this, okay? And you guys can write this on this document if you want or wherever you like. Incoming is anyone who contacts us for work first. Anyone who contacts us for work first. So incoming is anyone that contacts us for work first. For example, let's look at our sources. They see us online, they either call or they apply online, okay? Now, just to try to keep this simple, okay? Incoming is anyone who contacts us first. They may call, but they may apply online. In fact, most people do submit information online first, okay? That is still an incoming touch. And the reason is because they found us first. They actively sought us out. Does that make sense? Okay, so don't think of it as like physically, right? Because physically you're making the outgoing call to them, but they still sought us out first and they applied online, okay? So an IAP or a new call, those are incoming touches. They're people who are looking for work. PRs, outgoing, all right, is also known as personal recruits, PRs. These are people that we seek out for potential work. Or we contact first for work, excuse me. We contact for work first. So Brianna is a PR, Ashley was a PR, Jen was a PR, John was a PR. Kayla, you were not, right?
I was a letter.
You were a letter. Yeah. Yeah, mailers. The best 50 cents Jeff ever spent. Just saying. Okay. For me. Okay. And Kayla. Okay. So outgoing is anyone that we contact for work first. Okay. We let people recommend people, which we'll talk about the importance later on today. The standards are different because the mindset is different. So incoming, we will set them for an interview. They contacted us, they're looking for work. It would be really weird if like they called us for work and then we're like, okay, here's the job descriptions, thank you, and hung up. They would be like, I need to set a job interview. Like I want to apply, like what do I do, right? We will set them for an interview, okay? So whether they apply online or call us, we'll set them. With PRs, we should set them. We could set them. The mindset's a little different. We're going to make more of those calls. We may not set everyone, but we're definitely going to set some. If that didn't work, by the way, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them wouldn't be sitting here right now. Okay, and again, that's half of our business. But with PRs, we will call them, so we will set some of them. Not all of them, but some of them, okay? So I want to talk about incoming first. Try not to get too caught up in numbers, but I'm going to explain this. So number one, by the way, every receptionist is trained to do both. No, you guys don't do one or the other. So you're trained to do both. We will have you do what we feel is most appropriate on the day or the week, okay? Meaning that maybe on Sundays when we work 1 to 9, we always call PRs. And the reason we do that is it's the best day to reach people. All of you guys are going to be trained as hybrid receptionists. They're called hybrids, meaning you know how to do incoming and PRs, both, okay? Sometimes we'll train people just to do PRs. Okay, but for the most part right now, all of you guys are hybrids, right? So the numbers. So first and foremost, if you are working like an incoming shift, and again, the manager will clarify with you. If you're working, I would also call incoming as a hybrid because, you know, most of the time PRs fall into the to-do list. They just fall in a different way. Whereas if you're just doing PRs, it's just making those calls like on a Sunday, okay? So on average, you should, first and foremost, your job is to schedule people. The only way to schedule people is to call people or to pick up the phone, okay? You have to stay productive. You can't just sit there, twiddle your thumbs and hope the phone rings. It's not gonna happen. It's just not. Most of our calls now, just so you know, they apply in line, so we call them. They're recommended to us, or they're people calling us back. Now, we will see a spike in incoming calls because of mailers and because of signs. So when we're advertising out, they'll get a phone call or they'll get a phone number instead of applying online. But it's not predictable, it just depends, okay? So on average, if you're doing a hybrid shift, right, or an incoming shift, either one, you should be making a minimum of 15 to 20 actions per hour. 15 to 20 actions. That means you should be calling someone, you should be taking a call, okay? You should be active. If you're making 5 calls an hour, 60 minutes, guys. I mean, if you're actually doing your job, you should be making or taking 15 to 20 actions an hour, or you should have it making 15 to 20 actions an hour, okay? If someone contacts us, we should be scheduling 90% of those people, which, by the way, they contacted us, right? So shouldn't we schedule them for an interview? Wouldn't it make sense that we should schedule them, right? That's why it's 90%. The reason it's not 100 is sometimes they're not qualified. They have to be over 18. Okay, for some reason, we give a 10% leeway just in case they're not qualified. Maybe they've applied with us before, but for the most part, we should be scheduling those people, okay? Next is, and I'm gonna define SDE, okay? So this is 50% SDE. SDE stands for same day efficiency. Same day efficiency. And we're gonna take a break after this, okay? I need your, it's getting warm in here actually. So could you go, John, would you go check the air conditioning and see where we're at? It always gets hot in the front. Lori can show you if you need to. It's just down the hallway on the left-hand side past my office. Okay. All right. So 90% scheduled, 50% SDE. God, that was unnecessary. You'll be fine.
No, it's not cold.
Are you serious? Oh, okay, cool. As long as,
Not cold.
yeah, okay. I mean, I'm warm because I'm talking. Are you hot or cold? Fine. Oh, I like you guys. Okay, cool. All right. So SD, it's just Luke the weirdo over there. It's just, yeah, I know I'm warm, but I'm talking. Turn it down to 71. Normally, I would never do that. We don't do that in the office. No, we will overpower and freeze our air conditioning if we do that.
What we did last year.
Yeah, exactly. And we made it so that it didn't work sometimes. In the back, there's like an air conditioning thing, and they would turn it down so low. Jeff is the worst. By the way, just warning you two. You probably knew this because you're in the office. He is like, he always sweats. He's always hot. So he turns it, so bring a sweater all the time. In fact, you have a cubby, just put a sweater in there because I'm telling you, you're going to freeze. It's like, yeah, no, that was unnecessary. Okay. It's always like super, super cold in here usually, so, especially in the reception. Yeah, we used to freeze the whole box. It would like have actual ice on it. And we'd have to be like, sorry guys, we have to turn it off because you guys overworked it. So to turn it off, we had no air conditioning, which is way worse than being a little bit warm. Okay. So SDE stands for same day efficiency. Ladies, we schedule people same day for interviews. Sometimes, not every time, but we shoot for about half the people we talk to same day. Would anyone want to give a guess as to why that could be a positive thing for either us, or for even the applicant? Yes, Maria.
The person's more excited.
They're like, job interview, yes, please, right? I don't know, I was talking to my friend Lauren, and she just graduated college a couple years ago, and when she was first looking for a job, she's like, yeah, I have my first interview. My next one's in 3.5 weeks. I'm like, what? What are you gonna do for like a month, But because as you especially as in careers, they put you through a lot of interviewing, you know what I mean? It's like takes forever. The thing is with that, what could happen in 3.5, I mean, maybe not with her necessarily, but what could happen in a month before you actually come in for the interview? You get another job. When you're looking at Craigslist and you're looking for a job, or you get a letter, man, you're interested, right? You want a job, right? You don't want to wait a month for a job because then it's like, what am I going to do this whole time, right? So we found 2 things, okay? Number one, that it does benefit, when we schedule people same day, it benefits them because they are excited and they're more likely to show because they won't forget. So the example I always give is I don't want my friends making plans for me a week in advance. So like, let's hang out this week. Actually, this happened this weekend because we're supposed to hang out on Saturday. Karina and like a couple of our friends, Robbie, because he's in town. And I talked to Karina last night and she's like, oh no, he can't do it. He's busy. Like we planned in advance and it's like by Friday, I'm like exhausted and I'm like, nope, I don't want to go out anymore. You know what I mean? Don't do that. Just like, let's make the plans closer to, okay? So we found that even though, even though doctor's appointments, by the way, is the other thing. You never called your doctor and you're like sick and they're like, okay, we can get you in like a week or two. Sometimes, not all the time. And you're like, I'm gonna be dead by then. I need to come in now. I need to schedule an interview now. I don't want to wait. I'm sorry, I need to schedule an appointment now, you know? So we don't like to wait days and days and days to schedule someone for an interview, because it can actually, they can get busy, something can come up. They might get another job, whatever the case is. Actually, we'll play a video right before the break and he talks about this, right? For us, we notice that people are more likely to show the sooner we set them. So on average, on a day when we have like a 6:45 interview or like a later interview, like, because we'll do interviews, we don't do a lot of interviews always in the morning, depends on the time when my managers are available. Sometimes we'll do interviews later in the day, and the reason is because people work and go to school earlier, so a lot of times they're more free in it during the day, and my managers are usually busy. So like, Brianna, it'd be perfect for you to do an interview at 4 or 5 or 6 because you're in school during the day, right? Okay. So we shoot to set about half the people we talk to same day. That's what SDE means. So 50% same day. Now, if you work at 2 or 3 in the afternoon or 4 like Brianna will, you're probably not going to set as many people same day. You can still try. I set people at 2 hours before the interview. I'm like, hey, why don't you come over, fill out an application right now? My manager's available. Okay. We can definitely try. We always shoot to set people same day because we see the show is higher, right? I can tell you what I'm doing tonight. I cannot tell you what I'm doing on Saturday, right? Just a little bit. It's easier for them when it comes to time management too. So on average, on a day when we have a late night interview, we shoot for half the people we're talking to same day. On a weekly average, we shoot for about 30% because sometimes our interviews are earlier, okay? We expect minimum of 55% of people to show, minimum, okay, at least. And I'm gonna explain 55%. I'm gonna do a little analogy for you, okay? So about just over 50% of the people that we talk to should be walking in the door, okay? When someone applies online, the goal is to reach about 90%. We should be reaching 90% of those. That requires us to make calls because they've submitted information, okay? And then our system on Vector Live is set up so it sends an automated text reminder for their interview and an email. We just have to make sure we have their email and that we can collect and that we can send a text legally. We have to tell them. It's not a big deal. And that way, most people get emails and texts. You know what I mean? It's a lot easier. It's automated. It's super easy, okay? Going down to the bottom, outgoing, okay? These are people that we call. Now, we definitely call PRs on Sundays, and then during the week, it just depends. Some of you guys will only call PRs during the week. You will probably do this because you come in later in the day, okay? Either way, these are people that have been recommended to us, all right? And they're awesome recruits. They're great. When we're just calling PRs, we should be making roughly 20 to 30 calls an hour. The reason, by the way, we double the amount of calls we make is because these are people that probably will call us, right? These are people that are actively seeking work. Yeah. If we're calling recommendations, we may not reach every single person, so we're able to make more calls in an hour. Does that make sense? Okay. Mm-hmm. We should be setting 2 to 3 of those people per hour for interviews. 2 to 3 people per hour for interviews. And a minimum of 35% of them should show. Okay. One thing I'm going to talk about before I play this video, all right? Sometimes I remember when I first started and I really first started to understand the numbers, I thought, why wouldn't everyone show to their interview? I go, I'm set, I'm going to show, right? And by the way, if you think like that, that's a good thing. That means your parents raised you right, okay? Granted, things come up, right? So I want you to understand that although we expect, in my office last summer, we have some major kicking butt to do this year because last summer we had a 37% PR show. Summer before we had a 41. So we really have to like get back up to where we were. But 41% 2 years ago of our PR showed. Last summer was 37. Still above standard, but I want to be at 40 plus in my office. I really want FC. I want actually all of my offices to be at a 40 plus. That's really what I expect, okay? I thought that though, and I thought, well, if I'm setting an interview, I'm gonna show, right? But you have to understand that there are reasons that people may not show. Some that are in your control, some that are in ours. After break, we're gonna go through that. And so I'm gonna talk about what's in your control and what will increase the chance of them showing. Okay. Realistically, some people find other jobs, right? And so if we set them days and days in advance, they may not make it in, and that hurts our show. But I heard this analogy, and I'm not as good at it as the guy who first came up with it, but it's a really interesting analogy, kind of compared to the idea that maybe not everyone shows, but the right people show. So here's an example, okay? Everyone's familiar with Harvard University? You guys know that college is Harvard University? Okay. Harvard University is an Ivy League school. It's one of the top schools in the country, okay? And it's very prestigious, so obviously not everyone is gonna get in. Does anyone want to give a guess as to how many people actually get accepted out of the people who apply? how many people actually get accepted to Harvard University, roughly? You guys may not have any idea, but I didn't either, and I just guessed, okay? So I was like completely wrong when I guessed, so it's okay if you're wrong. But out of the blank number of applicants, roughly what percentage of people actually get accepted to Harvard University? Higher. Good guess, but just higher. Higher.
10.
Yes, you're close, okay? Roughly, by the way, I don't think this is 100%, it's just a rough number. Roughly 10% of probably the thousands of applicants that actually get accepted get to go to Harvard University, right? So here's my question for you. Out of the 10%, let's just say 1,000 people get accepted. 1,000 people get accepted, by the way, which is probably more, okay? Let's just say 1,000 people get accepted, that 10%. Do you want to give a guess as to how many people actually physically matriculate to campus, meaning they make it to campus on day 1 in September? Let's say September or August, whatever. I'm going to give a guess as what, by the way, it's not some insanely low number like 10%, okay? Roughly, percentage-wise, how many people you think, no, it's not 6 again, it's like this. Roughly what percentage actually make it to campus? You would think, okay, you got accepted, that's it, right? Did you've heard this? You've totally heard this.
No, I remember doing like research.
Okay, it's about 40 to 50%, okay? Kayla's such a smarty pants over there. Okay, so 10% get accepted, only about 40 to 50% actually get to campus. Now here's my question. If you get accepted to Harvard University, don't you go? It's like, you better show up, right? Not necessarily. What could cause someone not to go, not to show up? There's two reasons why I could think of that were like the most significant of why if you get accepted, you may not actually make it to campus.
Family problems?
Yeah, I could go along with that. I was going to say money problems, right? Maybe they don't have the money. Maybe they have something goes on, right? Family, money, something that stops them. It's like, health issues, sure. Anything like that, a personal issue, right? So roughly, you know, or some people may not make it just simply because they don't have the money or they have another problem. Absolutely. So even though they get accepted, they can't go. What's another reason? She just names a school. Yes. So here's my question. If you get accepted to Harvard, it's probably a pretty good chance that you've gotten accepted to places also like other Ivy League schools, Princeton, Emory, whatever they are. I think Emory's an Ivy League. Okay. Meaning that you have options. Okay. Now, granted, if Harvard offers you the most money, right, you're probably going to show up there. But again, it just depends. And so we apply the same idea here, that obviously we have the right people walking the door, and those are the people that we ultimately want to recruit, okay? So when you think of it like that, all right, the right people show up to Harvard. Well, the right people show up to our interviews, and they're the right people who ultimately launch to sell our product and potentially even get to run their own offices. Not everyone gets that shot. Not everyone's going to be accepted, but the people that come in and that we want to accept will potentially accept, and they can sell Costco, okay? So when I see that number, even though it seems like a really low, it seemed to me, I thought, I don't understand, right? It made more sense when I thought of it like that with the Harvard analogy, okay? So again, as before, I'm going to prep you guys in the video, and I'm going to be honest, Pensacola, you guys are not going to be able to watch this. I'm really sorry. I don't know if you'll be able to hear it. You can, if you can hear it, great. If not, I'll send you the link. It's on my website. We'll see if you can hear it. I'm not 100% sure. So before we watch the video though, okay, I just really want to remind you guys of how important it is that you guys do your jobs, right? And that you're good, and that you take what we give you and really apply that, because you're really creating success here for our business. And we selected you for a reason. And there's a lot of value in the receptionist position, okay? So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna play a video. And this is a guy named Mike Monroe. He's one of my favorite people. He's one of my top 5 favorite people. He's really funny. He's really entertaining. And we asked him a couple years ago, when he's now like a husband and like has a kid and stuff like that, but we asked him a couple years ago to put together a testimonial just to share his experience when he came in for an interview. Okay. And he really talks about how valuable the receptionist position is and his experience with the receptionist. And what's really cool, guys, is that everyone has this story. I have a story of Nicole. Right? I'm sure these guys could tell their story. We're going to play a video later of a guy named Stephen LeMay, who Luke recommended, okay, that did really well with his first summer, came back a second summer, you know, when he was recommended. And so it's cool for you guys to understand. The reason I play this video for you, I'll play Stephen's video later for you, is because these are the people that you could potentially be scheduling for interviews this summer. And that's really exciting, right? That what if you schedule the next Beth Shishmanian, right? You guys know Uber, right? You know, the guy started Uber, used to sell Cutco. That's really cool, right? He started this we get a lot of like entrepreneur, like people who have the desire to be entrepreneurs, okay? And the guy who started Uber actually sold Cutco, okay? And so I tell you guys this because every time you take a phone call, it might just seem like another call, but it's really not. You could be scheduling someone who the next summer gets to run their own office, and that's really cool. Who took your phone call?
Juliana.
Yeah, Juliana. Who took your call? She was a receptionist that used to work with me.
Karina called me.
Oh, okay.
Melissa gave me
Oh, okay.
my phone.
All right, Melissa's awesome. Melissa's a receptionist from our South Miami office. And these guys would not be here without those receptionists who had taken their calls or made those calls to them. And that's something that you guys will have the potential to do. So this is a guy named Mike Monroe, and I'm gonna have you guys, and so when we have some big video, don't ask me why he decided to do it with a black and red background. I think he looks super creepy. I was like, Mike, that's so weird, but I want you guys to listen to his story. And after we finish this, right before break, I'm gonna ask you to tell me one thing you took away from the video, okay? It's only like 5 minutes, but. You gonna play?
Hi there, my name is Mike Monroe, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about my Vector opportunity today. So here's what I'm doing now. 29 years old, and I am an official consultant for all the company. The last 2 years I've worked with 800 managers throughout North America, Canada, all over the place to work with them in our recruiting practices and principles. Prior to doing that, for about 6 years, I was a manager, a district manager, and division manager, where I was responsible for about $5, $6, $7, $8 million in sales and counting. Don't really know what the actual number is, but over the course of 6 to 7 years, we did about, I think we worked with somewhere around the lines of 3,000, 4,000 young people, 18, 25-year-old adults, and just had a real cool impact in 3 or 4 different states there where we had offices. And prior to doing that, I was a student sales representative, working with Cutco, which started out as a summer job. And so Vector's had a pretty big impact in my life, but I'll tell you the one person that I will never forget, that I'll remember always, is a woman named Carrie Valentine. And Carrie actually was the individual who took my receptionist call. And I won't forget Carrie because I was one of those callers. I'd gotten a flyer. I didn't know what was going on. I was super skeptical. In fact, a less prepared or less confident receptionist probably would have hung up on me, or a less confident receptionist probably wouldn't have scheduled me or worked as hard as she did to get me into the interview. So not only am I asking questions, oh, what kind of products? Sporting goods, okay, you guys like Dick's Sporting Good retail store. I didn't know what was going on. But she persisted, she gave me the right answers, and then lo and behold, when it came time to schedule my interview, I was actually going that night to see my grandmother in the hospital. I'm like, I can't go tonight. How about this? I'll come tomorrow. And she hung in there. She's like, well, hey, why don't you do this? What time are you going to see your grandmother? Why don't you just come a little bit after that? And so I'm like, okay, I'll try, but I might be a little bit late. She's like, hey, I'm gonna let the manager know you're coming. You go to Boston College. She'll be really excited to meet you. I'm sure it won't be a problem. We'll see you tonight. So I actually showed up a half hour early to my interview because even though I went to see my grandmother, you really can only hang out in a hospital for so long. And lo and behold, I went to the interview. And after they cut the penny, basically my life was changed from that day. And that's really what I want to talk for a minute about. It's interesting because you never know what one person can do. Here it is 10 years later, $6, $7, $8 million in sales later, 3,000 people later. And odds are good that if I had never, ever been same date and had been rearranged to come in today, odds are good that none of those things would have happened. Just because I'm one of those kinds of people that on the way to the hospital, I probably would have stopped at the mall and found a job there. I would have found a job the next day. I actually did get a phone call recently from a friend of mine's father who wanted me to work with him for this summer, but because I had already been vectored, I was like, nope, I already got a job. Thanks so much. And I actually did a demo for that family as well, which is kind of funny. And so you never really know when you take a call what kind of impact you have. And I think about my life and how Vectors really, really helps. Just our amazing company that I'll work with forever. I'll work with forever and impact forever if I have that opportunity, just because I really love what we do here. And when I think about Vector, a lot of people talk about money and scholarships and the experience and, this, that, and the other. But for me, I think about our opportunity, not just the sales reps, not just the managers, but yours. Vector's all about one thing. It's about developing skills for life. Because imagine at a young age, between the age of like 18 and 25 years old, imagine if you were given certain skill sets, almost like a secret that other people your age just didn't have, whether they're communication skills, financial skills, motivational skills, really what a lot of it comes down to is mindset, because every single one of us more or less live the same lives. We breathe, we work, we eat, we sleep, we marry, we don't marry, we have relationships, but it's really the one's attitude and mindset that you take into those everyday interactions with life that really make all the difference in the world as to how we live our lives, how satisfied we are, how successful we are, and really what matters most, how happy we are. And I think about the opportunity to grow with a great company like Vector for the last 10 years and how that's impacted my mindset. And imagine at 25 years old, imagine if you could have skills like a 35-year-old. Imagine if at 35 you could have skills like a 45 or 50-year-old. Imagine that kind of maturity, that kind of mental toughness. Imagine that right there. And I'm telling you guys that being part of this company, whether you've been here for 5 years, 3 years, or even 3 days, you have that opportunity to develop here. And I'm really, really excited to share that with other people. I love this company to death. And really, I hope you guys, all the naysayers about Vector, people laugh because, oh, it's knives. People laugh because of this or that, or, oh, my friend tried that for 5 minutes. Well, it's one thing to try it. It's another thing to do it. And if you dive in, you really work hard at what you're doing, not only are you going to be able to impact a whole lot of people, there are going to be people like me whose lives you change. So thank you in advance for all you're going to do. Thank you for working with your incredible management staff to be the best you can be. And yeah, know that I'll be behind the scenes supporting every single one of them, because what we do here matters and what we do here makes a difference. So have a blast, learn a ton, and let's grow great. See ya.
Takeaways. Branches, you can speak too. I'd love to hear from you. Have either of you guys seen that video? You three? Oh, okay. So my favorites. Any thoughts? I mean, based on kind of what we covered here, what the video, I like to ask, what maybe it's, I like this because blank, but I'm just curious, any major takeaways from watching that video or from what we've covered so far?
The receptionist, she didn't give up on getting him the same day interview.
Yep.
He turned her down.
Mm-hmm.
She still kept going and told him to try and come.
Maybe effort.
Regardless if he wasn't able to make it.
Mm.
He ended up showing up an hour earlier.
Yeah.
And she still hasn't forgotten her name, so she made a major impact in his life.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And her attitude was just one of the main reasons.
Right. Yeah, that confidence, by the way. Some of you, would any of you want to admit that maybe you're not feeling so confident yet about taking and making calls? Like, is anyone willing to admit that they're nervous because they haven't taken? Some people are like, I'm not because I haven't done it yet. But then also when you get in front of a phone, they're like, and they're like scared a little bit. They're like, it's okay to be nervous. You should be. If you're not, you're different than me. I was like all kinds of nervous when I took my first call. Okay. Anyone willing to admit it? Anyone? Yeah, a little bit. Okay. It's fine. My favorite, by the way, is after you take your first phone call. You're like, that's easy. I got this. Like, it's not, you know why? Because what creates nerves is the unknown. So I don't know what that applicant's going to say to me. What are they going to do? Part of observation, by the way, is watching receptionists take calls. You will watch your managers take calls. You will watch my receptionist manager or my girls take calls. And sometimes we put them on speakerphone. That's something I teach my managers is make sure you put them on speakerphone so that they can hear the caller. Because you're going to realize, by the way, they're probably more nervous than you, especially if they're looking for a job. Okay. And once you do it, my favorite is seeing a receptionist after a couple days be like, it's not even a big deal. And I promise all of you will feel like that, even if you don't necessarily feel like it now. But confidence is really, really important. How about you, Branches? Any takeaways? Not giant takeaways, but any takeaways from that video as far as just maybe the value as far as from an employer standpoint?
Yeah, I had a very similar experience. I had something going on that night. It was super strict. Hey, there's no way I have to wait a week. And I don't know, she
you guys.
She went through my whole schedule with me for the whole week. And she's like, well, it seems like you're not getting in this busy, so you might as well come now. And I was like, yes, you're right.
Did she say
and
that?
I
love her.
Like, and then I remember because I called, I was like dancing at the time, and I called like my.
Did you dancing?
Instructor. Yeah.
Oh, like okay.
Yeah, and I called my instructor at the time, and I was like, oh, I got this practice, and I don't know, I made it seem like I was like up for this job interview that was like 1 in a million.
Mm-hmm.
And then like you get here, but I was just like, yeah, so just like how important that is.
Well, I think it's funny, by the way, because okay, I really want to be respectful. Now I'm in my 30s, okay, so it's a little different. You know, I've had the opportunity to make a heck of a lot of mistakes when it comes to my schedule and not managing my time properly. The older you get, the better you get at just management. But that's a really important time management skill, right? Because when you're in high school, what do you have to manage? Going to class, getting up, going to class, right? I mean, that's pretty much, by the way, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to focus on your education, okay? And that's really important. You know, you're used to your mom going, Brianna, get up, right? Like, get out of bed, right? And going to school, and that's about it, right? As you get older, you get into college. And by the way, you then now have to start managing your own schedule, which is probably why a lot of freshmen don't make it to college. Like, don't make it to their classes. Let's be real. By the way, biggest piece of advice, don't choose 8 a.m. classes. They're the worst thing in the world. I don't even know why they invented them, okay? My point, though, is that, you know, time management is a skill. And it's really important that you learn to do that. These three are all in college. They have to learn how to manage their time. Because they're not just, now they're not in school right now, right? But they have to manage their time because now they're running businesses, right? And so I really want to be respectful to college age students. So I don't want to stereotype or assume something about someone, but I'm going to use my baby sister as an example, okay? I love Tara, all right? Oh, you know Tara. She's awesome. She's amazing. She's like me, but like, I think just like a better version of me. She's like very organized, very fun, very social. She's extremely organized. And, but when she was in high school and or first year of college, she didn't know anything about time management, because I remember calling her once and she goes, I said, Tara, I need you to do blank. And she goes, no, Beth, I'm so busy today. First of all, busy meant sleeping till 1, because that's what a lot of college students do. They sleep until 12 or 1 in the afternoon. I mean, I don't, right? But a lot of them, like, busy for her. I was like, what do you have to do, right? She's like, I have to get my oil change. I have to go return a shirt. Like, that was what she had to do, plus sleep till 1. I was like, get your butt over to wherever it was, right? So with respect to our applicants, a lot of times, I'm so busy. That's a little bit, they're exaggerating, okay? And I think, you know, would you guys agree with this statement? Human nature is to procrastinate, right? So we went to Jacksonville this weekend for a conference, and I waited till Friday afternoon or Friday morning to get my oil changed, which I desperately needed. Anyone ever guilty of waiting too long to get their oil change on their car? Yeah. How about this? Anyone crammed overnight for a test because you didn't study? Raise your hand. Study, do a paper. Yeah, that's right. Everyone should be raising their hand. It's normal. And it's weird because you wouldn't think that applicants would do that for the interviews, but they do. So part of our job is to be confident in offering that same day time and trying to get them in as soon as possible. Okay, so we're going to talk more about that, but I think it's interesting because a lot of times, I mean, I got in next day. I came in next day for an interview. She was very confident and very friendly with me, but she was also like, listen, this is the next time I have available. And so part of your job will be to do that. And again, if Juliana had not done that with Kayla, she may not be sitting here. What if she had waited and she said, sure, come in next week? She may not have come. She may not be here. And so that's something to remember. Okay, all right, so we're going to take a break till 4:05, so it's just about 15 minutes, so it's 3:52, okay? You guys, if you have food, you can eat. I don't know if anyone brought food. I told you guys could if you wanted to. I probably am going to order pizza, though. Is anyone down? Anyone want to eat pizza? Down for? Okay, I got it, Luke. Luke's like, yes. Is anyone hungry? Would you eat pizza if I got pizza? Yes, yes? Okay, we're going to get my assistant to order some pizza. My receptionist, not my assistant. So we're going to take like a 15-minute break. We'll order pizza, and then we'll take another break and eat it at some point, okay? You guys can walk around. You can use the bathroom. You can make a phone call, whatever you need to do, and then we'll get started in about 15 minutes, okay? Pensacola, 15 minutes. You guys are free to do whatever you would like, and we'll start back. And I would say tell Cole I bought pizza for them. Maybe he'll order some for you, too. Do it. I need to actually give this back to them. Okay. Help work. Oh, we're still here. I think it's up. Down there, right to the left.
Hey, how you doing? Yes, so
Did you guys hear that video in Pensacola, by the way? Could you hear it or no? Oh, you could? Sweet. All right, good. We're going to play a video of a call. So I want you to be able to hear her on the call, okay? All right, cool. Let's play some music. Oh, I like this song. you are here. Schedule. Originally, Ashley, I was going to have you come in tomorrow. I know you just got back from school, so you get to have Friday and Saturday off. Also, because you can't come on tomorrow because it can't be 4 o'clock and I'm not here Saturday. So on Sunday, I'm going to send you a schedule. I'm going to email it. You guys are going to work. You guys are going to watch videos. You guys are going to watch arrangements. Can you bring them in on Sunday? I will email out the schedule today or tomorrow. I usually do it on Thursday if I'm busy. So Sunday, I'm thinking you guys just come in for like the kickoff meeting, and then we're gonna have you get set up with the videos about 5 hours, and then we'll be done. So I'm thinking 1 to like 6 or 1 to technically 1 to 7, but you can just do it with the videos. I won't be here, but I will put you in from 1 to 7.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh, order pizza. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. I don't know if you need to let your mom know that you're going to be in 1 to 7, so I just want to make sure you're good. Here's my thing. When people tell me nervous, I automatically think, am I making them nervous?
No, it's you.
Oh, okay. Well, you've never had a job before.
Yeah, I'm always
I can tell by the way. It's okay to speak up, especially if you're my receptionist. I want you to speak up. Okay? You don't have to be nervous.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand. Oh, it's
First day of every
meaning that when you in a week you'll just be like totally yourself and just be like gonna be. That's fine. It's totally fine.
like, I never go first day.
You never go to it. Your mom lets you do that.
Yeah, she knows
Damn, I'm
like the
jealous.
first day of school, I won't go see.
I have a question though. Don't you have to kind of go to the first day just to get through it? Because if you don't do that, then your second day is still going to be technically your first day.
Yeah.
Is that not a thing?
So like, that was how it was growing up.
Mhm.
After a while, I was like, okay, even if I didn't go to sleep, I would still go.
Mhm.
Because
You have to. I mean,
automatically, first day,
right? Exactly. Here's the thing. It makes sense that you would be a little bit nervous. Why wouldn't you? You've never had a job before. You know what I mean? It's understandable. But you know, I have full confidence in you. Plus, you have to get to know people. Once you get to know people, and we're all pretty nice, right, Ashley? She loves us. She's like, yes. I think Jasmine might be a receptionist. I think she saw us and was like, I want to do that. Would be awesome. Well,
She posted on Facebook. She's like, if anyone is looking for a receptionist job,
yeah.
like, in the Paso,
Yeah.
like, are you working? Somewhere in St. John's, comments to the person is like, no.
What, you? You're going to be like, you're here for a month. By the way, Alexis, it didn't work out with. I don't know if she maybe heard something or like something wrong. It's fine. I mean, we're still hiring. You know what I mean? So that's fine. I mean, we definitely still, guys, we're going to have like 15 receptionists. It's like a lot of receptionists. She's going into your senior year, right? Is that your bro?
Hangs out with John Acosta.
Okay. No, real quick. Okay, no. It's fine. Every time she gets in front of one of my Coral Glades students or receptionists, she starts name drops like, do you know? And it's super funny because they're like trying to like take it all in.
Once you get someone, and then it's like, oh, cool. It's done. No,
It's not done. It's never done with you. You love that.
You're not friends. He does like every meeting.
Who, your brother or his friend?
Yeah, this kid is like, he's like, oh, that's
That kid. Oh, you're so funny. You're going into your senior year, right?
I graduated.
Oh, you're graduating. Oh, you're graduating early. Okay. I didn't realize that. Maybe you told me that and I just forgot. All right, guys, sorry to interrupt your, I know. She's like, oh my God, do you know? You're so funny. What kind of pizza should we get? Pepperoni. Ew. All right.
I'm Jewish. I can't.
Oh, wait. Okay, first of all, you can eat. Okay, I'm pretty sure you've had bacon. Oh, so you should enjoy all the bacon you can get now.
I'm having dinner with Alana, a fellow Jew.
Oh my God. You say that like there's another Jew. Are you Jewish? A fellow Jew?
There's like, no, but like, we're about to start 8 days where like you can't eat any sort of like bread or anything like 11.
Well, then you best enjoy this pizza
So
now.
like, we're going
all out on everything you can eat, and I'm like the extra special juice, the extra special juice, like anything that comes from the ground.
The
So,
extra
like,
special juice.
cheese, nuts,
Oh, that's
fish,
unfortunate. I know what I'm getting. Okay, you know what? I changed my mind. I'm gonna get. Here's the thing. I'm gonna get a buffalo chicken one because it's really good, and then I'll just get a cheese for all of those people who don't want. I don't know. Anyone have any preference? As long I definitely don't do pineapple. That's the only thing I don't do. Yeah. Well, she was talking. I was talking about the where is it? Barbecue chicken. It's really good. Barbecue chicken bacon. Yeah, but it's. I don't do it with. Actually, I think I do it with bacon. Telling you, Luke will eat an entire piece of himself. But I'm just saying. Wait. Wait, I'm confused here. 1 to 7, you guys are gonna come in? Oh.
Oh, is that for everyone?
No.
Oh,
These girls are working in my office, so I was just giving them their schedule. Kayla is in charge of you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna let them handle that. Anyone know who Halsey is? I'm really loving like every single one of her songs.
Oh yeah.
I love her. Yeah, I like her.
Inside her new Balenciaga
Yes, sir.
romance turn dreams into an empire. Self-made
Okay.
success. Now she rolls with Rockefellers. Survival of the richest. The city's arms into the fall. They're Monaco and Hamptons bound, but we don't feel like outsiders at all. We are the new Americana. James Dean, some say he looks just like his father, but he could never love somebody's daughter. Football team, nothing more than just a game, so he vowed to be his husband at the altar. Survival of the richest, the city's arms into the fall. They're Monaco and Hamptons bound, but we don't feel like outsiders at home. We are the new Americana. High on legal marijuana. Raised on Biggie and Nirvana. We are the new Americana. Dreaming very well who we are, so we hold it down. One sound with stars. What kind of dog have you been spending? What kind of brother have you been born with? We are the new Americana. High on legal marijuana.
You and you left? So think about it. So that's a transfer of something like, I don't know what children. It's more expensive than all other things.
I don't even know what that is. I haven't done order the pizza, so we're not starting until we order the pizza. Priorities, Kayla, priorities. Oh, Spora. No, get out of here. I don't want to install anything. Okay, we have 2 pizzas. Hey guys, Prince died. And China. All the people was with one name. China, the wrestler. You guys ever heard of her? And then Prince. Prince passed away today. I know. Yeah. One was, China was like 45. She's like young. And then Prince was like 57. And he died. I couldn't believe it. I know.
How did they die?
Sometimes I get really in the moment. I'm like, ah. All right, so 1 to 7 on Sunday. And then my thought was Monday and Thursday, 4 to 8, but I'm not 100% sure. I haven't finished it. Thing is, the reason I want to do 4 to 8 next week, I mean, here's the thing. I can do 7. It's just a short shift. It's up to you, though. I don't like putting people at 3-hour shifts. I like them working 4 hours at least.
Yeah, that's fine.
But, you know, for you, especially because you're in school, I need you just to communicate based on what's going on, because I don't want you to. What happens is if you don't say anything, get overwhelmed, it can blow up in our faces. So I'm just going to say communicate, especially until you're done with school. But I think I was going to try the 4 to 8 next week. Let me look real quick because I had it. All right, she's already 4 o'clock. Oh, I normally would run training like earlier in the day, but a lot of people, like, she had to leave school early just to make it here. So. Talk to who? Who?
UPS.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, right.
Sure, have fun. All right, we're gonna start in just a second. I'm sorry. No, I want to order the pizza and you stress me. Oh, jeez. Okay, check out. I was gonna have my receptionist do this, and I just did. So. And you know what? Like, I keep getting. Anyone watch The Voice? This guy's the winner from last summer. Huh? That's fair. It's also like 2 hours long, and it's like. They what? Nope. Oh, I'm definitely not done that. Yeah. Find it silly? I mean, it's a reality show, so I like reality shows. I'm not even gonna lie. Oh my gosh, you can. They're Armenian, so I'm totally down for that. Oh no. Sorry, hold on. Oopsie. Oh man, is this gonna do everything again? Sorry.
All of my friends talking games while I have a pool party right now.
Are you jealous?
A little bit.
Sorry, I made you come back.
No.
Well, I'm not really sorry, because then you're gonna have a job. So
Yeah.
that's
It's
what
so
you know.
worth it.
That's important.
Pool party or job?
70. Job, definitely the job. Because you're going to, what's it called? You're going to, yeah, so gotta earn yourself some money, right?
Yeah, because you're famous.
Are you paying, do you get paid while you're there?
Yeah, because we're working at Hollywood, but it's definitely not
Right. All right. Well, he's here. He's in town. Yeah, he's helping Andrew Evans, who ran the branch last year. Can we get it? John, Kayla, Luke. He is my contacts. He is Andrew Evans is running a branch in Metro Miami, that area. Can we get everyone, please? Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just ordering pizza. Hold on. Can we contact address? Ask for that. So Andrew had an office, and the office fell through. unfortunately. So he's been really helping him try to like get like his office because he obviously needs it. So he hasn't really been around. He actually wanted to stop by today, but he couldn't. So he probably still could if he's on his way back or something, but I don't necessarily know if that's gonna happen. I mean, I'm sure he would love to, but we'll see what happens. Anyone else have contacts? Like, they always dry in my eyes, and I don't know. Not always, but I think when they're a little older. No, that'd be horrible. I mean, I know that you can buy those dailies that do, but I don't think that's, I think they're bad. I think it's also because this fan is on me a little bit, and it's like getting right into my eyes, so it's just, yeah. So if I like play, it's just, I don't know, I don't realize it, and then people get weirded out by the fact that I'm touching my eyes, like I don't even think about it, you know? Hey guys, let's go. Let go. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. Yes, please. Kayla, what you doing? How you guys doing over there in Pensacola so far? You good? Did you sell cola and buying you pizza? Okay. Some people that not want pizza. I think it's.
I bought them coffee cake.
Oh, okay, that's acceptable. All right, I'm just saying I'm buying them pizza, but whatever.
I was gonna get it, but I was thinking I do have a lot of fruit, but if I want some fruit.
Totally kidding. Just give them coffee cake. It's fine.
We'll get started.
None.
I think her car's missing.
Are you kidding me?
No, that's what she's telling me. I don't know.
Excuse me,
I can't
guys. We'll be right back.
So guys, how's it going?
Oh, I love being in this room.
Right? Brings back up. This is like our interview room, so everyone got interviewed in here. Who interviewed you?
I wasn't interviewed. I was
Steroid.
with Ricky.
I was interviewed by
And
Ricky.
Daniel was, like,
Do you remember
sitting in the back.
when in my interview, Ricky did not interview me, right? He was like, "This is a fisherman's solution. It's really cool. My dad likes it." That was the whole interview. No explanation of anything. When my parents asked me what's the job, like, "Oh my God, there's this fisherman's solution. They have all this like fishing stuff." And I was like, Ricky's dad was really nervous about it, but don't worry because Ricky's dad loves everything now. And they're like, "Who's Ricky?" I'm like, "That's the guy. Don't worry about it." I just gave no information. It worked out well though.
Oh, I miss him.
Okay.
I took your chair. I was entertaining them while you left.
Them or who? Everyone?
Everyone.
All the receptionists?
Yeah, I'm an entertainer, Beth. That's
You
what I
are.
do.
She is an entertainer. I would definitely agree with that statement. Okay. Okay.
Mine?
Oh, you really have coffee cake. Nice. Okay. Coffee cake's probably better than, actually it's not, neither is better than pizza, or neither is good, but that's fine. All right, so here's what we're gonna do, okay? I want you guys to pull out the document titled Why People Show. It's like a long list. Why people show to the interview.
We can't see you.
Uh-oh. Oh, you know why? Because I think I turned off my video. I did. Oh. Can you know, this happened before, and I don't know why this happens. Can you hear me? You can't even hear me.
Yes, no, we can hear you. No, we cannot.
Yeah. This, you can't see me, huh?
We see you.
Ah! Technology. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see me?
Yes, ma'am.
Cool. All right. I don't know why. Technology sometimes just, we don't get along. We get in fights. Okay. All right. So you guys are good? Okay. So why people show to the interview. That's the document that I would like you to have on you. Okay. By the way, the pizza may show. You may just need to sign for it. I already added the tip. Okay. And I got a bottle of water also. So for me.
For all of us?
No. I'm not that baller. Sorry. We have coffee though. All right. So why people show to the interview. And, you know, I don't do a ton of workshops. I want to get into like going through the script. I'm going to play an example phone call for you guys of a girl named Melanie Jones who actually like takes a call on video, and you guys are going to follow along with the scripts. Okay. But before I do that, I just, as far as all the workshops that we have that really will enhance your performance on the phone, this was the one workshop that I thought was really important to cover in training. And the reason I do this is because, you know, maybe it's because I'm a control freak a little bit. And so for me, I like really responded well to think, okay, I want to do well at my job. And if I want to do well, here are the things that I need to do to know that I'm performing up to par. And so it was cool for the person at the time who taught me this, you know, hey, listen, yeah, there are things that are out of our control, but we can't really do anything about that. So let's focus on what we can control, meaning hopefully, right, so that it counterbalances, right? Here's what we figured out. We want people showing to the interview. And there are things, again, that are out of our control. We're going to talk about that. But we actually figured out that on average, out of 10 people that were set for the interview, 1 to 2 would never show. It didn't matter. There was an issue on average, right? So it depends, right? We average those numbers out, by the way. You know, we talked about numbers before the break. You know, one day you may schedule 85%, the next day you may schedule 100%. So we look on average like per week or things like that, okay? Maybe 1 hour you make 25 calls, the next hour you make 15, the next hour you make 30. We're looking for averages, okay, to hit those numbers. Don't get too caught up in that, because if you do, again, the quality of your call will go down, will decrease, because you're so focused on the number, not on the person. And remember, you're still talking to people on the other line. They're people, okay? So again, back to what I was saying though, on average, we realized that 1 to 2 people would never show, and vice versa, 1 to 2 would always show. And what we also found out, or came to the realization of, was that on average, 6 to 8 will show or not based on certain variables. Meaning that there were things that we could potentially control that would increase the chances of them showing. Ultimately, you want the people you talk to show. And so that's what the purpose of this workshop is, for us to talk about what we can do on the phones that increase the chance of them showing, okay? Hence why I had you guys write at the top of the document, focus on what you can control, okay? Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to the bottom first, okay? And I want you to put whatever you want, a parentheses or something, a box around the bottom 4 things where it says why someone may not show to the interview. Go to the bottom. Here's something, transportation through no longer interested. Transportation through no longer interested, okay? And the reason I want you to put parentheses or a box or whatever you want around that is because those are things that are pretty much out of our control, okay? When it comes to the reasons why someone may not show, you know, maybe their car does break down. Maybe their ride bails on them last second. Maybe the bus is running late, okay? So if someone misses an interview, it could potentially be because of the car situation. That's somewhat out of our control, okay? The only reason I wouldn't say it's in our control, but like if we set someone 3 days out, that means that like maybe they have more time for their ride to bail on them. So ideally we're setting them sooner so that the thing is, an interview time is as urgent as it is in the moment we speak with them, right? And the longer it takes, the higher chance there is of something coming up. That's why ideally we set them next same day, right? Because if we set them 3 days in advance, we don't know what could happen. Kind of like what Mike said. I could have walked through the mall, I could have gotten a job and then not showed to my interview. My friend's dad wanted me to work with him. You don't know, you never know, right? So transportation, no babysitter. Sometimes we definitely deal with that, okay? Personal emergency, we've heard it all. I don't know, anything and everything can come up, okay? Granted, the hope is that we kind of work with them to work out those potential objections to still get them in, right? Oh, well, I got called into work, right? Brianna, you had school today. You made it happen. You came in for training because you knew it was important. So you told your mom, hey, can I get out of school early? You skipped your elective, and you came in because you knew it was important. People adjust their schedule all the time. If they need to, they will. Didn't you rush down here from school to be here?
I drove from 5.
Mm-hmm. This morning?
I haven't slept.
So we need to get you some coffee is what you're saying.
I woke
Okay.
up at 9:30.
Okay, so I definitely, oh, okay, all right. That's like, my thing is this. If you want something, you'll make it happen. You're coming here from, where do you live?
North Miami Beach.
Okay, so you live in North Miami Beach, right? And you're making the effort to come here, even though this isn't going to be the office that you work in. Thank you, by the way. Thank you. Okay, these guys have a lot of things going on. They're like running offices. They're running businesses. They're here because they know it's important. People will adjust things. We ask people to adjust their schedule sometimes for interviews because it's a job interview. And if you get that's how you're going to make money, right? Don't underestimate the power of, first of all, asking, because you never know, right? And people will adjust versus, oh, let's cater only to our applicants, right? But personal emergencies can come up, Okay, and then no longer interested. That could be something like, again, they got another job because maybe for whatever reason, right? We talked about Harvard and the idea that people might have other opportunities, kind of the same idea, okay? Let's go back up to the top, okay? So I wanna talk about what you can do to get better results, okay? What we were talking about before, what you can do in school to get a better grade. No offense, right? But if you were to, I don't know if I say this in my interview, but like, you know, say you go to college, right? Or even school, high school, you take a class, and if you fail the class and you go home and you show your mom the report card, it's not like they're gonna be like, she's not gonna be like, Ariana, totally no, it's not your fault. Don't even worry about it. I'm sure it had nothing to do with you. No, she's gonna say, why did you fail this class? College is expensive, right? Realistically, if you fail the class, your mom or your dad probably is gonna wanna know why, right? Just an example. Well, for us here, it's like, hey, listen, here's what we can do to get better results. And the reason we're discussing this is because we want you to get good shows to the interview. So we're gonna talk about what you can do, what's in your control, okay? So let's go down the list. And I'll kind of like combine some of these, okay? Number one is sounds like an enjoyable atmosphere or an environment. And here's the deal, guys. It's kind of going back to the story I told you about the girl from Starbucks, right? You know, she's in control of her attitude. In fact, attitude is the third one down, okay? Ultimately, you're in control of your attitude, right? Ashley, you could have come in here and been like, I'm so tired, right? I'm so exhausted. By the way, negative self-talk, that never helps, right? Like, oh, right? And I think that ultimately how you handle things when you're on the phone, by the way, the applicant doesn't know that your boyfriend is a jerk and you got in a fight with him. All they know is that you are not being very friendly. You know what I mean? That's all they know. So that's something to be really aware of. I want receptionists to enjoy their job because it will come out over the phone. I believe culture is a big part of having success in an office, and all of us contribute to that culture. Your attitude is a big part of that. So sounds like an enjoyable atmosphere in our environment. When my assistants do test calls, one of the things we look out for is energy and enthusiasm. Not fake, by the way. I don't want you to be fake, right? But I do want you to actually sound like you enjoy your job, because they can get that sense. Here's my question. If you call up and are applying for a job, and it's like, if you call them and your friend recommended you, but the receptionist sounds like this is awful, why would you want to go in for an interview? It's like, yeah, let me sign up for a job that sounds horrible. Like, you don't sound like you enjoy working there. Why would I, right? That's actually a big deal. It's all about your attitude, okay? I don't know if this is a dangerous thing to say. Some people, the managers might be like, oh my God, I can't believe she said that, whatever. I want people who want to be here. And if someone doesn't want to be here, ultimately, maybe it's not the best place for them. It really isn't. Now, I don't think that people don't have off days. I do. I absolutely do. But I just want people, like, I hope that people can tell that I enjoy my job. Okay, I moved my entire life from Maryland to be here, so let's hope, right? But like, that makes a big difference on the phone. And each of you are in control of how you sound and your attitude, right? We all have things happen outside the office. It's about how we let it affect us in the office. If you have to work, you want to do it to the best of your ability, okay? Receptionist expectation, meaning that there's just that natural confidence, right? Attitude, again, I'm gonna combo a couple of these. Your voice is your tool. We're gonna talk about this again in a couple minutes, but you know, your attitude, whether it's upbeat, positive, flowing, again, not fake. I always used to talk about this girl, Jamie Liberato. So who knew Jamie? None of you guys knew Jamie? Jamie was one of my old receptionists. She's actually pregnant now, and she's actually like, not engaged, but her and her boyfriend like have a house and all that stuff. She was like naturally sounded like a cheerleader. Like, she naturally sounded like, I used to call her my sunshine. She was just very bubbly and very personable and very happy. You kind of have that same chipper, like very bubbly personality, right? Sometimes I sometimes do, sometimes I don't, right? She was just naturally like that. So she talked like that and it sounded natural. I never want someone to fake that. I want you to sound down to earth, but confident and still friendly, okay? So upbeat, positive, flowing, your voice is appealing, enthusiastic. We kind of talked about this. Speaking slowly, good tone, clarity, voice inflection, diction. Ladies, your voice is your tool. Take care of it and be very aware of how you sound on the phone. The reason we're going to do role playing in a little bit is because we want you to start saying the words out loud, because you would rather make your mistakes here than on the phone. It's okay to make mistakes here. That's totally fine. And you will make some on the phone. Like, don't think that you won't, okay? We've all done it, okay? I'm sure John sent me a recording of his first phone call. He didn't do so hot, and he knew it. He's like, thank you for all the advice, because at least he did it with me. I can listen to him. I can give him feedback, right? So it's okay to make mistakes, but we are going to make you role play and practice so you can get better at your job. Okay, so then you can focus on, you got to get the words first, and then we're going to focus on your tone of voice, your voice inflection, your speed. We are not face to face. You guys can see my mouth moving. It's easy for you to understand, okay? I talk very quickly. I know that, okay? But my point is that on the phone, they can't see your mouth moving, and they can miss things. And if they miss things, they'll either ask you more questions or they're confused and they don't show. So speaking clearly and speaking slowly so they can understand you is incredibly important, all right? Take care of your voice. It's your tool, all right? Good directions. How many of you guys GPS to get here? The first time you came here? Your mom? First time you came here, you didn't GPS?
Oh yeah, well, Uber driver.
Oh, okay, Uber driver. All right, you already know where we are. So when you interviewed, did you GPS? Or do we give you some type of directions? You didn't?
No.
Yeah, you're not a rule breaker.
You guys
Good girl.
gave us directions.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Oh, that's just what I want to hear. Okay, it's different when it's a PR, but I'm surprised because the thing is, we don't give them full sets of directions, but we do give them some basic steps. The thing is, GPS can get you here, but has anyone ever used GPS and gotten lost? Of course, and that's so annoying. The worst one is like if I'm desperate for a coffee and I look up Starbucks and I go to find it and it doesn't exist. I'm like, what a tease. Or it's inside of a mall and you're like, oh, you know. So my point, only Starbucks people would understand those things. It's so funny. So my point is that we don't just say GPS is good luck. We do not do that. We give them some simple, easy, quick steps to getting to us, because a lot of times, like with us, people get lost in the plaza. It's not hard, but they like get lost in the plaza, okay? And they're like confused.
Yeah.
Does that happen?
I was gonna go to the hotel.
Yeah,
like they went in there. She's like, no, it's the hotel.
Exactly. Yeah, they know because I'm sure people come looking for Vector all the time. We also do events there. My point is that it happens all the time, right? And here's the deal. If my receptionist, let's say the interview is at 6:15, but the receptionist leave at 6. That doesn't usually happen, but say it happens. Someone calls in, I'm lost. The managers are in the interview or helping. They can't answer the phone. They don't show. All because we didn't give them at least a basic set of directions, okay? Our job is to give applicants a simple set of directions that we've created for you. We actually put it together, by the way. We have a set. Each of these managers, the company releases a certain amount of money for startup. They support them financially when opening their office. They give them a certain amount of startup. They can't actually get it until they submit directions to me. I have to approve them, and then we send them in. They love me. So it's like I'm the only way that I have to approve the directions first, okay? They have to do that. You guys are responsible to give directions to the applicants. They're really easy, okay? But we still have to give them something. And that, a lot of times, is why people don't show to interviews, okay? Next. Great student opportunities. We kind of talked about that. Handles questions properly and sticks to the approach. Here's the deal, guys. We have a very set program. We give you a script. We tell you how to answer the questions. We do not want you to make things up. I actually would like you guys to write this down. Do not make things up. Do not make things up. I cannot emphasize this enough. Okay? It is the worst thing that you could do. And the reason for that is because when you make things up or when you wing it, you're guessing. Okay? Our managers go through 8 months of training to learn how to run an interview, which is 60 minutes, and they cover all the information about the job, all of it. Okay? You are not doing that over the phone. And I don't want you to try to do it either. So this is going to be very important for you because you sell Cutco. You know how awesome Cutco is. You're going to want to sit there and tell them about all the details of the position. That is not what the phone call is for. We follow a script. We give them the basics, very basic, and we schedule them. By the way, most places when you interview for a job, how many places say, let me give you the entire job description before you come in for the interview? Most people don't. You and I had an interview, right? I didn't tell you everything on the phone and then, then call you and do the interview. No, the job, you're not hired, you're not trained, you're not qualified. I'm sorry, you're not trained, you're not qualified. You're definitely not paid enough to interview someone over the phone. If you spend 15 minutes, 20 minutes trying to explain a job to them when they could have that all in the interview, you're missing phone calls, okay? We have a very set program. It works, and I want you guys to understand that you should be sticking to the scripts that we give you. Hi. All good? All right, cool. We are on the why people show documents, why people show to the interview, okay? So I really want to emphasize this because, I mean, Kayla, you were my assistant. You did test calls. Probably heard some special stuff. Yeah. You call in. It's like sometimes I don't even know what the heck the receptionists are saying. We're actually telling you that it's easy, okay? Good? Okay, we're down towards the, where are we? Handles questions, sticks to the approach. We're talking about what is in your control regarding getting people to show to the interview, okay? So I just really want to emphasize this, ladies, because my thing is this. Receptionists think that they sound more natural by trying different things. Let me do this. Let me add this. It actually is worse, okay? It actually hurts more than helps. Don't ever think that you need to add things to the script. And then handling questions, we teach you how to do that. But it is extremely important that you read what is given to you. And by the way, over time, you'll become more comfortable. What receptionists tend to do is they try to like adapt the script to the caller, or they like, they think it sounds better this way. With respect, it doesn't sound better, okay? It creates more questions. It can create more problems. Here's the way I describe it, okay? All of you guys were hired for a reason, okay? You guys have certain character traits and certain things that we look for when hiring someone. For example, you guys all have good phone voices. It's one of the reasons that we hired you, okay? So the way I describe it is a song. And I don't know, sometimes I know I do these things in interviews. I can't remember. If you take a song, right, off the radio, whatever, okay, you take a song. There's two parts to the song. There's the lyrics and there's the music, right? Okay. One or the other doesn't really make the song, right? It's the fusion of the two that make the song. Does that make sense? Okay. So the reason I'm telling you this is because you guys are the music, okay? The lyrics are the approaches, right? We are telling you, here are the words, they work. The approach works if you follow it from beginning to end correctly, okay? The goal is to then fuse your personalities, the energy, your phone voices, those skill sets that we feel that you have, merge them with the script and make the phone call, if you will. All right. And so I hear like sometimes receptionists, like, I don't know what they're talking about. They add things, they take away things, but yet the thing is, we want every applicant to have the same information. If all of you showed today and if you got choppiness in your interviews and you learned like different information, that wouldn't really be fair, because then you have you wouldn't be consistent. We want everything to be consistent. So what all of our receptionists say in all of our offices is the same thing, right? So that they all get the same information. So when they interview with one of our managers, they're all in the same playing field. Does that make sense? Okay. Stick to the script. When you add and take away, you confuse people and you create an opportunity for more questions, and people are less likely to show if they don't feel confident in you. Okay? Confidence is actually the next one. Here's the deal. Some of you may not feel confident right now. My tip, fake it till you make it. Meaning that after you take some calls, you'll feel more comfortable. I promise you. To where it's second nature. I promise. Next one, I'm gonna be honest, this isn't something that happens with new receptionists, because you guys are very clear on what you're very focused on what you're doing, because you don't know what you're doing. But if you take Lori, for example, Lori is my receptionist manager. She's been in the business for 15 years. Do you think she knows what she's doing? Probably, right? She could probably read the script in her mind. She could literally say it in her sleep. I promise you, okay? After taking so many phone calls. She's really good at what she does, all right? The challenge sometimes is that receptionists, here's the thing. Have you ever spoken with someone and you know they're not listening to you? Yeah. I was used to use my ex as an example. He was horrible on the phone. Okay, his name was Jeff, not Jeff Gamboa, our boss, okay? Which everyone thinks, and then I'm like, that would be weird. Jeff is like my brother. Okay, this is one of my exes back in Maryland, right? And when I used to talk to him, he used to like Madden, was that like NHL, like whatever. I hate video games, ugh, whatever. So I used to talk to him, and like I always knew when he wasn't paying attention, he was playing a game, right? In general, no offense, I don't want to stereotype men, but they're usually pretty bad on the phone, okay? No offense. Some are not, some are good, I don't know, whatever. He was horrible on the phone, okay? And I remember like I would talk to him, and I know he wasn't listening to me. And I'd be like, Jeff. And sometimes I would definitely just hang up the phone. I was like, I'm over this, you know? Have you ever talked to someone and you just know they're not paying attention to you? First of all, that's rude, right? In general, that's rude, all right? But you have to understand that these applicants, if you just go through the motions and you're not actually engaged in the conversation, they know it. Give them attention, they deserve it. So I want you to add on to this, in addition to not going through the motions, / be engaged in every phone call. Be engaged in every phone call. Give the callers the attention that, in my opinion, they deserve. How would you feel if you were on the other line looking for a job and they weren't paying attention to you, right? Put yourselves in their shoes. In fact, I find that my receptionists, my newly hired receptionists, they're the most understanding of applicants because they were just in that position. And they know what it looks like, what it's like looking for a job. Looking for a job sucks, am I correct? It's not fun, right? It's stressful, it is frustrating, it creates anxiety. It's like, man, you know, on the low end, it's like, man, I can't hang out with my friends, I don't have money for gas, right? On the deeper end, it's like, man, I can't pay my rent, you know? Looking for a job is tough. And so I want you guys to understand that our applicants deserve our respect, okay? SDE, same day efficiency. The sooner we set them, the more likely they are to show. And I will tell you that we're gonna teach you how to create urgency correctly on the phone. Because if you just sit there and say, oh, you can't come in, great, I'll schedule you next week. You do that, you're hurting the show to the interview. They're gonna wanna naturally procrastinate. So our job is to offer them the first available time. By the way, most jobs, they don't say to you, hey, when did you wanna come in? Don't do that. I don't remember how I scheduled you. I knew you were in school, so I was probably like, can we do it at 4 o'clock this day? You know what I mean? But like, you know, most people, especially, by the way, especially the unemployed, what are they doing? No offense, I'm really not trying to be rude, like, but most of the time, if they need a job and they're unemployed and they're not in school, or maybe they're in school, but like school's in a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week thing, they, you know, they need to come in. They're probably going to come in as soon as possible. Don't place assumptions like, oh no, someone can't come in. Looking for a job, they'll make it happen. She got out of school early to make it happen. She drove all the way down from what, Gainesville, to come here. These guys are running businesses. They're here. So just keep that in mind, okay? You guys made it happen as well, coming from Miami, all right? Maintaining control. Guys, you're the one scheduling the interview. Without you, they can't get a job, okay? Keep that in mind, not in a cocky way, in a respectful way, but you're giving them an opportunity to come in for an interview. So just remember that. That should have that natural confidence. Here's the most fun part about the job. They like you. People walk in the door because they enjoy talking to people. So here's the analogy that I give. So they like you / building good rapport, cares about the caller. Does anyone know what rapport is? I didn't know what it was. I thought it was pronounced report when I first started with Vector. Okay. Does anyone know what rapport is? Ashley, you do this with sales, correct? Is that why you're shaking your head? What is rapport? What would you say how would you define it? I mean, it's not like there's not like a perfect definition, but maybe there is. Do you know what it is?
I just say like being personable.
Yeah. Creating a connection. That's basically what it is. It's creating a connection. You guys are the first impression of the company. We want you to stick out in their heads. You guys going somewhere? Oh, just you. Okay. I was like, everyone's getting ready to go. Bye, guys. Just kidding. Okay. Just gonna wait. It's just easier. I get really distracted, so I'm just gonna wait. Who's been to Chick-fil-A before? I love Chick-fil-A. It's so good, right? The chicken's good, all that good stuff. Okay. So the reason I bring up Chick-fil-A is because I find that they're a higher quality fast food restaurant than most places. McDonald's, Taco Bell, Burger King, they're all fast food. Chick-fil-A is fast food, but do you guys know that they're a little higher quality based on their customer service practices? Okay. Does anyone have an idea of what I mean by any chance? Like what makes them? Bye, Luke. Is the pizza here already?
Yes,
Kayla, what's up? I mean, I paid for the water. You guys don't have any water, huh? No. All right, that's fine. You can just leave that. You can leave it in the other room. Lori, can you sign for it? I already included the tip.
Okay.
No, the receptionist room. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So here's why I bring up Chick-fil-A, okay? Because they are a higher quality fast food restaurant. So for example, when you go through the drive-thru, they say, good afternoon, it's a great day at Chick-fil-A. This is so-and-so, how may I help you? When you say thank you, they say, and anyone know what they say? That's my pleasure, okay? They actually are known for training their employees with strong to make sure that they have strong customer service skills, to make sure that they're providing an excellent service. And a lot of it is based on their customer. They do that on purpose, okay? they stand out amongst their competitors. Okay. And one of the reasons they do that is based on the service that they provide. Well, when someone is looking for a job normally, I feel like, you know, most people looking for a job, even most people you don't even talk to on the phone. That's the thing. Most of the time it's like, email us your resume, we'll let you know. Okay. We're one of the few that actually wants to talk to our applicants. Well, the other thing is also when you're setting up an interview, say through a receptionist, you know, we actually give up some basic information. Jeff did this thing once where he called 5 different places. Okay. And he pulled out a newspaper in Baltimore. He called 5 different places. 4 to the 5 just said fax your resume. That was it. That was back like 10 years ago. One of them gave a 2-sentence job description and said, we're interviewing 1 to 3 on Friday. Come in if you want to apply. That was it. Okay, so in comparison, we actually want to talk to our applicants. We want to at least give them some basic information. We are not interviewing them by any means, but we are going to make an effort. And a lot of what we do is through the ability to build rapport. So we talk to our applicants about school and about work. You'll watch the video, you'll see. Okay, and so I want you to understand that a lot of times, like I was saying earlier, people walk in the door simply because they enjoy talking to the people that were answering the phone. Okay, Kayla, how many years have you been with us? 2, 3 years? 2 years? That should be your 3rd year. You still remember talking to Juliana. You still remember talking to probably Karina and Melissa. That stands out. I still, 14 years later, remember talking to Nicole and how friendly she was. And so one of the things that you guys are going to be able to do, and this is the fun part about the job, because you get to know your applicants, and this is fun. You actually get to build rapport with them. That will set you apart from every other experience that person is having, just like Chick-fil-A sets themselves apart, even though they're a fast food place. Okay, no offense, but you don't go to McDonald's for like the best customer service. No, you go there for the greasy food that tastes good at like midday. Okay, it's so bad for you, but I know, I'm just saying. Okay, John's like, oh God, in the back. I know how healthy of an eater you are. I know. Okay, my point is, some people also you can get that better experience from Chick-fil-A simply because they're better at customer service, and so I want my receptionists to give the best impression and through rapport. Last thing is no interruptions or distractions during the call. Your applicants or the person you're speaking with on the phone is the #1 priority for you when you are on the phone. The #1 priority. They don't see everything else around you. Okay? They don't know what's going on around you. So they don't see that someone is distracting you. Do not let the reps distract you this summer. Don't let them. I will happily take care of that if they do. Okay? Good. Excellent. Do not let them. Here's why. A lot of my receptionists sometimes get familiar with the reps. They see them coming in. They get to know them. I'm thinking of Jen, actually, as I'm looking at her. Jen was recommended by Michael Musabek. Michael is one of your, I don't know if you know this, Jen, but Michael is one of our assistants this summer in our office. Did you know that? Okay. He's not allowed to distract you. Okay? I won't let him because on the phone, we've got 10 minutes to make an impression. And if you're talking to someone and they're talking to someone else, or if you're on the phone with someone talking to someone else, that's rude. So almost you want to have like blinders on. Okay. I don't want you talking to anyone else. Okay. When you're on the phone, you're focused on that person only. All right. Because it can be a major distraction and it can affect the quality of the phone call. Okay. So ultimately, as we wrap up this section, okay, I just want to be very clear that although there are some things that are out of our control, we're going to focus on the things that we can control, how we respond, how we handle things, because we can't do anything if their car breaks down. All right. But my goal is to focus on the person that we're speaking with and giving 110% to that person. Okay. All right. Here's what we're going to do. I want you guys to pull up. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have you guys real quick write down what kind of pizza you want. Cheese, or I got barbecue chicken pizza. Write down how many pieces and what you want. I just really want a barbecue. It's really good. Okay. It's so good. It's so good. Okay. You don't have to have any. Do you want? You're going to even eat it? Oh my God. Okay.
It's so good.
Okay. That just means more pizza for all of them. Okay. So write down how many pieces and what you want. I'll bring it to you because I'm going to actually have you watch a video while I'm grabbing it for you. Okay. You're going to pull out your IAP script. So the Internet Application Script, or IAP script. Okay. I want you to pull this out. And the reason is I need you to follow along with the script. Man, Luke left. What the heck am I going to do with 2 pizzas if neither of you are eating?
Oh, well, then if I have
I got cheese for you.
Okay.
Just write 1 piece of cheese down. Luke left. He would have eaten a whole pizza. He probably grabbed pizza now that I think about it. He's like, oh, perfect timing. Okay. Anyway, write down what you want. Open up the IAP script. Okay. You are going to follow along with the script. Now, a couple quick tips for you on this, okay? This is a girl named Melanie Jones, okay? She's from Orlando. The script is slightly different because it's a little bit older, okay? Slightly different. Not a big deal, okay? I am going to be asking you, every single one of you, what is one thing you took away after listening to the call. I want you to jot down notes during the call, okay? Things like, by the way, like her directions. Obviously, you're not going to write down there. Like she uses a different address, things like that. Don't worry about that. What I want you to notice are how does she follow the basic script because it's pretty similar. How does she sound? How does she handle things like rapport when she's connecting with the person? Is she creating urgency? How so? How is the end of the call where she gives directions? I want you to take note of those things because I'm going to ask you to tell me what you noticed after the call, okay? I'm not going to show you a video. You don't need to see the video. It's no big deal as long as you guys can hear it, okay? So I want you to have the IAP script in front of you, please, so that you are taking down notes and you're going to follow along as you go through the script. And then afterwards, we're going to debrief, okay? All right.
Your receptionist from Vector, and I'm calling about the contact information that you filled out with us. How are you? I'm doing well, thank you for asking. Now, I was calling just to review your information, take a quick look at things with you, and then if things look good, we can set you up for a time to meet a manager. All right, I just want to let you know that we are taking a large volume of calls right now. As a receptionist, I really just have a couple minutes on the phone with each applicant just to cover a brief job description with you and qualify you for an interview. But then in that process, the manager will, of course, cover everything with you, answer any of the questions you have, everything like that. Sound good? Okay, and I just have a couple questions just to verify some information. You're at least 18 years old, correct? Okay, how old are you? You're 17 right now, and did you graduate it this year? Are you going to be like a rising senior? Okay, so you already graduated. Well, congratulations. What I'm graduating into, because you are qualified then, you have to be like either 18 or 17 and have already graduated. So that's totally fine. And how'd you hear about the opening, Skylar? Okay, so you're taking classes at UCF now and you saw it on campus. Yeah, we work very closely with the school as far as advertising, and we're actually about 10 minutes away from UCF. So it's pretty convenient. Yeah, a lot of the students that work here love it because they can like go to class in school and it's all like right in the same area. Okay, well, just to review with you, Skylar, we're currently filling openings in entry-level customer sales and service. And so what you'd be doing here, if everything were to work out, is just working with the customers, answering any of their questions, explaining products to them, and helping them place their orders. Yeah, and we have a starting base pay rate of $14.50, and the $14.50 is a fixed rate, so it's not based on sales, results, or anything like that. And are you looking for something full-time or part-time? What kind of schedule, Skylar? Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, definitely. You know, we have very flexible schedules, especially for students, just because the managers do understand, you know, school's the first priority, so they're pretty accommodating as far as working around that. So just let the managers know that you are going to be going to school in the fall, and I know you're taking some classes now as well, and they can work out a schedule around that. What are you going to UCF for? Oh, okay, and that probably takes up some time. That is not a class, like those aren't classes you don't have to study for. Now, what made you get into that field? Yeah, and that's obviously a great field to get into, something that's really like growing. So good. Have you taken any classes that are actually like about that major yet, or are you still just doing all your prereqs? Okay. Yeah, good. Okay. Because, yeah, a lot of times it's like when you're doing your prereqs, you don't actually like get a feel for like, you know, what your major is going to be like. So, and I know with like that kind of major, there's obviously going to be like a lot of like science classes and stuff. And those are normally more fun than just like your English classes and like writing a bunch of essays and stuff. Yeah. And are you working anywhere, Skylar, or are you just going to school right now? Okay, well, I do want to let you know that there's no experience required. The company does provide a brief training for anyone who is accepted for the position. Now, have you ever had any experience working with people as far as like, you know, a job or volunteering or anything? Okay, gotcha. Well, yeah, then you do have experience working with people. But, you know, like I said, there's not any required. Really what the manager is looking for, though, Skylar, is someone who is friendly, you know, works well with the team, enjoys helping others out and communicating with the customers and things. Is that something that you say you feel comfortable doing? Okay. Yeah, from talking to you, it seems like that wouldn't be an issue at all. You know, you really do sound like the kind of person the managers would want to interview. So what I'd like to go ahead and do for you is to set you up for a time to come in and meet one of the hiring managers. And that way you'll be able to ask any of the questions that you have. You know, they'll look over your application and just be able to go over all the specifics on the positions that we have available. How does that sound? Okay, but we have had quite a few applicants, so I know the manager is looking to fill these positions right away. They've just been interviewing on a first come, first served basis. So I definitely do want to get you in here, you know, as soon as possible. And let me just see here. Okay, so it actually does look like I could get you in for an appointment later this afternoon at 2:45. Would that work for you? Okay, do you have like classes or something today? Gotcha. And what time do your classes get out? Okay. And now just curious, Skylar, what's your school schedule like for tomorrow? Okay, so you have classes from 3 to 6 every day, Monday through Thursday. Okay, let me just go ahead and see here what we can do. I understand being busy, but I definitely do want to help you up and get you set up with a manager just so you can, you know, review everything. Now, tomorrow, which is Thursday the 2nd, Ooh, unfortunately, we actually don't have anything that works with your class schedule. Like I said, we've had a lot of applicants, but Friday, you don't have any classes, right? Okay, what we can do is go ahead and schedule you for an appointment Friday afternoon. We have a 2:15 available. Would that work for you? Okay, that way we do still get you a time to come in and meet with the manager, and I'll let them know that you have, you know, you're busy with classes, and they'll understand not being able to come in sooner. And then let me just make sure that I do have all your correct information. So the number that we have here on your application is 407-765-9256.
Why I'm wording it like this?
Okay, and then your email address. So it's going to be skyelergeib2015@gmail.com, right? Okay, perfect. We are going to be sending you a confirmation email, so you can be on the lookout for that. And then just so you know, Skylar, the computer system does send out a quick reminder text message just like a few hours before your interview. All right, and if you want to go ahead and grab some pen and paper, I do want to make sure that you have all the directions and important information that you'll need for your interview. Alrighty, so if you want to go ahead and write down, I do have you confirmed now. Friday is July the 3rd. I can't believe it's July already. When I thought today was the 1st, I was like, what? Yeah, okay, so it's Friday, July the 3rd at 2:15. Now, the manager that you'll be meeting with when you come in, his name is Mr. Shurka. And let me go ahead and spell that for you. It's C as in cat, I-U-R-C-A. And again, it's pronounced Shurka. Okay, and then as far as directions go, Skylar, what area of town are you coming from on Friday? Okay, now are you familiar with East Colonial then? Yeah, so it's going to be really easy for you to find us actually, because you can actually just head all the way down Colonial, like you're going, you know, towards like UCF, Waterford area. All right, now just keep in mind that once you pass over Dean Road, you know where Dean Road is, right? Okay, yeah, so once you pass over Dean Road, just about 2 blocks down, the very first right turn. And it's not like a major intersection or anything. It's literally just like a really small side street. But it's called Lake Downey Drive. Lake is in the body of water and Downey like the fabric softener. Okay, and so once you pass over Dean Road, again, you're going to go on the first right for Lake Downey Drive and make a right onto that road. All right, and then once you make that right onto Lake Downey Drive, immediately on your left-hand side, there's going to be an orange office building. Bright orange, like a goldfish, can't miss it. And go ahead and just park anywhere. But we're on the 2nd floor in suite 204. Okay, and I'm getting another call. If you can give me 1 second, I'm just going to put them on a brief hold, and then I'll wrap up the directions and everything with you, okay? All right, thanks, Skylar. It's a great day at Vector. This is Melanie. How can I help you? Oh, okay, yeah, I can definitely help you out with that. My name is Melanie. I'm a receptionist here. I'm just wrapping up on the other line with another applicant briefly, so I'm going to place you on a brief hold, and then I'll be able to help you out, okay? All right, and what was your name again? Okay, perfect, man. I'll talk to you soon. Thanks. Okay, Skylar, so you do have all those directions down. If you want to go ahead and read them back to me, I do want to make sure that I gave them to you correctly. Yep, suite 204. Yeah, 204 exactly. If you do want to go ahead and jot down our address, I want you to have that as well. Just keep in mind, I gave you those directions because there's a lot of construction around our office right now, and it can sometimes be a hassle for us to find you, or for you to find us, and I don't want you to get lost or anything. But the address is 10244 East Colonial Drive.
Trey Harris's office. You can hear him in the background. Yeah.
And then again, suite 204, and it's Orlando, 32817. All right, and I do also want you to just go ahead and jot down my name and my direct office number. That way, if you have any trouble finding us, you can go ahead and give me a call. So the number here is 407 250 5112. Yep, and my name is Melanie, so it's Melanie. Okay, and then just a couple of things for your appointment, Skylar. I'm sure you know that you'll want to make sure you're dressed nicely. And then my tip for you would be to make sure you're at least 10 to 15 minutes early. I get here, you know, a little bit closer to 2 o'clock rather than 2:15. That way you're ahead of any traffic. You can meet the manager on time. Also, bring some pen and paper in with you, Skylar. You know, the manager is going to go over a lot of information. I know they like people that take initiatives, you know, to take notes and things. And then if things go well, your interview could take up to 90 minutes. Obviously, you know, that's only if things go well, but you might want to plan your schedule accordingly, okay? All right, well, it was really nice talking with you, Skylar. I'm going to go ahead and let the manager know that you're all set, and that we'll see you tomorrow around 2 o'clock. All right. Yeah, you're so welcome. Again, you know, enjoy the rest of your day. It was great talking with you. We'll see you tomorrow. All right. Thanks. Bye.
Okay. Here's what we're going to do. Hi, Pensacola. Unmute yourself, please. I would like to know what you took away from that call. Because I think I didn't forget you, obviously. I want to make sure you know. So you guys heard that whole call, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what, Jen, I'm going to call you out. Because, you know, you're working in my office. What's one thing you noticed from the call?
She did really good, like making the connection with her, the rapport through like her going to the same college and knowing the area.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Okay. What else? Anyone else?
She was really like clear when she was discussing everything about the job description and where they're located.
Right. And although you guys are on a little bit of a different script, it's pretty similar. Did you guys notice that she followed from beginning to end, right? She didn't change the order, right? And by the way, The approach allows you to be more clear because it gives you structure. That's a good thing to observe, Morgan, for sure, because it gives you confidence naturally. Because we're saying, hey, follow this. Don't have to make it up. If you're just winging it, you're not going to be as confident. It's going to come off as shaky, and there is going to be that lack of confidence. Okay. Desiree, how about you? Did you notice anything? Any big takeaways?
She spelled out the manager's name and made sure they knew how to say his name correctly.
That's a good one. Now, I'm trying to think of our recruiters, okay? We got Craw, that's pretty easy. Forrester, that's pretty easy. Musabe's not hard, right? It depends on your manager. Heitzman, it's not hard, but, you want them to feel confident when they show up to the interview, right? My last name is Shishmanian, so if it were my name, it'd be really important that they, hey, don't worry, I'll go ahead and spell that for you, no problem. It depends on the recruiter. But don't also assume, by the way, this is actually, I think Desiree noticed spelling the manager's name. But do you notice we also make sure we know how to spell the applicant's name? That's super important because when we get their name and phone number, we enter it into Vector Live. And they get an email reminding them about the interview. There's two things there. Number one, if we spell their name wrong in Vector Live, that means the email is going to have their name wrong. And that looks a little unprofessional. Number two, how many of you guys know someone who uses their name in their email? Most of us. I do. You might, right? Well, how about this? Jessica Perez, she's a good friend of mine. Her first name is Jessica. You would assume she spells it how?
Jessita.
That's right. It's assume, right? She spells it with a Y. Jess. She just was born to be difficult.
Kayla's the same way.
Kaila. But you're right. Absolutely. Kayla. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Brianna. Yeah, absolutely. You never know. So my thing is this. Receptionists a lot of times will assume that you get their name, you spell it the way you think it's spelled. Now the hope is that if someone spells their name differently, that they would tell you, like Jess and my friend Jess. But sometimes they don't. And then you get their email and they go, oh, my first and last name. Oh, type it in. It's wrong. They don't get the email.
You make sure you spell it right. You tell them, so is your name Jess?
So what you do is, what's your first name? Okay, and you spell that Jessica as you're typing it in. You repeat it back to them. Oh, okay. So let me go ahead and read that back to you, or you can spell it as you're typing it in, just in case. That's a good observation. Okay, so what's your first name? All right, and Ashley, how do you spell that? Here's the thing. You might assume Jessica is spelled with an I. Ashley's a very common name, but they're probably there's multiple ways to spell it.
I have a friend named Ashley, and her name is actually spelled Ashlee.
Okay, I was going to say Leeigh, Ley. Okay, so my point is, like Desiree is saying, the manager's name, it gives the applicant confidence when they come in so they know who they're meeting with. You're going to be with Mr. Crosso. And we want to make sure we get their information correctly because we're entering it into Vector Live and we want it to be accurate. Good observation, Desiree. Ashley, what about you? I know some of yours might be similar, but that's okay.
I like what we do as in, like spelling.
As in S as in Sam, H as in Harry.
Yeah.
Letters sound the same.
It really helps.
Yeah, letters sound the same. Absolutely. What about you, Maria?
She rehashes the address. She rehashes that the manager is the one who makes the hiring manager is the one who makes the decision.
Yeah.
And she also gives specific address.
Yeah, she gave the directions and the address. She didn't just give one.
Yeah.
Say GPS is good luck. That will hurt your shop. I'm telling you. Okay, Brianna, how about you?
She heard one of the boys, and she was interested that she went to school, why,
right,
what she would do with it, and stuff like that.
She made the effort, right?
Yeah. She was engaged the whole time.
Yes.
And she didn't give up when she was had to go to school from 3 to 6 or something like that. Yeah.
Right.
She actually tried and didn't give up.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And then she went to the next available time, which in some cases, by the way, you're not going to set every person the same day. Okay. I would never even expect that. Just to clarify, you won't. But at the same time, you're going to try. If you don't try, you don't know. Period. Ariana, how about you?
Like you told her to dress nicely, and she also was very personal because she even mentioned her name a few times, which I think sounds really personal. It sounds really like she's engaged.
So did Melanie use her name, or are you saying she used the applicant's name?
She used the applicant's name. She's like, okay, Skylar, and I'm like,
That is a really good observation. Why do you what you just said? Why do you think she used the applicant's name? You just said it actually. Use the word.
Yeah, like she's engaged.
Right.
Like to know that she's like interested and like she's like really
Makes it more professional.
Right. It's actually a tool to keep them engaged as well. She shows that she's I like the connection between, hey, your name, right? I know your name. I'm listening to you. But on the phone, when someone hears their name, their ears perk up.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, I heard my name.
Because like I'll get callers and and they'll tell me like for support and they'll say my name and I'm like, wow, like you're listening.
Yes, exactly. You guys should be doing the same thing. You know, when I'm on the phone, I say, you'll notice me randomly in training saying your names. It's because it's not that you're not necessarily paying attention, by the way, right? It is an attention tool, though. It's a tool. But understand that really helps trying to make sure that you're paying attention, okay? Kayla, what did you notice? I know you were in and out. I don't know if you noticed anything.
Yeah, I wasn't here for most of the call.
Oh, okay. You failed.
She read the
Failing
script
great.
very well.
She did. You know what I loved? How about this? And we're gonna take a 5-minute break after this, because I know you're going to work, so I'm gonna keep that in mind. One of the things I loved about listening to her, she didn't sound like she was reading, but she was. She sounded natural. She sounded conversational. She sounded like she was having a conversation. You guys will get to that point, I promise you. To where now, when I take and make a call, it doesn't really sound like I'm reading, even though I am. Okay? Some people, as you get, so I want you to be confident in what we give you, the script, the approach, things like that, because you will eventually learn how to sound natural. You will become more natural but at first it's going to sound uncomfortable. So we're going to take a break, and then after you're going to come back, you're going to role play. Turn some music on. You two are going to role play with each other, whatever. And like basically, okay, you're going to practice because I want you to start saying the scripts, just saying them, getting through them and so like you guys don't come in again until Sunday, right? Between now and then, one of your things is you're going to have to role play the script 5 times. I know 5 sounds like, this isn't a big deal for you because in training as a sales rep, you guys role play constantly throughout 3 days. Practice doesn't just make perfect, it makes permanent. And I want you to be students of the business, and a way to do that is to really learn the script, okay? So that was one of my favorite things about when listening to her was that she sounds very natural, very conversational. She's well-paced. She's not like too fast, too slow, right? It flows very nicely. She sounds like she's having a conversation, and that's the ultimate goal, okay? So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take just roughly 5-minute break. Move around, stand up, whatever you want, okay? And then I'm gonna have you guys come back. All right, and then I'm gonna have you two are gonna role play, you two are gonna role play. We're gonna role play the IAP script just because that is probably one of the most common scripts next to the PR script. So I'm gonna have you guys role play the IAP script, okay? So you already have it in front of you. Don't care who goes first. The only thing is, when it comes to directions, don't worry about giving the directions. We'll worry about that later. The address, your office addresses are different. So right now, just put your home address in there. Doesn't even matter. Our address is blank. Just for the phone number, just say your cell phone. It doesn't matter, okay? You're gonna be meeting with whoever your manager is. Doesn't matter. The person who's role playing with you. So for example, Ashley, you're gonna go first. You're gonna be the receptionist, and she's gonna be the caller. You're gonna call her because she applied online. Okay, and Ariana, you'll go first. You'll be the receptionist. You'll be the caller. Okay. So I'm gonna give you guys 5 minutes, and in Pensacola, you guys are gonna do the same thing. So you can just 5 quick minutes because they just were eating. So I was just gonna give them 5 minutes to finish their food and things like that. And so it's 5:07. At 5:12, I'm gonna have you guys come back and whatever, you move around, and then we're gonna start role playing. We're gonna role play at least probably two times minimum each. Okay, so it'll probably be anywhere between 15 and 20 minutes. I just want you to get through the script. Okay. All right. So you guys can take 5 minutes, and then we're going to start role playing. I know there's 3 of you, so each of you can go. All right? Like each of you can go and take a turn. All right. Oh, okay. So I want to finish the schedule, actually, now that you're here. Well, now that you and Ashley are here. Oh. So Ashley, for you, let's talk about your schedule. Okay, so Sunday from 1 to 7, so you can watch the videos, and then you don't have any restrictions, correct, on your schedule? No, I'm sorry. I apologize. All right, so I think next week I'm gonna have you like 11 to. Where do you live? So you're close by. Okay, you have a car? Okay. So, all right. So let me do this real quick. I was thinking like an 11 to 4 for you. I mean, we're really close by. Worst comes to worst, someone here can pick you up, like Daniel or Kate. Not Kayla, but I'm even close. I'm not always here actually. So just so you guys know, Allie Corminas is going to be recruiting manager. I told you that, right? And so I'll give you the schedule. I'm planning on doing the schedule for next week, today or tomorrow, and emailing it to you guys. I think I told you 4 to we'll talk about it in a second. I'm just pulling up right now, but the goal will be Sunday for you guys to watch the kickoff meeting and then watch the videos, and then you're free to go. I want you on Monday, ideally, to come in so that you can start observing. For you, you'll do observing from 4 to 8. Taylor's here, so you'll be watching her. And then let me do this. Actually, and then right before we end, by the way, I'm gonna have to also set you guys up your accounts. Okay, so here's what I did. So 1 to 7. Well, I need to put you guys through the PR training, so I have to look at my schedule for next week because I'm gonna figure out a day to do that. That's what I have to think about. So it's just gonna be videos. I do. Yeah. Yeah, so I had you Monday and Thursday because those are the days that Taylor works till 8. Is that okay? All right. The 1 to 7 Monday. Okay, so then okay. And then yeah, so actually I had you an 11 to 4 on Monday. And then I was gonna have you Wednesday, Thursday, same time. Okay, so if there are any challenges, you gotta let me know. I may adjust Thursday a little bit actually because I think that may be a good day for me to train you guys on PRs. I just have to look at my schedule because I think I have a meeting. Actually, let me look. 4 to 8. No, I mean I have 4 to 8. Okay. Where are you coming from again? Where are you coming from? Yeah, I just don't like you only working like 3 hours.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Huh? Okay. Yeah. We are about to start. Kayla, you can. Yeah. And just where's Maria? Maybe she's outside. Yeah. I don't know if the boys ate it.
I'm so hungry.
The skinny little thing is like she's just. I love it. She's a tiny little thing, probably going crazy in the pizza. I love it. Where's Maria? We're about to do some role playing. Actually, I mean, I want them to start role playing. Hey, Pensacola, can you guys start role playing, please? Pensacola. Oh, they probably can't hear me.
If you want me to work more days, I would settle down.
Yeah, here's the thing. I totally do want you to do that. It's up to you. I mean, as long as there are no challenges. Hey, Pensacola, can you guys start role playing, please? Whoever wants to go first. Whichever one of you wants to be the sacrificial lamb. Are you down for that? Because
yes, I'm so down.
The thing is, like, normally when someone is new, I like try to take it easy. But I feel like you can handle it. You're not gonna get you're already kind of initiated differently. And the thing is, like, I'm thinking like I actually could probably do more than 5 hours in a day. You know what I mean? Like I'm also considering who you're watching, things like that.
Right.
Hey, you're in charge of yo. Or you can whatever markers I got.
Someone like just like
20 minutes ago. By the way, I just was telling Brianna, she's working 4 to 8 Monday and Thursday, and you're here until 8 Monday and Thursday, so that she's going to be watching. Okay. Taylor, so if she messes up, I'm going to blame her. It's going to go down. All right. So, okay. So, we're going to do some role playing. All right. So pull out your IAP scripts, please. Okay. And I will turn some music on. Oh, that's really loud. Sorry. Okay. And I want you guys just to start role play. Just dive right in. So Ashley and Ariana, you guys are going to be our sacrificial lambs, if you will. You're going to be the receptionist, caller, and then you're going to switch, okay? Brianna, Maria, Ariana, Ashley. Okay.
How are you?
Like a stone, and I fell heavy into your arms. These days.
Okay, so we go from how are you straight to cool.
Well, she's going to say, I'm good. How are you?
Oh, do you want me to wait for them or?
Oh, no, you don't have to wait. No, you can just jump right in. Let me look at the script real quick. I don't actually know which, you're reading the script, right? I don't actually know it on my, no, no, it says, okay, cool. Okay, great. What I'm going to do is double check your contact information. Blah, 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 blah. Tell you what, I actually changed my mind. I'm going to do it for you guys first. You're going to listen to me. Pensacola, I'm going to interrupt you guys. Can you hear me? They can't hear me. I think they muted me. That's okay. All right, I'm going to do it for you first. All right. Can you be my caller?
Sure.
All right, I'm going to call you. All right. I have script? Okay. Just say, I'm going to say ring, ring. You're going to say hello. Okay. Ring, ring.
Hello.
Hi, Ashley.
Yes.
Hi, Ashley. This is Beth from Vector. I'm actually calling because you requested an interview on our website. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you. What I'm going to go ahead and do is double check your contact information real quick, and then I'm going to schedule you for an interview with the manager. That way the manager can review the position in detail and answer any questions that you have about the job. Now, it says here that you heard about us online on Craigslist. Is that correct? Just say yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Just whatever I say, just go with it. Okay. And you checked the 18 years or older box. Is that right?
Right.
Okay, that's good. Just to review, we are currently filling openings in entry-level customer sales and service. So Ashley, what you would be doing if everything were to work out is actually working with our customers, answering any of their questions, explaining products to them, and helping them place orders. Now, Ashley, our starting base pay rate is $15. That is what it is for everyone, just so you guys know. Our starting base pay rate is $15, and that's a fixed rate. It's not based on sales or results. Were you looking for something full-time or something part-time?
Full-time.
Okay, great. That would be fine. The manager will be able to discuss that with you during your interview. Also, no experience is required, because the company has a brief training for those who are accepted for the position. Are you a student, by the way, or currently working?
I'm a student.
Okay, so turn the page. If she's a student, you're going to go to the section where it says, oh wait, actually. Sorry, by the way, on Vector Live, if they're not a student, you can click no and you won't see any of the student verbiage printed out. It's a little confusing, okay? So for now, we're gonna say, just to make it easier for the exercise, we're gonna say they're not a student, okay? All right, just to make it easy, all right? So if they're not a student, you said you're not a student? Are you a student currently? Okay, great, that's fine. I was just gonna mention that there is no experience necessary because we offer a full training and we don't do any telemarketing or cold calling. We also don't do any door-to-door canvassing. But one thing that is absolutely required of you is that you have to be comfortable working with people because we do work face-to-face with our customers. So Ashley, is that something that you are comfortable with?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Have you done anything where you were working with people in the past?
Yeah.
Yep, go ahead.
I've worked with a ballet company.
Oh, okay. Oh, you said ballet or valet?
Ballet.
Oh, ballet. Okay, so you're a ballet dancer yourself?
Yeah.
All right, very cool. And you were a teacher with them?
Yes, I was.
Okay. How long did you do that for?
16 years.
Oh, wow. So a really, really long time. Okay. So did you where you learned to dance, did you also teach as well, later on?
Yeah.
Very cool. All right. Have you had any other jobs where you were working with people?
Nope.
No? Okay. All right. Well, it sounds like you have a little bit of experience then. Now, by the way, normally rapport is about listening to someone and responding appropriately. So you can't necessarily script rapport. The goal is to ask them, what have you done working with people? And then kind of go off of that, right? Where'd you work? How long did you work there for? It's not in the script necessarily. And while you guys are new, don't worry about it. But as you get more comfortable, you're going to try to build a little bit more rapport with them, but we're not worried about that today. Okay? All right, flip to the next page where it says all the way down where it says set interview. Do you guys see that? One thing I want to point out, you can't see it on here. Do you see where it says like company description? It's kind of grayed out. See, like on the front it says get ad source, company description. Do you guys see that? Okay. What that is it's actually on Vector Live. It doesn't say that. It's where the boxes are to fill in the information. So wherever you say grayed out area, don't worry about it. Just, you can actually cross it out if you wanted to. I don't want you to do it right now, but don't worry about it, okay? The reason is because, like I said, when we ask them if they're a student, that area on Vector Live, we put where they are a student. That's all. That's the only reason it's there. Okay. So just go to the second page at the bottom under set interview. Okay. Well, Ashley, you do sound like the kind of person our managers would want to interview. So what I'd like to do for you is set you up a time to come in and meet with one of them. That way you can ask any of the specific questions that you have at the time, and the manager can look over your application and give you more information on the positions available. How does that sound?
Sounds great.
Okay, great. Do you know if you're going to be driving or taking public transportation?
I'll be driving.
Okay, cool. And what area of Fort Lauderdale are you coming from?
North.
North. Okay, so you guys would say Miami probably, right? What area of North Miami or Miami, just Miami probably. You said north. Where exactly north are you? Like, are you near Coral Springs? Are you near Pompano Beach? What specific area?
Closer to Coral Springs.
Coral Springs. What major? I usually ask them like what major road they're off of. Oh, I'm sorry. I know you're leaving, so you're gonna role play. I'm sorry, John. You're gonna role play with Maria when we role play. Okay. You said the Coral Springs. What major area are you near? Or what major road are you near? Excuse me. Huh? State Road 7. Oh, okay, great. So we're right off State Road 7. All right, perfect. Now, we do have a lot of applicants, and the manager is looking to fill positions right away. He is interviewing on a first come, first serve basis. So I would like to get you in here as soon as possible. Ashley, let's see here. Now, by the way, in Vector Live, it lists the times for you. It will say it. So just make one up for the exercise, okay? Ashley, I'll tell you what. Actually, it looks like I can actually get you in later today at 6:15. Does that work for you? Perfect. For this exercise, just say yes. Whatever, again, say yes. Always say yes. All right. So we're going to skip down because she didn't say no ever. All right. All right, great. So I'll go ahead and schedule you for 6:15. This gets you in soon, and it gives you a chance to meet with the manager right away. Okay. Just to confirm, is this the email address you provided? I'm sorry, is the email address you provided the best one for us to send you an interview confirmation?
Yes, it is.
All right, great. Let me go ahead and read that back to you. If someone applies online, it's already in the system, so we just confirm it. Okay. Okay, let me go ahead and read that back to you, right? Okay, great. And so there are just a few more things I need from you. Is the phone number that you gave us the best number to reach you at as well? All right, great. Just so you know, our computer system actually sends out a quick reminder text message before your interview, okay? Okay, next page. All right, now I want you to actually cross something out. On Vector Live, it asks for street addresses. We don't do that anymore. So at the top of the last page, it says, lastly, I will need your street address. Just cross that out. We do not ask for their addresses. It's just unnecessary. It gives you an option, but we don't do it, okay? All right, so Ashley, are you ready to write down the directions?
I am.
All right, perfect. So I have you confirmed for today, which is April 21st at 6:15 p.m. You are going to be meeting with the manager. His name is Mr. Crosso, and I usually spell it for them. Okay, let me go ahead and give you the directions to our office. It's really easy to get here. All right, also the address is, give him the address. All right, give him the directions. So Ashley, are you comfortable with the directions that I gave you? All right, great. Did you get everything down, or is there anything I need to repeat?
I think I'm good.
Okay, great. Go ahead and write the office number down so that if you have any trouble finding us, you can give me a call. Again, the number is 954-636-2011. So a couple things for your interview. When you come in, you do want to make sure you dress nice. My tip for you is to make sure you're at least 10 to 15 minutes early. That way you're ahead of any traffic, and you want to make sure you get here to fill out your application a few minutes early so that you can meet with the manager on time. Make sure you bring pen and paper with you. And Ashley, if things do go well for you, your interview could take up to 90 minutes. Obviously, that's only if things go well for you, but you may want to plan your schedule accordingly. Does that sound good?
Yes, it does.
Awesome. Well, hey, listen, it was really great talking to you, and I do look forward to meeting you, excuse me. I will let the manager know you're all set, and I'll see you about 6 o'clock this evening. Don't hesitate to call me if you have any trouble finding us, okay? All right, we'll see you then. And that's it. This exercise, I just want you to say it. I want you to just say it. You know what I mean? Because I can't tweak anything until you actually know how to say it, all right? So, John, you are going to role play with Maria, okay? You guys are going to, any questions about this before I have you guys do this? Because I feel like, you know, when we were jumping into it, maybe a little confusing. Any questions at all? Okay. You can move back there if you want to, so you can role play. All right. John, you can do it too for her so she can hear you. That's totally fine. Thank you.
Wanna write this love song? I'm fighting this urge, but you make it say, ooh, damn, 'cause I can't find the words. Wanna write this love song? Just wanna dance all night to it, but you make it say, ooh, damn, 'cause I can't find the words. Ooh, stole my heart, we had a summer flame. And I told my heart it was just a summer flame. But you made it fall in the winter, bloom in the spring, from June to December was you and me. And I told my heart it was just a summer flame. It was just a summer flame. This ain't no love song. It's just a little bitty baby. I just wanna go ooh, damn. 'Cause you're so pretty, baby. This ain't no love song. Just wanna watch you dance, sexy baby.
Actually, just say you're not, just to make it easier.
Ooh, damn. Let's see if you let me, babe. Ooh, you stole my heart. We had a summer flame. And I told my heart it was just a summer flame. But you made me fall in the winter, bloom in the spring, from June to December was you and me. And I told my heart it was just a summer flame. It was just a summer flame. Always remember the summer thing. You always remember the summer thing. We'll always remember the summer thing. You always remember the summer. I mean, summer flame. And I told my heart it was just a summer thing. But you made me fall in the winter, bloom in the spring, from June to December was you and me. And I told my heart it was just a summer thing.
So you skip the.
You skip it and go to the end, the last one.
I would like to get you in as soon as possible. It looks like you've been
So we would skip that.
Yeah.
It would be go straight to
So John, do you have one for you working with people?
yeah, we already talked about that. So it would just which you already on test years. So it'd be 12.
Trying to figure out where the heck I'm going to train for PR. So it's like no time.
So what I have to do for you is
I can't. I'm not going to do it.
No, I said I'm gonna try finance for you. I'm not going to train them in this institute.
I mean, I may have to have Daniel do it. It's not ideal. And I may have to have me. I have no choice. That's not ideal, but make sure she takes care of it. Next time we can do Skip the part where it says if no. You don't have to worry about hey. Okay. Now you want to stick around? Why did I know before? Why didn't anyone tell me before? I was like, what about yeah. Oh, no. I didn't even know you were local. Are you doing anything about the summer? Yeah, I mean, obviously, help you're actually helping us out. We need to be in the DA. We need help being here. So, I mean, I'm definitely down to have you help me. What are you doing in class at this point or not? So my training is April 30th, my next Saturday. Next Saturday. What are you doing on that Saturday? It's hard to like compromise. The thing is, I don't want to run training one like I don't want to do that. I'm doing training next Saturday. I'm sure I'll get after that, but I mean, I'd like to try to get you in yeah, let me just, I'm gonna text you because I want to make sure I have your number. So I'll send you something now, 531-42. So, I will, thing is, that would be ideal, doing one Saturday, I think it's Saturday, 11 to 4, because I have a high school. I'm making one with Monica, but your baby is last summer as an assistant, and her sister Celeste, she recommended her, and I'm gonna hire her. And she's in high school, and I don't want to be training after 4 o'clock. It's too late for me. So like, I totally don't. So I want to do a Saturday from 11 to 4, just because. So I am doing that because I have another girl from UCF, Amanda, who's also you asked one of them, I don't know. And she's going back into town Thursday. So I figured give her Friday and then I'll do it on Saturday. So text me and let me know. Do you spell your name with a Y? Yeah. I knew it. Okay. I realized I texted Audrey and I gave her the wrong number. Well, I mean, not the wrong number. I wrote your name wrong. I knew it. Okay. And it's Telford, TLFORC. So, what you can do is shoot me a text and let me know because it would be ideal. It's just that one day. Usually this orientation with me, it's 5 hours. It's so we have that day, and then the next 2 parts are watching videos, which is actually very easy to do. It's not that good. It's just watching how to use a computer program and whatever, and the video with me, and then you have to like observe it, right? So whether it's watching Taylor or Lori or Cynthia, my current receptionist, you know Lori, right? Doesn't matter. Okay. So you probably just watch her, and then by within a couple days you should be good to go. Then we add one extra part of PR training. Were you recommended by someone, or did you just recommend it? You didn't have to hear about the job. No, the rep job. You remember? Letter on campus. Oh, so Dave recommended it. Okay, so that's a PR, personal recruit. So we receptionists call them, right? So they like give them a call, we give them some location, obviously schedule. We don't schedule everyone. So that's part of the job, and so we have to add that to training. And I mean, the only thing is, did you talk to Sunday? Daniel? Yes, did he talk to you? But the thing is, oh, he did. Are you free on Sunday? Okay, the thing is, during the week, I can be flexible, but on Sunday hours, 1 to 9 are like super important. That's great. If you come to me and say, yeah, I know I'm gone for a week, and you like let me know what in advance, that's a little bit different. But like, I don't usually hire someone that they can never do. You know what I mean? So, and by the way, this really only 8 Sundays total because it's like May and June. By mid-July, we get slower by mid-July. So I don't know what the plan is in July. But like I usually start cutting out like mid-July. And people who are not local who aren't going to work with me in the spring or the fall cut their hours first. You know, so they'll usually, and he can tell you this so many times, and I can't do it anyway because you have school, right? Yeah. I didn't think it was possible. I just thought this was like you can help out with some.
I could try.
Right. Well, here's what I'm saying. I'm not worried about that now. I'm thinking of social life. So I have to something to the understanding of what the future is about. So basically, as we go down, I basically look at my local schools. You know, I have to go in and help them. She's helping them out. She went to know us. Oh, you remember her, right? She worked with me in the summer, but then she ended up staying on because her schedule worked out. You know, so there's a couple things that I look for as far as like staying longer. Right? It's not that I don't want to be everywhere, so I don't have the hours. We're a lot busier in summer than not in summer. However, it would be nice to have someone who was around and could pick up one shift a week, or like if they wanted to, or if they could like help out or something. That's great. You know, maybe that's something that we consider. That's totally fine. And then on breaks, we always have work. Any break, we have work. Winter and summer, we're busy. But the thing is, people think summer is for us, and for us it doesn't. We're starting to we're busy now. We're getting busy now. So I'm willing to totally be flexible like during the meeting. The busiest days are Sundays and Wednesdays, right? You're not telling us something, right? Okay. One thing that I sometimes will have my old reps do is help on Wednesdays with reps in PRs because they know the team really well. They like being around the team. So like, yeah, I know, that's exactly why. So usually what I'll do is I'll have them work on Wednesdays till 9. Again, I don't know what their schedule is, so we gotta look at that schedule. Sundays and Wednesdays are busy. That's what I'm asking. What I would probably need to know is you have any set restrictions on your schedule. Like you're not taking classes. No classes. So when are your practices usually?
Practices, I mean, for summer, it's really just on our own. So literally, I can move
You do volleyball, cheerleading, sorry, not volleyball.
Yeah, so like we've been having like 5 a.m. workouts, so like that's
clearly we won't be having 5 a.m. calls. So I need someone who's later in the day, like after 11 or 12. That's really, and most people want to sleep in.
I never get to sleep in.
There you go. I definitely want an 11 or 12. Usually it's like an 11 to 7, somewhere between that. I have coverage as late as 8 o'clock Mondays, Tuesdays, 9 on Wednesdays, 7 on Thursdays, and 5 on Fridays. Saturdays I have maybe one person work it's like a different person every week, so they might work one Friday and then like a Saturday and then they don't work for 2 months. It's probably not gonna hit it. I might have like her, she's a high schooler, so like it's better for her on the weekends. Yeah. You know, Sunday, end of the week, Friday, Saturday, it's like slower, and like not a big deal, but like Sundays is such an important day, 1 to 9, like I definitely have all my work available. I don't make it an option because it's just such an important day. But then during the week, I can be pretty flexible, and I'm fine with later. I mean, Lori works in the morning, I'm gonna have Taylor work more in the morning, so it's probably gonna be after. Perfect with you. You're like all about sleeping in. Okay. So the hours, $9 an hour. Potential for, I say 20 to 30 hours. I mean, sometimes I will work as much as I can.
Yeah, same.
Okay, so like that's my question. Like, am I? Granted, I don't want to put someone on 40 hours a week. It's a lot to make calls. Because the thing is, this is a little bit easier. It's a lot easier than phone time. So, you know, you just phone time with it. It's a lot easier than that.
Really? I think
Oh, perfect. Great. Okay. No, it's a lot easier than that because it's like, I mean, we are calling people who have been recommended to us. We're not going to schedule all of them. The biggest thing I would tell you that I told Ashley was like, and I covered this in training, that's stick to your scripts. Because you guys are going to want to be, this is so awesome. And the nights are so great. And like, we don't do any of that other stuff. You know, it's just give some basic stuff. So here's what I would say. Next Saturday would be ideal for you to join. That would be the ideal for you to join on Saturday from 11 to 4. So text your code, see what he or she says. And then if you can make it, we'll do that. And then when you come in on Saturday, I will give you the schedule for the following week. Are you going out of town at all? Yeah. So when are you going out of town? You know when?
It's
167.
It's not really.
If you ask them and they say like, well, we could make it in July, that would be like the ideal, but it may not even be an option. Where do you guys go?
We normally do like a big trip out of the country. So I know November we're gonna go to Greece. I don't know.
I mean, that's definitely a big deal because if you're gonna, I mean, it's, you know, thing is having it help out is great. Like if you're gonna be like, well, I'm gonna go on for 2.5 weeks in June, that's a big deal. So I definitely would need to know like as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like work?
Yeah.
Or wherever you are? Depends. Yeah. Oh, I don't want you to work on your vacation. Why would I do that? That would be horrible. You would do that while you're okay. So how about two things? Can you make me next Saturday 11 to 4, 30th? And then what's the vacation for? And then just like shoot me a text and let me know so that I can make a plan. Because I'm all about having help. I just need to know for scheduling purposes when someone's gonna be available. Does that work? Awesome. Very cool. I just got another receptionist. Yeah.
They were just listening to her talk as a cashier.
I texted her actually. She texted me back. She's like, yeah, I don't know many too many details. I was like, cool, I'll let you know. But like,
I was literally like, you're like, this works.
Yeah. Bye. Text me. Good luck in your finals. Oh my god, my contacts.
And I will set you up. And I will see you at 5:45.
All right. All right. You guys go through it at least once? All right. That's okay. You guys went through it once? All right. Awesome. So have a seat. Okay. Get back to, okay. Okay. So we have an hour and 20 minutes left. Here's what I'll say about training, by the way, okay? You never have to do this part again, all right? So I know it's actually not that bad. I just think that as time progresses, people's capacities for like paying attention has become a lot shorter. You know what I mean? It's like the 3-hour class versus the 50-minute class. You probably should go to the 50-minute class because the 3-hour class, you're gonna lose me after like an hour and a half. So I do understand this takes a little bit of energy and effort. I am really asking for that because this is a one-time thing. You're also paid to be here, okay? It's just really important to me that you guys get out of this everything that you can. So I need your full and undivided attention for the next hour and 20 minutes. We'll probably take one more quick break, but I wanna make sure we're out of here by 7 o'clock. That's really important to me, okay? So here's what I want you to do. I just want you to write down the next workshop. It's not like a workshop. I just wanna remind you guys again. We already kind of covered this, but just as a reminder again. Keys to proper communication. So just go ahead and write down keys to proper communication. And I want to write down what we've already kind of talked about, which are what's important as far as how you sound, right? Your phone voice is your tool, and it's not what you say, it's how you say it. So the key areas, as a reminder, key areas of communication are speed, clarity, voice inflection, which again is the ups and downs of your voice, tone, So speed, clarity, voice inflection, tone, volume. I'm very loud. You're very quiet. I can hear, I know it. All right. It depends. By the way, it's going to get crazy in there sometimes. Now, you do not want to shout. You know how if someone starts talking and like the louder they get, the louder you get, okay? You have to be really aware of that. You want to respect your fellow receptionists, okay? My office gets very crazy. It's fun. It's a lot of fun, but it also get really crazy. So it's really important that you're very aware. You don't want to be yelling. The thing is, you don't also want to be whispering to where they can't hear you, okay? So volume. And then enthusiasm, okay? So speed, clarity, voice inflection, tone, volume, and enthusiasm. I want to quickly review something called, you guys can write this down, culture of productivity. Culture of productivity. And then you're going to pull out a handout included in your documents. It's the receptionist to-do list. So culture of productivity, because you might take some notes in addition to having the document in front of you, and I want to make sure you have that document. So Pensacola, let me know when you have it. Daily receptionist to-do list. Ooh. Looks like this. I just redid this actually, so. Everyone, ladies in Pensacola, you good? Okay. Okay, so I take the time to talk about this in training, but I want you to understand that when you're new, we're gonna like hold your hand as you do each thing. You don't know, you know, you're just gonna come in, you're gonna be very single topic minded. So you're gonna think about this one thing and then we're gonna cover the next thing with you. But as you get more practice, you'll learn how to juggle in between different things. So here's the deal. As receptionists, you don't just sit there and wait for the phones to ring. Okay, the rule is, and you can write this down, there is always something to do. There is always something to do. Okay, if you're not sure what to do, what do you think you should do? Let me give a guess. You're not sure. Come in, okay, what do I do? What do you think maybe you should do? Hint. I feel like that won't be a hint. It'll be like giving the answer. What do you think maybe you should do? Just give a guess.
Start making calls.
That's a good guess. Yes. Yeah. I was gonna also say just schedule someone, right? Yes. Technically, yes. You can ask. That's why we're here. We're not gonna just say, okay, go in there. Like the first day, Brianna, you get on the phone. You're not gonna walk in and be like, well, what do I do? And no one's gonna help you. Okay. We're gonna be there. I will never schedule you guys right now without someone else here to help you. Okay, John will be at the office with you, okay? He may not always be available, but he's gonna make sure you know what to do. As you gain, right?
I'll always be available.
Okay, perfect. He knows what I wanna hear. I'll always be available too, okay? Actually, that's untrue. Allie will be though. Allie will, I promise. Allie will, someone will, okay? You know, again, you have to know what's expected of you, all right? Ultimately though, if you're not sure what to do, yes, you should like make or take calls, right? Or ask, all right? But I want to clarify. Basically, I want you guys to understand the theory of, and you can write this down. Write this down. Know your ABCs. Know your ABCs. Actually, you may know what this stands for because I think you guys applied to reps, but actually, maybe not.
It's familiar.
It's okay. I'm going to give it away anyway, just in case, okay? Know your ABCs stands for always be calling. For those of you guys who've had a job before, if you've ever been in food service, if you've ever been in retail, you don't just sit there and wait for people to walk in and find you and ask you a question, right? There's always things to be done. Well, in order to be productive here, in order for you to be doing your job, you should be scheduling people. So there's always something to be done. What I don't want ever, especially when my manager, when they're paying you to make and take calls, is to sit there and be doing nothing. That's the worst thing that a receptionist could do, okay? Just you know, it's like if you're in food service, you're doing side work, okay? If you're in retail, you're doing inventory, you're folding stuff, you're cleaning, right? There are different things that you should be doing. Well, here, there are always things that you should be doing. They're just on the phone, okay? So we're gonna talk about that. let me clarify. So again, we have PRs and PRs are the outgoing form of calling where basically they've been recommended, okay? Incoming is anyone that contacts us. But either way, you're either calling them or you're taking a call, okay? We call PRs 7 days a week, but on Sundays, that is specifically dedicated to calling PRs. So on Sundays, everyone works, everyone calls PRs. 1 to 9 is our shift, everyone always calls. And the reason we do it on Sundays is because it's an awesome day to reach people. It's a perfect day. Everyone is available. They're not really doing that much, right? Now, if you work in retail or also in the restaurant industry, you probably will work on nights and weekends because that's when they're most busy, right? Well, Sundays for us, it's the perfect day to reach someone, okay? Also, we get names. The way it works is our representatives go through training. And on Saturday, the 3rd day of training, they recommend people. So Sunday, right? It's the day after the names are fresh. That's why we call them. And we don't just call PRs once, which we'll talk about, okay? But either way, we call them like the next day that we get them, all right? However, during the week, we call PRs as well, all right? It depends. So if you come in, there may be a time where you come in and it's 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon and we've done other things and we're gonna say, okay, Ashley, we want you to hop on PRs, okay? We'll tell you. Either that or we'll see where we are in the to-do list and you'll hop into the to-do list. That's basically it. But PRs are usually, they're part of the to-do list, okay? That's why I say hybrid, because if you're a hybrid, you know how to do everything. So you can start from top and go to bottom. Just depends on when you come in and where we're at, okay? But we'll tell you what to do. And when you're new, we're gonna say, okay, do this is how you do it. Do this is how you do it. And then ultimately, you come in and say, okay, you're gonna do this, this, and this. You know how to do it. Okay, so again, there may also be times when your agenda is strictly to call PRs. It just depends. Something I do here in my office, especially in the busy days when there's 15 receptionists in my office, is I make like a grid and I write all of their names and then I write in order of what I want them to work on. Some will just do PR, some will clear out the system. I'll just literally write it just to make it easier, okay? Other than that though, you should be where you're probably working on a hybrid shift, which is basically, again, a combination of incoming and outgoing. Again, as a reminder, if you're doing a hybrid shift, you should be making a minimum of 15 to 20 actions per hour, okay? Our system, Vector Live, is time-stamped. So when you come in and you log in on Vector Live, it says when you've logged in. It says when you leave a message. It says when you make a call. It says every single thing. We can see, because you do it on Vector Live. So we can see exactly how many actions are made per hour, okay? Just so that we can track productivity, and if we need to dive in and say, hey, you worked 3 hours, you only made 15 calls, right? Maybe what's happening that's getting in your way of making calls so we can troubleshoot it, okay? For PRs, we do it on paper. So like they give us recommendations on a piece of paper. We call them, we use the paper script. If we schedule a PR, we then go on Vector Live at the end of the shift and we enter it. So you don't need a computer your whole shift if you're calling just PRs. Otherwise, you would need a computer, okay? Laptops or whatever you have, okay? So I want to go through the daily to-do list, okay? And this is, again, I don't want you to, don't expect to, you're not going to know everything on this to-do list. You're not going to memorize it, but I just want to give you an idea of what everything is, okay? And granted, it depends on the person coming in. In my office, Lori's always the first one in, okay? Maria, I don't know what schedule John's going to have for you, okay? So if you're the first person in the morning, then you probably will go down this list, okay? Sundays, we just call PRs. We're not doing this list. It's just, so Sundays, the way it works is our shift it starts at 1 o'clock. In my office, it's 1 to 9, okay? 1 o'clock I asked that my reception show up 15 minutes early because we start right at 1, because from 1 to 1:30 is our kickoff meeting, and we'll talk about that at the end. And then after that, after the kickoff meeting, we start calling at 1:30, like right away, okay? But during the week, we're gonna go based off this schedule, this to-do list, okay? Turn on lights, quiet music. I actually, when we used to have our office in Miami, it was like lots of windows. And so I would like come in the morning and my receptionist like didn't turn any lights on. I thought it was the weirdest thing in the world. Like turn the lights on, maybe a little quiet music. I just think that's really weird, okay? You should sign immediately into Vector Live. You're a Vector Live account, okay? Now, in my office, and I'll show you guys this at the end, I have a sign-in sheet. You actually sign in on a piece of paper, okay? John and Kayla will probably use the same thing, okay? Sign into Vector Live and sign in sheet. If you're calling PRs on Sunday, you don't need to sign into Vector Live right away, okay? If you are, again, if this is during the week, you should clear the voicemail. So everyone will have a voicemail. We have a machine, you just put the code in, check the voicemails. We clear it out, and we have a message book where we write down their messages, okay? We do interview reminder calls. And again, I don't expect you to know this all right away, but basically each morning we go through the interviews and we see who's set. And if they've been set more than a day in advance, we will call them to remind them. So if it's, what's today, Thursday? If they were set Tuesday and before, we would call them just to give them a quick reminder. That's all. Okay, there's a script for it. It's really easy. Okay. We call urgent voicemails back. So if someone called, we listened to the voicemail and they said, I need to reschedule my interview. Can you please call me? We would call them. Okay. Urgent means like rescheduling, needs to miss their interview, something like that. If someone just applied online or if they left a message because they saw an ad, we'll call them back later. Okay. We call student IAPs first. Okay. So we go through the IAPs, internet applications. They are sorted. They're chronological. So it says 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. It's in red if it's over 3 days old. You guys will watch the videos. It will explain. But we call people, anyone under 14 days, we'll call them first, and we call students first. And the reason we do that is because those are some of our top applicants. We've worked really hard to get those touches. So we call students first. And the way we know they're a student is when you look on Vector Live, you'll see this. It'll identify student, or if they saw us on campus, that's a student. That's all. That's it. Okay? So we call IAPs. Then we go to all IAPs under 7 days. I'm going to explain this later, but PRs are personal recruits, and post PRs are people. So we collect PRs differently, all right? Actually, you guys can write this down. So there are three types of PRs. You can write this down. 3 types of PRs. There's actually more, but I'm just going to teach you the 3 basics, okay? There are traditional PRs. There are post PRs, traditional PRs, post PRs, and rep-driven PRs. Pensacola, or for Morgan and for Desiree, Cole might call them, instead of post PRs, he might call them acceptance criteria PRs. It's the same thing. Okay, it's the same thing. We call them post PRs. Okay, traditional PRs mean, all it means, the different names are based on when someone recommended them. That's basically it. If they recommended them here, this is what they're called. So I'm going to explain. Do you remember training, sales rep training? On the 3rd day of training, at the end, it's their graduation day when they launch, they recommend people. It's usually when they recommend a lot of people. Those are traditional PRs. So basically on day 3 of training, on their last day of training, they recommend them. That's a traditional PR. Okay, when PRs are collected on their 3rd and final day of training. So they haven't actually gone out and sold yet, but they are recommending people. Okay, post PRs. So when our representatives, you schedule them for an interview, right? They come in for the interview. They go through the interview process. At the end of the interview, before they actually find out if they've gotten the job or not, okay, we have them fill out a sheet that looks like this. It's called an interview criteria sheet. Okay, they fill out some questions, right? And at the bottom, right, they're just potentially getting accepted for the job. At the bottom, they're allowed to recommend anyone they know. These are the most fun PRs to call. They're really easy because they're usually people, the recommendations are people they know really well. It's like, oh, tell me a couple of people you know that might be looking for work. You're probably going to come up with the first 2 to 3 people that you know off the top of your head. So they're closer to you, right? So either way, we get these, right? And we call them real quick. We'll get like 3 to 5 names depending on the person. These are post-interview. So like right after the interview, but they haven't gone through training. And what's cool about that is say their friend gets accepted on a Monday and recommends someone, right? They're set for training on Thursday, the rep, the accepted person. Say we call their friends on Tuesday. We could, if they come in for that interview that same week, they could go through the same training with them. So they could actually train with them, which is really cool, okay? So, and then rep-driven, to make it easy, I'm not going to overcomplicate. Rep-driven is anyone that's recommended to us after they finish training. So anything after day 3, okay? We do something called alley-oop. I just don't like to get it confusing, excuse me. But alley-oop is basically where, you guys are familiar with that term from basketball, alley-oop. So basically like you assist in helping them get a basket. We do the same thing, but with PRs, right? So say Ashley comes, I don't know if you ever did this, you probably did, where basically the way it works is Ashley says, hey, I've got a friend who might be looking for a job. So I say, okay, cool, call them. She calls them. She says, hey, I'm sitting here with my manager. We're looking to fill positions. I know you're looking for a job. Here, talk to him. She gives them the phone. It's an alley-oop PR, and it's a rep-driven because she's already a rep. That's all, okay? So either way, there are a couple different types of PRs, all right? In this list, on the to-do list, we're calling new post PRs. So say it's a Tuesday, you come in, we call people from maybe that got collected on Monday. and each day we'll call them. Okay? Next is new callbacks. I would like you to put a sad face next to callbacks, and I will explain why. Sad face next to callbacks. I dislike callbacks, and I will explain why. Okay? Callbacks are anyone that we talk to that for some reason on the initial phone call, we can't set them up for an interview. For example, oh, I'm so busy. I can't make it for 2 weeks. First of all, I don't understand that because it's like, you know, no offense, but like if you're looking for a job, we should ideally get you in as soon as possible, right? Callbacks are people that for some reason we're talking to them and for some reason we can't get them in. Here's my tip with this. Don't set people callbacks unless you have to. Ideally, we schedule them. If you're in the situation where you can't get them in within 1 or 2 days, then you're going to ask your manager before you set them a callback. But either way, they're in here because if someone does get set for a callback and we do have to call them back, we have to make sure we actually call them back. That's why it's in there. Okay. PRs, don't worry about the clipboard and Facebook right now, but basically just we're going to call PRs. Okay. Voicemails, pretty self-explanatory. Hi, I saw a sign. I was leaving a voicemail because, you know, I'm leaving a voicemail because leaving a message because I'm interested in the job. We just call voicemails back. Call IAPS again for the second time during the day after 3 because sometimes people are never available during the day. Brianna, you'd be a good example of this, right? I couldn't reach you at 10 o'clock in the morning because you're at school, right? But I could reach you at 4, right? So we make a second round just in case because we may be able to reach them in the afternoon if we can't reach them in the day. We always call them in the morning because just in case, maybe they get out of school at 12, they can call us back. So we do a second round of calling, okay? No-shows, they're simply people who miss the interview and maybe they're embarrassed because they feel bad. They don't know that they can still reschedule. That bass is ridiculous. Do you guys hear that? He loves the bass. That would be Daniel Grosso in the back. It always echoes in my office. It's like so loud from here. Whatever. All right. So no-shows, okay? No-shows are people that we don't call them back all every day, but we'll give them a quick call and basically just say, hey, is this Cole? Hey, is this Cole? Hey, Cole, I noticed you missed your interview yesterday. I just want to make sure everything was okay. Because sometimes people don't know. They feel bad. They don't realize they can reschedule. So we'll call them back and reschedule them. Okay? We'll call other IAPs, voicemails, callbacks, no-shows, and then ask your manager. Okay? Basic to-do list. Like I said, when you're new, we're going to help you go through this. This should be hanging up on your walls in your office, managers. And as you come in, we'll kind of teach you how to do things. Just so you know, I always have you guys do IAPs first. It's the easiest thing for you guys to do. So we'll slowly but surely teach you how to do these things, okay? All right, I want to take a couple minutes to talk about PRs, okay? So you were a PR, John?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you are definitely a PR, all right? So Jen, you were PR. Morgan or Desiree, were you guys PRs? Were you recommended by anyone? Yes? Okay, I can't see Desiree, but no? No, okay, she give the thumbs down. All right, so I really want to take some time. How about this, John? If I said, share why this experience has been good for you and why you appreciate the person that recommended you, what would you say?
First things first, the person who recommended me, I told you, I hadn't spoken to them in like years.
Oh, this is great. Can you speak up because I want them to hear you?
When I was recommended the job, it was by someone that was like a close friend years ago, like in middle school. Like, I got recommended my junior year of high school. I hadn't spoken to him since like 7th grade, or like 6th grade, right? And so I got the call, right? And Karina, she's a great PR call. Right?
Yes.
She's a great trainer of receptionists. And she enticed me. I came in. And I can honestly say that the experience that I've gotten here working, not only the experience in terms of like a resume builder, but just the people that I've met, the laughs I've shared, the money I've made, like it's an experience like no other. And I can honestly tell you from the bottom of my heart, there are, there's a good and a bad side to everything in life, right? But the good definitely outweighs the bad here. And I can honestly say that, everyone at some point in their life, whether it's receptionist, whether it's rep, management, whatever it is, needs to have an experience in that.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
Would you say you appreciate, so you didn't even know you hadn't even talked to the person that recommended you in years. Like you hadn't talked to him in years. That's so funny, by the way.
I was an assistant manager, and I told him, yeah, I'm an assistant manager, and I'm trying to run my own brand. And then he's like, oh man, that's awesome. I can't believe it. And I was like, yeah, man, thank you.
Thanks for giving me a job.
Thanks for giving me a job.
Opportunity to run your own office.
Yeah.
You know, I think you'll hear a lot of these stories, by the way. I have a video, but I was like, John's sitting here and he got recommended at school. Okay. I mean, Ashley, how about you? I mean, would you say you enjoyed your experience last summer with us? I know you did. Look at how excited she was when she walked in the door. She's like, hi, everyone. Jasmine I was talking to her on the break. She's like, I want to be a receptionist. I want to do that. Yeah, she's totally down. You know, let's be honest. If you have to work, wouldn't you want a job that you really enjoy, right? And so the PR program for us, the personal recruiting program, it's over half our business because it doesn't just benefit us. It absolutely does. It absolutely does. And I'm going to talk about that. But it really, truly benefits the people that also have the chance to work. You know, Jen, you were recommended by Michael. Michael's awesome, by the way, so I knew anyone he recommended would be awesome too. I knew it. Like, I was interviewing you, and I was like, I know I'm going to give her the job. Like, she's so great, okay? Same thing with Gasper, okay? Like, I don't know him that well, but Daniel had a lot of positive things to say about him, okay? And so I want to talk about it. So personal recruits are people that are recommended personally to us, period, okay? As far as different from incoming, again, we're going to call more of them. We may not set everyone, but these are people that are over half our business. So, like, we're really going to, okay, so a couple benefits. Number one, they're financially efficient, okay? It is free for us to create touches by asking how many of you guys have known someone at some point who was looking for work? Would you all say at some point you knew someone who was looking for a job? Maybe you didn't even know it that much. For example, some of our managers, they post on Facebook. They post advertisements, right? Facebook is usually a pretty utilized advertising source. So you go online. I've had managers say, yeah, I didn't even think about this person. I haven't talked to them in forever, and they commented because they need a job. Why are you doing that? That's such a good point. By the way, quick note, okay? For all of you guys, just so you know. You guys can totally recommend people, okay? You absolutely can recommend people because what you're doing is helping us build our team. So last year, I was in a situation where I needed to hire a receptionist, okay? And I was looking and hiring, and I hadn't found anyone, right? And I found some people, not as much, because I had to staff 15 people, so it's a pretty big number. And I remember Kayla was an assistant, and like she came out of nowhere, and she's like, bam, Alex, bam, Emily, bam, whoever it was. And I was like, where did all these people come from? And Alex and they were awesome receptionists. They were great. And she probably would not have thought of them, but because she posted on Facebook, we got a recommendation. Okay? So that's exciting for us. And it's free. Yes, it's free. If we're spending thousands, I'd rather spend money on you guys to make the calls versus spending on advertising. Because here's why. Not that we can't advertise other places. We absolutely do, because there's plenty of great people. I got a mailer. I didn't get recommended. Okay? But you have to understand that we're going to spend less money, and we can spend our money on the receptionist calling these recommendations, okay? The benefits of PRs also go, you know, there's obviously benefits. You also, not only is it cheaper for us utilizing Facebook, utilizing social media like Instagram or Snapchat, all opportunities, right? Yes, Snapchat. You could just post like part-time receptionist work for 10 seconds on your Snapchat. That's great, right? And by the way, again, you guys are able to recommend people. Here in my office, I offer a bonus if someone recommends receptionists to me. I didn't tell you that, actually. I should probably mention that. I offer a cash bonus if you recommend a potential receptionist, and I hire them, okay? So we allow our receptionists to recommend people, also sales reps, because you're adding to the team. You want to build, and let's be honest, it's fun to work with people that you want to work with. Would you guys agree with that? Like, you got to admit, Ashley, you were recommended. Why did you come in for the interview? Who officially, even though you got called like 30 times, who actually?
It was Luke was the last one to call me.
Really?
Hi.
That's so great.
And so
you're like, I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Okay. My thought is this, that there are a lot of benefits also for the sales rep. Number one, they get to work with people that they know. Right. Number two, they're actually CPO valuable. CPO is sales for us, right? And realistically, we're in a competitive atmosphere. It's a sales environment, and so it's really interesting to watch our sales team. If you're working with your friends, you know you're going to be more competitive with your friends, and so they obviously sell more, and they compete against each other. Their income goes up, and so does the office's. Okay, so there's just numerous benefits to this program. And so I want you to understand that this is, I actually forgot I wrote this down. In 2015, when I did this, I think this was like October when I wrote this, over 55% of our business was sales. That's huge. I'm sorry, our sales were or from PRs. That's huge. Okay. As far as making a call, so here's the deal. We're calling people that have been recommended. It, in many times, is an unexpected call. They're not necessarily expecting it. When I called you and when I called you, you knew I was calling you. And in some cases, people will know that we're calling them. But in many cases, they won't know they're calling them, right? The people, our rep will just say, yep, here's a bunch of people, call them, see if they're looking for work, okay? So I want you to understand something. PR calling or calling PRs, you can write this down. PRs, calling PRs, is all about offering, presenting an option, excuse me. It's all about presenting an option to someone. It's all about presenting an option to someone. So the example that I give is, I'm just going to use the analogy of McDonald's. It's just an easy analogy, okay? So if I drive through at McDonald's, right? I don't know if you guys have ever noticed, you guys are probably familiar with this tactic, maybe not just at McDonald's, but other places. You place an order at the end, let's say McDonald's, when you place the order, after you finish up, they say, and would you like to add on 2 apple pies for $1? Why do they do that? Why are they doing that? What's the point?
I can tell you exactly why.
Well, okay.
The reason why we're doing McDonald's, so the reason why they do that is because usually after you eat, you do want something sweet.
That's so true.
So
right, you're a little salty and you're a little sweet.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what my manager would tell me.
Well, I have a question though. How does it help McDonald's though?
Well, it's $1 for 2.
It's more money.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's more money. It's an upsell.
So it's just pretty much just brings up their income.
Yeah, of course, of course. Imagine if you do that around, what do they serve, like 99 billion people or something, some insane amount of people, right? You do that by, I don't know, however much, it's profit for them.
And
it's an upsell.
People are just like, yeah.
Of course they do. Okay, so here's my point, right? If you go through the drive-thru, you place the order, and they say, hey, do you want to add on 2 apple pies for $1, right? Yeah. Some people, they might say, no, thank you, I'm good. And some people might hear it and say, oh, yeah, sure, go for it. It's only $1, right? McDonald's just made more money, okay? So it's an upsell, right? But also, you get to have a delicious apple pie, right? Whatever, okay? My point is that and you worked at McDonald's, so you might, okay. So if you place that order, right, or if you place the order and then if the cashier offers you those 2 apple pies for $1 and you say no, is that cashier going to go run in the corner and cry because you said no? No, he's going to say $6, pull up, right? End of story, right? It's the same idea with PRs. And so the reason I'm telling you this is because you're going to call people that don't expect your call. Some are going to say yes. Some might say no. So what? It's nothing personal. Don't worry about it. Move on to the next person. Now, someone says no, right? It could be, oh, well, I have another job. We talked about this, and I play a video about handling objections as part of training. And we talk about the fact that just because someone has another job doesn't mean that they may not be looking for something that would be more beneficial for them, okay? So it's all about presenting the option. So the goal is to give them the information so that they can make an educated decision. If I don't know there's 2 apple pies, for $1, I'm not going to order it. But if you present the option, you tell me what the job opportunity is, maybe I will want to come in. So PRs are all about presenting the option to them, because then they can make that decision from there. And if for some reason you get someone that says no, I mean, just so you know, I mean, I'm not going to go into depth on this today because you guys haven't even taken calls, but we get difficult callers. I don't care what job you have, you're going to have a difficult customer or client at some point. I don't care, unless you haven't had a job before, okay? Which I know you haven't worked at this moment, okay? But like, understand that I don't care where you work, that's going to happen. You probably got difficult, customers last year when you called them, right? It's part of any job. Like, I wish I could sit here and say that every caller is perfect. I would be straight up lying to you. Okay, we get great, awesome callers, and we get callers who are medium, and then we get some who are a little bit difficult. It's just part of the job. It has nothing to do with you. They don't even know you. Okay, but with PRs specifically, know that this is over half our business. So we wouldn't do it if it didn't work. But it's important to be confident in making that call and making sure you present the option and give them the information that they need to know so that they can make a decision. Versus, oh, I have another job. Okay, thank you. Right? Like, they don't even know what the job is yet. How do they know how do they know that if you give them the information at the end of that call, you're gonna be like, you know what, you were so great, let me give you $1,000. Get to that point. Obviously, we're not gonna give them $1,000. Maybe we'll if they sell a lot of knives, but either way, you gotta get through the call, you gotta give them the information. The reason I say this is because in the PR approach, sometimes receptionists within 15 seconds will be like, so are you interested? So are you interested? And like, you haven't even told them what the job is yet. Right? So the idea is to say, hey, so let me go ahead and give you some quick information. And it's in the script, okay? But I just want you to understand the mindset that We're not going to schedule every one of them, but we definitely are going to schedule some. So we're saying out of 20 or 30 calls, you should be setting 2 to 3 people on average. I will tell you that a big, huge key in that is, are you actually making the calls? So actually, how do you, in order to set demos, you have to do what? Make calls, right? MMC, DMD, right? Make more calls, do more demos. Make more calls, set more people, okay? And so that's why I talk about productivity, because you're not going to set people. It's a numbers game. It really is. And so and by the way, I'm a firm believer that like this job is half technical, half mental. Half technical, half mental. We're going to work with you on the technical. You guys bring certain skill sets or else you wouldn't have been hired, right? So you bring certain skill sets to the table. We're going to help develop those and hopefully perfect those. We're going to give you a script. We're going to tell you to do this and say this, right? But the other side is mental. And I think, and over my years of, just I'm not like old or anything, but like as I've gotten older, okay, I've realized that it's not about what happens to you, it's really about how you react to it. And I think with calling PRs, it's a mental thing. Is it, oh, I don't feel like listen, if you don't making phone calls, you shouldn't be a receptionist, period, end of story. Okay, you have to make calls. It's part of the job, right? Making and taking calls. The best part about it is you get to talk to people. That's the most fun about it. You get to work with people like Kayla and John, okay? I love my job. I love interacting with them. I love seeing them. It's great, right? But understand that we have to make those calls and schedule people. And a lot of it is also mental. How do you let, a potential challenging person, I've worked retail. I remember when I was like 16, I worked at Petco. And I was like this little 16-year-old, right? And like this woman came in and she was mean. She was like, she didn't like our return policy and she's like yelling at me and I was like, I was so scared. And I'm like, this little 16-year-old, I'm like, what are you doing? Right? Now I'm like, what the heck, right? But, realistically, did I die from it? No, I'm fine, okay? It's a great story now, all right? So, again, this is going to be really interesting to see how you guys react to things because you can't necessarily control other people, but you can control yourselves. And so when it comes to PR calling, know that we're going to make those calls. We're not going to schedule every single one of them, but we're definitely going to schedule some. And the people we schedule, they're going to be the Johns or the Ashleys, right? Or the Lukes or so forth and so on. Okay, do not take a picture of me. Okay, I don't like it when people take action shots of me. They're taking pictures of me on their cell phone, okay? Like some stupid Snapchat or something. I don't like it, okay. And I don't believe you. I think you're lying to me 100%. She's lying, okay. Anyway, all right, back to business. All right, so I'm not gonna play the PR testimonial because we don't have time today because I also had John share. So thanks, John. Live testimonial. All right, let's go to a document titled 5 Basics Workshop. And I'm only going to cover this super quick because you have a video on it. And I recorded my video, so I didn't have to do this in depth, okay? Last thing we'll do is admin, and then we'll be finished up. Here's the thing. We have an interview at 6:45, so I may have to move us into the back, into my office. Let me check something really quickly. No, yeah, I want to see how the interview's going. If, like, I need to rush out of here. And we need to go to the back. If we need to go to my office, all I need to do is just set up 5 chairs, and then we'll go from there. Just check and see, because if I don't need to rush, I'm not going to rush. Oh my.
It takes 2 people.
It does not take 2 people.
Apparently.
Thanks, John. Appreciate that. I'm good. I've got the ladies. Okay. Okay, great. Well, I mean, the interview's not until 6:45, but okay. So 5 Basics Workshop. And I'm only pointing this out so you guys know to reference this when you watch your videos. You have it's on my website, okay? Yeah. So like part of Vector Live. So there's there's a set of videos and then there's this video, okay? So the set of videos is on Vector Live. And at the end today, individually, I'll set up, and Jen, I'm probably gonna have you call me, okay, just heads up. And basically what I'm gonna do is we're gonna get your information and we're gonna set you up a Vector Live account. In order to use the account, you have to watch videos on how to use the system. It's super easy. It's like a 75 minutes worth of videos. You're paid to do it. Once you do it, you don't have to worry about it, but it's really important because my thing is this: if you're worried about where to put information in on Vector Live, you're not focused on the caller. So you have to watch the video so you learn how to use it, okay? In addition to that, you're gonna watch my video. It's just over an hour, and it talks all about the 5 basics. And so I just wanna quickly kind of explain what they are, all right? So that you have an understanding when you're following along, okay? So, over the years, I have realized that when it comes to the components of a phone call, There are 5 major things that we look for when it comes to having a successful phone call, okay? And so we categorize into these 5 areas. And if you look at the breakdown of 5 basics, we've got the title of them, right? So there's following the approach, effectively building rapport. And then underneath it, don't worry about the magic phrases, but underneath it, you've got the whys, meaning that people are more likely to implement what we teach them if they know why we're doing it, right? For example, if I say to you, the information on the approach or in the approach is consistent with what we cover in the interview, it gives you confidence, it gives you structure. That's why we do it. So I need you to follow the script versus, hey, just follow the script, right? Rapport gives a basic connection between you and the caller, and it makes it stick out in their heads before they show to the interview. That's why we do it, okay? So the 5 basics, we've got following the approach word for word, effectively building rapport, creating urgency. Do you guys have on the creating urgency, do you guys have something that says 5 steps to scheduling? It's like the 3rd one down. Does that still say that? Yeah. Cross it out because that's actually old. I apologize. So we don't do the 5 steps. Don't worry about that for incoming, okay? You know how I put together documents and go back and I see my little typos. I'm like, oh my gosh. Okay, I PDF it, which is really bad. So creating urgency, meaning that we schedule people as soon as possible because the sooner we set them, the more likely they are to show, okay? Handles questions properly, okay? Do you guys see where it says question cycle? We're gonna review that in the video, okay? Like it's gonna explain what the question cycle is and how to use it properly in the 5 basics video, okay? Next one is firm up. Okay, and I noticed that when you were listening to the call, a lot of you guys, or I think Ariana specifically, I know mentioned, she noticed the directions, the address. So once we schedule someone for the interview, actually confirm them, everything after, that's called the firm up. That's basically confirming them so they're good to go, okay? So it's basically ending the call strongly so that they have all the information they need. Once you schedule them, it's not like, okay, here's the address, good luck. They need directions, they need an address, they need to know to show prepared, they need to show up on time, how to dress, right? Those are all super important. And if you skip over those things, what if you give them the best call all day and then you forget to give them the address? They don't show. What's the point of having a good call? So the firm up is really ending the race strong is what we call it, to really solidify the last 2 to 3 minutes. It's the last thing they're going to remember of you. Hey, by the way, good luck on your interview. We look forward to seeing you. That's really a strong firm up at the end. Okay, so that's what that means by the firm up, okay? So I just want you to know the structure, and essentially when you watch the video, you're gonna have this document in front of you and you're gonna review over it, okay, and you're gonna take notes in addition to having the document in front of you, okay? All right, go to the receptionist policies document, my handbook, essentially. It's my handbook, as I call it, my handbook, okay? 6 pages. We are not, like I said, gonna go everything. I'm going to assume that the branches and Cole are on the same page as far as what I include as far as what I think is important to having a successful, I know they are, okay? So essentially, I mean, yeah, these are the rules, if you will. That's basically what they are. Has anyone ever had a job where they had a handbook? I'm just curious. Anyone ever in Pensacola ever had a handbook? You have, Morgan? Okay. So over the years, I've found that if we don't clarify what we expect, of course, you're not gonna really know, right? And so I created this 2 years ago because it was really important to me that my receptionists knew what was expected of them, okay? And for those people who know me, I would definitely say the 2 in the back. I'm very much a communicator. So are you, okay? We're very high communicators, okay? Meaning that I would rather know what's going on and deal with it than not. I can't help you. I cannot help you. Cole cannot help you, ladies, if we don't know what's going on, okay? I don't know if you guys were hearing my conversation with Jasmine, and it was like, hey, listen, this is when I have it. You have to tell me this. You have to tell me this. I can't do anything if you don't communicate, okay? Despite potential discomfort. So I decided that just to make it so that everything was kind of uniform, I'm a big believer in having a positive work environment. Everyone contributes to the atmosphere. And as employees, you are part of that. You contribute to our atmosphere and our culture and our environment. And so I have a high expectation of all of you to contribute the right way, okay? That means making sure that you are following the basic standards that we ask for, okay? From how you dress, to showing up on time, to your attitude, to your performance. These are things that we expect. By the way, none of these, I'm not going to go through these and like you'd be like, I can't believe they expect that. That's not at all. But I want to be on the same page so that we don't have to come to it later and you look at me and say, well, I didn't know. Because you're right. If I don't cover it, you don't know. That's not okay. Okay? So we're going to start at the top. So the standards, expectations, and I'm not going to read the 6 pages, just to clarify. Just on the same page. The standards, expectation, and policies listed below are required for all vector marketing receptionists. Our desire is to create a high-performing, productive, and healthy work environment for all employees. In order to achieve this, we must work together and respect the policies put in place to do so, okay? So what you're going to do is we're going to go through a couple of these things that I want you to take note of. At the end, you take this home, you're going to read all of it completely, and then you'll sign it. You'll bring it back to me or your manager. I'll sign it, and then we keep it, okay? Or we can keep the last page. You can keep the actual document, okay? All right, so number 1, dependability. Thousands of dollars are being spent to make the phones ring. If we don't have a receptionist who, this is, I would actually say after doing this for over 10 years that I value reliability or dependability more than anything. I can't help you if you don't show up, okay? Also, I don't care if you're good at your job. If you're good but you never show, it doesn't matter to me, or if you miss work consistently, okay? Be reliable, all right? And I wouldn't say this as my employees. I would say this as advice. Be reliable, okay? So this is the most important requirement of a vector marketing receptionist. There is a heavy financial and physical investment, by the way. What time did you guys get up on Monday morning right after our 2-day conference where they didn't sleep? What time did you get up to go advertising on Monday? Ooh. Okay, these guys are working their butts off to create touches for us, to create calls, right? They're really working very hard. Ask Cole the same thing. They're working very hard to create calls for us. In fact, I usually tell the managers to take receptionists on one shift, not at like 6 in the morning, okay? But like, don't do that. But realistically, show them what it takes because it's not like they just roll in. Like we have to get the word out there and they're working really hard to do that. So there's not just a financial investment, there's a physical investment, right? So if they work really hard, for example, they work really hard all day and then the receptionist misses work, those calls come in, we miss those calls, right? Maybe they don't leave a voicemail and we never hear from them again. Okay, so your presence is very important, all right? Because there's a heavy investment made into recruiting, our business cannot withstand unreliable employees. Consistent reliability is required minus emergency or previously excused situations, okay? If a situation arises where you are consistently challenged in this area, okay? What I mean is you miss, I had a girl who called out like twice, 3 days in the first 2 weeks. And she only worked like 6 days, okay? She didn't make it with me because it was like you missed your first 2 weeks, you missed 3 or 4 days. That's a problem, right? If you are challenged in this area, a discussion with the proper authority will take place to decide the best course of action. For you, your proper authority is him. For you two, it's gonna be me / Allie and Pau. Pau is our pilot sales manager. You haven't met her yet, okay? I'll cover that more in depth with you guys later. Right now, it's me because Allie isn't here yet, okay? Ultimately, the more communication that is had and when done in a timely manner, the easier it will be to resolve. It is always better to communicate on any possible challenges versus avoiding or waiting till the last minute. If we are unaware, we cannot work with you on a solution, okay? So tardiness, all right? Here are my rules. And again, I mean, I know this will apply to everyone here and for Jen. I would assume Cole is very similar. So for Morgan and Desiree, I'm assuming he's very similar, okay? If you are going to be less than 15 minutes late, you can text with a reason and ETA. ETA stands for estimated time of arrival. What I don't want is your shift starts at 12 and you're like, I'm going to be late. Okay, what time are you going to be here? What's going on? Like, when am I going to see you, right? That's not okay. You need to, if you're going to be less than 15 minutes late, you can text and say, hey, I'll be there just hey, by the way, I'm running late because I got a class late. Like, the thing is, I want you to know that you're being held accountable as an employee. So if you're going to be late, you got to tell us why. You know what I mean? Like, that's just courtesy, okay? So if you're going to be less than 15 minutes late, you can text with a reason and ETA. If you are going to be more than 15 minutes late, you have to call us. I know this is different, especially because you're not a sales rep. You just look at me as your manager or Allie, okay? I know it's different you're an employee now, you're not a sales rep, okay? So you want to think like that. If you're going to be more than 15 minutes late, phone call with a reason and ETA is required. Calling out, you must call. Ladies, we do not accept texting to call out. That's not okay, all right? Unless there's an emergency and you absolutely can't call it, you got it. I mean, you have to call. Thing is, and it's actually more on us as managers because like if we don't answer or if we accept the text right away, you're gonna think it's okay to text, okay? I just think that, you know, you're professionals. This is a business, and it's important that you pick up the phone and you make a phone call. Now, I will tell you that in certain situations, if you call me, I can't answer, right? If I can't answer, then, and I'll cover this, then it's okay to text. But I just think that you want to be treated like an adult, and I think that you should pick up the phone and you should make the phone call if you are going to miss work or you might miss work, okay? You cannot text or email. If you do that, that can be considered a call no call, no show. If we do not answer, leave a voicemail and then you can text, because I definitely do that. If you call me, you leave a voicemail and like I'm busy at the moment and I can't talk, I'll actually text you. I'll just say, hey, Brianna, is everything okay? What's going on, right? But leave a voicemail, then you can text, all right? We ask that if at all possible, you communicate earlier versus later about a possible challenge, and that you do your part in getting your shift covered before missing. The effort put forth shows that you fully understand this policy and the commitment to its fulfillment. So it depends on the office. In my office, I have 15 receptionists. So there's a good chance that if something's happening, I might be able to get coverage, but that's not always guaranteed because everyone comes with their own set of like conflicts. You know, when someone makes a schedule, it's like, okay, your schedule is this week, right? This is what your hours are. You plan your life around that schedule. And so I don't want to have to ask someone to adjust things because someone else is unreliable. You know what I mean? So again, the best thing is to let the proper authority know, because we know their schedules better. We know who might be able to fill in. Like Lori can never fill in. She works Sunday through Thursday. She works 40 hours a week. I don't change her schedule. Okay. Some receptionists are totally flexible. They're like, sure, no problem. I want as many hours as possible. So I might have those people that I know can fill in. Okay. You cannot work during the day. So you're never an option as a backup during the day. Okay. So, and I want to clarify, right? We have policies to handle emergency situations that result in tardiness or missing work. However, in no way do we promote that or encourage it. It's really for unexpected scenarios only. Really, guys, we really ask that you try not to miss work consistently. I'm not saying for an emergency situation, but we really ask that because of the money that we're putting in, okay? Next page. I don't know about this for John, so he can handle, for John and for Cole, you have to fill this in as needed, but for our office, the schedule is provided via email, no later than Thursday by 6 p.m. So you can fill that in if you'd like. Now, again, for Cole, it might be different. I don't know. You have to ask him. When do you get the schedule and how do you get the schedule? Okay. I am not a fan of text. We already talked about that, right? Email, in my opinion, is one of the best ways to communicate, but also sending a follow-up text so they know that they got it. Because I don't want, if you don't get your schedule before Sunday, first of all, just assume you're working Sundays. Problem solved. Show up at like whatever your shift is on Sundays. Just show up. Okay. Or reach out to your manager because they really are busy. This won't happen in our office. Okay. Just because I'm not doing what they're doing. They have a lot more stuff on their plate. Just reach out to the manager and say, hey, I didn't get the schedule. Okay. Because I don't want, it's unfair for the receptionist to sit there and say, well, I don't know when I'm supposed to show up. Okay. So for my office, I provide it via email no later than Thursday by 5. If it's going to be later or 6, if it's going to be later, I will tell you. Okay. Vacation plan days off. We require a minimum of 1 week's notice for scheduled day off. 1 week's notice. I do my schedule weekly, meaning that I wait until Thursday to do it for the following Sunday through Saturday. And the reason I do that is because it allows me to actually be more flexible with you guys. If you come to me, if I haven't sent the schedule out and you tell me I need an adjustment here, right? Then I can make the adjustment before I send it out. Once I send it, then I have to ask everyone else to adjust. So I try to avoid that. So I want at least 1 week's notice for a scheduled day off, at least 2 weeks notice for multiple days off, 2+ days. I'm hoping that everyone has been asked this question in there. I know this has been asked in our interviews, and Jen, I talked to you about this. We are very busy May, June, and some of July, okay? And so it is very important. We can't guarantee time off during that time unless you were hired already knowing that. Like, I know you're done May 26th. Like, I already know, right? But like, if I hire someone and then they tell me, by the way, I'm off for 2 weeks in June, that's a problem because I'm going on vacation. That can really hurt us. So if you know that, you have to tell your manager give plenty of notice, okay? But we try not to guarantee during our busy seasons unless we're communicated with, because it's just really important for us, okay? Things to remember: the more notice we receive, the more likely we will be able to accommodate. It is first come, first serve, meaning that we will work to compromise with 1 to 2 requests if possible. However, we cannot accommodate everyone. because our business will suffer, right? So I'm going to talk about holidays in a second, but like, you know, if everyone asks for the same thing, it's just not possible for me. If 3-4 people ask me out for a Sunday, I have to say no to someone. It's just such a busy day. It's so important. Okay. So it is first come, first serve. We do the best that we can. All right. So just prepare and communicate as in advance as possible. Ideally, that helps. Now, that being said, I did come up with a solution for unexpected schedule challenges because I know sometimes this happens. I do. If the schedule has been made and sent and there is a conflict, okay? First step, tell your manager. First thing, because we're gonna snap into problem solving mode. Okay, how do we get this covered? Right? Immediately. That's what they are taught. Immediately. How do we fix this? Okay? You should look to get your shift covered. The best way to do it is to talk to your manager because again, they know the other people's schedules. So we may be able to tell you, hey, contact Susie, contact Joey, I don't know, whoever, contact and see if they can do it. You want to try to get them to cover your shift if possible. Quick note, because I've had this happen before. If you get someone to cover your shift, you have to tell your manager, okay? I actually had someone last year who got their shift covered, didn't tell them, had someone else come in. I'm like, why are you here? You're not even supposed to be. Like, she wasn't working. And I had no idea what was going on. I just don't like not knowing. So you have to communicate with the manager. You can't just switch and then just not show up. That's not how it works, okay? If you cannot find someone, let the manager know so that a possible solution can be discussed before missing, okay? Sundays. Morgan and Desiree, I don't know if Cole has a different time. Did he tell you a different time on Sundays than 1 to 9? I can't hear you. Sorry.
Sorry, we were on mute.
Okay.
He actually hasn't told us yet, but
okay. Confirm with him. Just ask him, okay? Either way, Sundays, 1 to 9 p.m. for all of us, it's 1 to 9, okay? Cole might be a little bit different. I'm not sure. Just go ahead and ask him, okay? Either way, guys, it is the most important day of the week for us, okay? For all the reasons we talked about before, it allows us to officially kick off the week. We do a meeting with everyone. We actually do Sunday themes here in the pilot. It's really fun. And like sometimes we'll do like Sunday Sundays where everyone brings in a topping for ice cream and then I'll bring the ice cream in and you guys make Sundays on your breaks. Like whatever, it doesn't matter. But we do like themes and like things like that. We do the kickoff meeting where we recognize you guys for a job well done. We set up the week. We talk about our goals. It's super important. We've got calling all day. It is a really great day to reach people. So missing Sundays is the worst. Now, the reason I'm telling you this is because it's a weekend. And even though it's a weekend, you guys, if you worked at another job, might have to work on a weekend too. But for us, it's a really important day. So ideally, it is the worst day to miss. I don't think anyone is surprised that you have to work Sundays. If you are, tell me individually. But we cover that pretty heavily in the interview, so that's not an issue, okay? Next, holidays. Here's the deal, guys. Again, if you work in the restaurant industry, if you work in retail, you're going to work on holidays. There are only 3 holidays coming up that are of any significance, okay? Mother's Day, Father's Day, and July 4th. That's it. July 4th, I think, is a Tuesday. No, it's a Monday. Okay, it's not even a weekend. All right. What do you usually do on July 4th? Usually, I assume. What do you guys usually do on July 4th? Oh my God, that's such a Miami thing. That's what she goes. I go to the beach on July 4th. Okay. I was gonna say watch fireworks. Watch fireworks at night. That's usually what you do. Maybe you do a barbecue during the day or maybe whatever, but like most people go and watch fireworks. Just such a Miami thing to say I go to the beach because that's what you do in Florida. So usually it's fireworks, okay? On a Tuesday or Monday night, the latest we'll have coverage is usually 7 or 8, right? Depending, in your office, it'll be less than that. My point is that we are open on those days because it's a perfect day to reach people. People are available. When are stores most busy? And holidays. Okay, so let's just put it this way. Sundays for us, okay, actually going back to Sundays, are like Black Friday in the summertime. That's what it's like for us. That's how important it is. It's not like you're not going to, but that's important. That's how important it is. Mother's Day, Father's Day, understand that we do work. By the way, the shift doesn't start until 1. Okay, so realistically, if you can plan with your parents to do something early in the morning, right, that's fine. Just ask them, hey, can we do that? Can we hang out on Saturday, right? But essentially, it's a really great day for us to reach people. And so we do have, those are just 3 holidays. That's it. Other than that, it's not a big deal. And you won't even be here for 2. When's Memorial Day? I don't even know when Memorial Day is. Monday. It's a Monday, right? Okay, so then Memorial Day as well. Okay, which will happen in a couple weeks, I think. Okay. Either way, it's a busy, and by the way, I write this down here. Doesn't mean that you're going to be required to work a full shift or every single holiday. In fact, we will seek compromise to the best of our ability. For example, maybe if you let us know, hey, I've got plans till 2, can I come in at 3? I'm not promising, but if we have to adjust it a little bit, we might be able to. It just depends. But you have to communicate as early as possible, okay? We fully respect holidays, but at the same time, if you can just hang out with your mom in the morning or hang out with your dad in the morning to come in at 1, we ask that you do that because it's a good day for us to reach people, okay? We find that most of the time it's not an issue. As long as there's proper communication between the appropriate parties, we will do our best to handle those issues. It's only a problem if people are unreliable because, I'm telling you now so it's not a surprise later. That's all, okay? Next page. I'm not going to worry about attitude. Communication, we kind of talked about, okay? Ultimately, if something is happening and we're unaware, we cannot help or appropriately handle the situation. Despite the possible discomfort, it is always better to discuss with the proper authority. And there's a reason. I'm sorry, I'm on the 4th page. 1, 2, 3, 4th page under communication. Okay. I just want to really clarify that the proper authority means your manager and not your fellow receptionist. Okay. So we have a term in Vector. It's called vent up, meaning that the thing is, you can complain and talk to your fellow receptionists, but ultimately, if there's a problem, if there's a challenge, if something's going on, and you want it to be resolved, the receptionist next to you isn't going to be able to do anything. The manager is. So no matter what, it's really important that you're reaching out and you're talking to them. Okay. Let's go to proper dress. Number 5, really, really easy. Business casual, with the main rule being no jeans or sneakers Monday through Thursday. Casual Friday through Sunday. Okay. If I talked to you already about this. If you're coming straight from school and you let your manager know, it would be different if you had to dress more casually. But once you're done with that, once you're done with school, you should be dressing just no jeans, no sneakers, okay? Casual is defined as jeans or sneakers amongst other casual wear. However, there is no inappropriate, sloppy, or offensive clothing allowed. Rule of thumb, if you're not sure, please refrain from wearing. Next page, I give you lots of examples. You all are dressed very nicely. It's totally fine. You don't have to wear a suit. I don't wear suits to work. Dresses are fine. You know what I mean? But I don't want you guys looking sloppy, especially because we have applicants coming in and we don't want them to think that it's okay to dress. I don't want a receptionist greeting an applicant randomly saying hi and they're dressed sloppy. You know what I mean? So just keep that in mind. So there's lots of examples of what you can wear, what you need to avoid. Females usually get away with a lot of stuff. You can wear leggings with nice shoes and a nice sweater or something like that. And again, bring a sweater because it's always cold in here, okay? Language and topics of conversation. Guys, we're a business. No swearing. No swearing at all. No inappropriate topics of conversation. Okay, please be very aware of that. Also, because you need to be respectful of the people that you're working with too. It's I don't know if have you guys ever heard that rule? Don't talk about religion or politics in the office. Okay, because you don't want to offend someone. That's disrespectful to them. So keep that in mind, okay? I haven't actually had this much of an issue in the past, recently, excuse me. We do not allow internet surfing of any kind. We're not paying you to be on Facebook or shopping or anything like that. I feel like this is pretty self-explanatory. What I find, by the way, and the next thing is about cell phones, what I find is that now people don't need to internet surf because they have their phones, which we're going to talk about. We're paying you to schedule people. We are not paying you to be on Facebook and to do things. So what happens is, and I will tell you, if Jeff comes in, okay, and he sees that, he's going to react differently than I will. You probably want me to handle that versus him. That's all I'm going to say, okay? I just, because he's very sensitive to it. He doesn't want to walk in and see the receptionist just doing something other than being doing their job, right? Usually what I say is just, if you're on break, leave the room. We'll talk about breaks in a second. But if you're on break, leave the room so that you can surf the internet on your phone, right? But just no internet surfing of any kind during the hours that we're paying you. It can be a massive hindrance to productivity, okay? Next one, all right? I don't know. I'm just curious. Anyone ever had a job where you're not allowed to have your phone on you? You just cannot have your phone on you? I'm just curious. Yeah. You have? What job did you have that was? Okay. So they require you were not allowed to have your phone on you? Okay. Here's the thing. I know that we're all especially in this day and age, how technology plays such a big role in our lives. And having your phone on you and having easy access to yourself all the time is very natural. But the thing is that it is a major distraction to productivity. Huge, okay? So I've tried to be a little bit more flexible about this in the past, and after talking to Jeff about it and even our managers, it's just, we find that it's a massive distraction. And so we are asking, no phones ever, have to be on silent. In our office, we have cubbies. You put your name in the cubby, you put your phone in your cubby, you just leave it there. Checking it once an hour to like see if there's an emergency text is different. I don't want it anywhere around you while you're calling. Okay, it has to be on silent. It has to be put away. Think of someone like you. If your mom needs to get in contact with you, that's what I'm saying. Like checking randomly once an hour, just real quick, is different. If I see someone sitting there on their phone while they're supposed to be working and they go up to their cubby, then I'm probably going to say something. But we used to try to like be more flexible, and it didn't work out in our favor. So we just had to make it a zero tolerance policy for phones near you. On silent, put away. It shouldn't be in your purse on the floor near you because it's still right there. So just put it away. It can't be something that we see unless you communicate with the manager and they give you special permission. Okay. If you need to take or make a quick personal call, you tell your manager, and then if they say yes, then that's completely fine. Okay. Breaks. For every hour's worked, you receive a 30-minute paid break, broken up only if approved by the authority. So if you say, hey, John, can I take 15 minutes now and 15 minutes later? And he says, okay, fine. Okay. On Sundays, we split breaks up. So half people take 30 minutes and half people take 30 minutes at like 4:30 to 5 and 5 to 5:30. So either way, we tell you. For all shifts under 8 hours, you receive a 15-minute paid break. If you happen to smoke, does this apply to anyone? Apply to any of you guys? Okay. If you smoke, you get 5 minutes per cigarette, but it takes out of your break. So if you have 15 minutes, that's 3 cigarettes, and then that's it. Okay. And you have to tell your manager, okay? We also say do not be in the receptionist room while you're taking breaks because you're not really taking a break. Leave the room if you can, okay? Go outside, get some sunshine. We're in Florida. There's lots of sun, okay? Just don't be in the room because if you're there, you're going to want to answer the phone. And also, you can be a distraction to other receptionists who are not on break, okay? And then productivity, which we kind of talked about, okay? That's it. So any questions about anything that we covered? We're almost done. Any questions about anything that we covered based off that document specifically? Pensacola, anything from you? No? Okay. I want you to write this down. And then, Jen, I'm going to call you in like a few minutes, and we're going to set up your Vector Live account. So if you could just be patient, okay? You need to write this down. Number 1, your assignments. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I didn't cover pay. I apologize. Hold on. Pay. Cole, can you cover with your girls your pay structure, because your pay structure is probably different than mine? He just did that. Okay. Jen, I'll talk to you on the phone about it. Just so you know, we pay weekly. We hold your first paycheck. So the first paycheck is 2 weeks, and then every other week, it's every Monday. I think you get paid Wednesdays. So it's a little bit different. Wednesdays? Are you going with Wednesdays?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, I told
Wednesdays? Sorry, Cole, what'd you say?
Since Morgan started earlier this week, I was going to do hers, but
just let them know when their first paycheck is supposed to be received.
All right, cool.
Okay, so you guys start today. I'll talk. I'm going to actually take you into my office, and I'm going to go through it, and then we're going to set up your Vector Live accounts. Your assignments, okay? The next step is to watch the videos, which I'm going to talk about individually with you guys. John will give you more instruction, Maria. So you need to watch the videos if you haven't already. Jen, you're doing 10 to 3 on Saturday, okay? And then you two are 1 to 7 on Sunday, okay? You need to role play, okay? There's 2 scripts that I want you to role play. So you guys already did the IAP script. I need you to role play that 2 to 3 more times. And then you need to role play the new call script 2 to 3 more times. 2 to 3 times, excuse me.
For what?
Okay. That's your one huge, like, you have to do that. You need to role play. Recruit your friends. Mom, I'm gonna role play with you. You need to be the caller. They have a lot of fun with that too, okay? So you know, recruit people, whoever it is, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your best friend, and just make sure that they help you, okay? And have them role play to start practicing it, okay? Also, you need to review through the documents that we gave you. You need to review through the documents that we gave you, okay? Those are your 2 big assignments, okay? Cole, how was training?
It's good. Small.
Yeah?
Really small.
Okay.
So we'll probably get done hours early.
We're pretty much finished. I'm going to meet with my girls for like the next 10 minutes real quick. And then Jen, like I said, I'm going to call you so we can set up your Vector Live account. So if you just want to get everything together, and I'll call you in a few minutes, you should be good to go. And then she'll be here. So Cole, she'll be at your office 10 to 3 on Saturday to watch the videos, okay? Okay. Ladies, it was really nice meeting you on Pensacola at the Pensacola office.
It was
Jen,
nice
see you in like, I don't know, 2 weeks.
What?
I see Jen in like 2 weeks.
Yes.
Okay. Also, Morgan and Desiree, make sure that you email me your information, okay? I don't know what you're saying, dude. What are you saying?
We're confused. I guess you're talking to Jen. You said you'll see Jen in 2 weeks, so like 2
I
weeks.
will see Jen in 2 weeks. I will not see you in 2 weeks. I just
I'll see you in 2 weeks.
No, it's not happening. I can go to Pensacola. No, you guys are like 10 hours away from me, so I'm not. Have a wonderful day, Jen. I'll call you in a couple minutes. And Cole, I think we're pretty much good.
All right. Thank you, Beth.
Bye.